Question 86 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 86. What our intellect knows in material things, in 4 articles. We now have to consider what our intellect knows in material things. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it knows singulars. 2. Whether it knows the infinite. 3. Whether it knows contingent things. 4. Whether it knows future things. First article. First part, question 86, article 4. Whether our intellect knows singulars. Objection 1. It would seem that our intellect knows singulars, for whoever knows composition knows the terms of composition. But our intellect knows this composition. Socrates is a man, for it belongs to the intellect to form a proposition. Therefore our intellect knows this singular, Socrates. Objection 2. Further, the practical intellect directs to action, but action has relation to singular things. Therefore the intellect knows the singular. Objection 3. Further, our intellect understands itself, but in itself it is a singular. Otherwise it would have no action of its own, for actions belong to singulars. Therefore our intellect knows singulars. Objection 4. Further, a superior power can do whatever is done by an inferior power, but sense knows the singular. Much more, therefore, can the intellect know it. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, First Part Phys. 5, that the universal is known by reason, and the singular is known by sense. I answer that, our intellect cannot know the singular in material things directly and primarily. The reason of this is that the principle of singularity in material things is individual matter, whereas our intellect, as have said above, question 85, article 1, understands by abstracting the intelligible species from such matter. Now what is abstracted from individual matter is the universal. Hence our intellect knows directly the universal only, but indirectly, and as it were by a kind of reflection, it can know the singular, because, as we have said above, question 85, article 7, even after abstracting the intelligible species, the intellect, in order to understand, needs to turn to part on the soul, 7. Therefore it understands the universal directly through the intelligible species, and indirectly the singular represented by the phantasm, and thus it forms the proposition, Socrates is a man. Wherefore the reply to the first objection is clear. Reply Obj. 2. The choice of a particular thing to be done is as the conclusion of a syllogism formed by the practical intellect, as is said in the 7th part of Ethics 3. But a singular proposition cannot be directly concluded from a universal proposition, except through the medium of a singular proposition. Therefore the universal principle of the practical intellect does not move save through the medium of the particular apprehension of the sensitive part, as is said in the 3rd part On the Soul, 11. Reply Obj. 3. Intelligibility is incompatible with the singular, not as such, but as material, for nothing can be understood otherwise than immaterially. Therefore, if there be an immaterial singular, such as the intellect, there is no reason why it should not be intelligible. Reply Obj. 4. The higher power can do what the lower power can, but in a more eminent way. Wherefore, what the sense knows materially and concretely, which is to know the singular directly, the intellect knows immaterially, and in the abstract, which is to know the universal. Second article. First part, Question 86, article can know the infinite. Objection 1. It would seem that our intellect can know the infinite, for God excels all infinite things. But our intellect can know God, as we have said above, Question 12, Article 1. Much more, therefore, can our intellect know all other infinite things. Objection 2. Further, our intellect can naturally know genera and species. But there is an infinity of species in some genera, as in number, proportion, and figure. Therefore our intellect can know the infinite. Objection 3. Further, if one body can coexist with another in the same place, there is nothing to prevent an infinite number of bodies being in one place. But one intelligible species can exist with another in the same intellect, for many things can be habitually known at the same time. Objection 4. As the intellect is not a corporeal faculty, as we have said, Question 76, Article 1, it appears to be an infinite power. But an infinite power has a capacity for an infinite object. Therefore our intellect can know the infinite. On the contrary, it is said, first part of Physics 4, that the infinite considered as such is unknown. I answer that, since a faculty and its object are proportional to each other, the intellect must be related to the infinite, as is its object, which is the quiddity of a material thing. Now in material things the infinite does not exist actually, but only potentially, in the sense of one succeeding another, as is said in the third part of Physics 6. Therefore infinity is potentially in our mind through its considering successively one thing after another, because never does our many things that it cannot understand more. On the other hand, our intellect cannot understand the infinite either actually or habitually. Not actually, for our intellect cannot know actually at the same time, except what it knows through one species. But the infinite is not represented by one species, for if it were, it would be something whole and complete. Consequently it cannot be understood except by a successive consideration of one part after another, as is clear from its definition, third part of Physics 6. For the infinite is that from which however much we may take, there always remains something to be taken. Thus the infinite could not be known actually, unless all its parts were counted, which is impossible. For the same reason we cannot have habitual knowledge of the infinite, because in us habitual knowledge results from actual consideration, since by understanding we acquire knowledge, as is said, second part of Ethics 1. Wherefore it would not be possible for us to have a habit of an infinity of things distinctly known, unless we had already considered the entire infinity thereof, counting them according to the succession of our knowledge, which is impossible, and therefore neither actually nor habitually can our intellect know the infinite, but only potentially, as explained above. Reply Obj. 1. As we have said above, Question 7, Article 1, God is called infinite because he is a form unlimited by matter, whereas in material things the term infinite is applied to that which is deprived of any formal term, and form being known in itself, whereas matter cannot be known without form, it follows that the material infinite is in itself unknowable, but the formal infinite, God, is of himself known. But he is unknown to us by reason of our feeble intellect, which in its present state has a natural aptitude for material objects only. Therefore we cannot know God in our present life except through material effects. In the future life this defect of intellect will be removed by the state of glory, when we shall be able to see the essence of God himself. but without being able to comprehend him. Reply Obj. 2. The nature of our mind is to know species abstracted from phantasms. Therefore it cannot know actually or habitually species of numbers or figures that are not in the imagination, except in a general way, and in their universal principles; and this is to know them potentially and confusedly. Reply Obj. 3. If two or more bodies were in the same place, there would be no need for them to occupy the place successively, in order for the things placed to be counted according to the succession of occupation. On the other hand, the intelligible species enter into our intellect successively, since many things cannot be actually understood at the same time, and therefore there must be a definite and not an infinite number of species in our intellect. Reply Obj. 4. As our intellect is infinite in power, so does it know the infinite. For its power is indeed infinite, inasmuch as it is not terminated by corporeal matter. Moreover, it can know the universal, which is abstracted from individual matter, and which consequently is not limited to one individual, but, considered in itself, extends to an infinite number of individuals. Third Article. First Part. Question 86, Article 3. Whether our intellect can know contingent things? Objection 1. It would seem that the intellect cannot know contingent things, because, as the Philosopher says (Sixth Part of Ethics, 6), the objects of understanding, wisdom, and knowledge are not contingent, but necessary things. Objection 2. Further, as stated in Fourth Part Phys. 12, what sometimes is and sometimes is not, is measured by time. Now the intellect abstracts from time and from other material conditions. Therefore, as it is proper to a contingent thing sometime to be, and sometime not to be, it seems that contingent things are not known by the intellect. On the contrary, all knowledge is in the intellect. But some sciences are of the contingent things, as the moral sciences, the objects of which are human actions subject to free will; and again, the natural sciences, in as far as they relate to things generated and corruptible. Therefore the intellect knows contingent things. I answer that, contingent things can be considered in two ways, either as contingent, or as containing some element of necessity, since every contingent thing has in it something necessary. For example, that Socrates runs is in itself contingent, but the relation of running to motion is necessary, for it is necessary that Socrates move if he runs. Now contingency arises from matter, for contingency is a potentiality to be or not to be, and potentiality belongs to matter; whereas necessity results from form, because whatever is consequent on form is of necessity in the subject. But matter is the individualizing principle, whereas the universal comes from the abstraction of the form from the particular matter. Moreover, it was laid down above (Article 1) that the intellect of itself and directly has the universal for its object, while the object of sense is the singular, which in a certain way is the indirect object of the intellect, as we have said above (Article 1). Therefore the contingent, considered as such, is known directly by sense and indirectly by the intellect, while the universal and necessary principles of contingent things are known only by the intellect. The objects of science and their universal principles, then all science is of necessary things. But if we consider the things themselves, thus some sciences are of necessary things, some of contingent things. From which the replies to the objections are clear. Fourth Article. First Part. Question 86, Article 4. Whether our intellect can know the future? Objection 1. It would seem that our intellect knows the future. For our intellect knows by means of intelligible species abstracted from the here and now, and related indifferently to all time. But it can know the present. Therefore it can know the future. Objection 2. Further, man, while his senses are in suspense, can know some future things, as in sleep and in frenzy, but the intellect is freer and more vigorous when removed from sense. Therefore the intellect of its own nature can know the future. Obj. 3. The intellectual knowledge of man is superior to any knowledge of brutes. But some animals know the future. Thus crows by their frequent cawing foretell rain. Therefore much more can the intellect know the future. On the contrary, it is written, Ecclesiastes 8:6-7, "There is a great affliction for man, because he is ignorant of things past, and things to come he cannot know by any messenger." I answer that, we must apply the same distinction for future things as we applied above (A. 3), to contingent things. For future things considered as subject to time are singular, and the human intellect knows them by reflection only, as stated above (A. 1). But the principles of future things may be universal, and thus they may enter the domain of the intellect, and become the objects of science. Speaking, however, of the knowledge of the future in a general way, we must observe that the future may be known in two ways, either in itself or in its cause. The future cannot be known in itself save by God alone, to whom even that is present which in the course of events is future, forasmuch as from eternity his glance embraces the whole course of time, as we have said above when treating of God's knowledge (Q. 14, A. 13). But forasmuch as it exists in its cause, the future can be known by us also. And if indeed the cause be such as to have a necessary connection with its future result, then the future is known with scientific certitude, just as the astronomer foresees the future eclipse. If, however, the cause be such as to produce a certain result more frequently than not, then can the future be known more or less conjecturally, according as its cause is more or less inclined to produce the effect. Reply Obj. 1. This argument considers that knowledge which is drawn from universal causal principles. From these the future may be known, according to the order of the effects to the cause. Reply Obj. 2. As Augustine says, 12th part of Confessions, 12th part of the literal meaning of Genesis 13, the soul has a certain power of forecasting, so that by its very nature it can know the future. Hence when withdrawn from corporeal sense, and, as it were, concentrated on itself, it shares in the knowledge of the future. Such an opinion would be reasonable if we were to admit that the soul receives knowledge by participating the ideas, as the Platonists maintained, because in that case the soul by its nature would know the universal causes of all effects, and would only be impeded in its knowledge by the body, and hence when withdrawn from the corporeal senses it would know the future. But since it is connatural to our intellect to know things, not thus, but by receiving its knowledge from the senses, it is not natural for the soul to know the future when withdrawn from the senses. Rather does it know the future by the impression of superior spiritual and corporeal causes, of spiritual causes, when by divine power the human intellect is enlightened through the ministry of angels, and the phantasms are directed to the knowledge of future events; or by the influence of demons, when the imagination is moved regarding the future known to the demons, as explained above (A. 3). The soul is naturally more inclined to receive these impressions of spiritual causes when it is withdrawn from the senses, as it is then nearer to the spiritual world, and freer from external distractions. The same may also come from superior corporeal causes, for it is clear that superior bodies influence inferior bodies. Hence, in consequence of the sensitive faculties being acts of corporeal organs, the influence of the heavenly bodies causes the imagination to be affected; and so, as the heavenly bodies cause many future events, the imagination receives certain images of some such events. These images are perceived more at night and while we sleep than in the daytime and while we are awake, because, as stated in the Second part of the Sleep of the Sentinel. Second part on Divination of Sleep. Impressions made by day are evanescent. The night air is calmer, when silence reigns. Hence bodily impressions are made in sleep, when slight internal movements are felt more than in wakefulness. And such movements produce, in the imagination, images from which the future may be foreseen. Reply Obj. 3. Brute animals have no power above the imagination wherewith to regulate it, as man has his reason, and therefore their imagination follows entirely the influence of the heavenly bodies. Thus from such animals' movements some future things, such as rain and the like, may be known rather than from human movements directed by reason. Hence the Philosopher says, The Sleep of the Sentinel, that some who are most imprudent are most far-seeing, for their intelligence is not burdened with cares, but is as it were barren and bare of all anxiety, moving at the caprice of whatever is brought to bear on it. End of Question 86. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Question 87 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 87. How the intellectual soul knows itself and all within itself, in 4 articles. We have now to consider how the intellectual soul knows itself within itself. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the soul knows of itself by its own essence. 2. Whether it knows its own habits. 3. How does the intellect know its own act? 4. How does it know the act of the will? Article 1. Question 87, Article 1. Whether the intellectual soul knows itself by its essence. Objection 1. It would seem that the intellectual soul knows itself by its own essence. For Augustine says, on the Trinity, 9:3, that the mind knows itself, 9:3, that the mind knows itself because it is incorporeal. Mind is void of matter, not being in the act of a body as stated above. Question 76, Article 1. Article 1. Therefore the intellect and its object are the same in the human mind, and therefore the human mind understands itself by its own essence. On the contrary, it is said on the Soul 3:4 that the intellect understands itself in the same way as it understands other things, but it understands other things not by their essence, but by their similitudes. Therefore it does not understand itself by its own essence. I answer that everything is knowable so far as it is in act, and not so far as it is in potentiality. Metaphysics 9, Didascally 8:9. For a thing is a being, and is true, and therefore knowable, according as it is actual. This is quite clear as regards sensible things, for the eye does not see what is potentially, but what is actually coloured. In like manner, it is clear that the intellect, so far as it knows material things, does not know save what is in act, and hence does not know primary matter except as proportionate to form, as is stated, Physics 1:7. Consequently, immaterial substances are intelligible by their own essence. One is actual by its own essence. Therefore, it is that the angelic essence belongs, indeed, to the genus of intelligible things as act, but not as a pure act, nor as a complete act, and hence the angel's act of intelligence is not completed by his essence. For although an angel understands himself by his own essence, still he cannot understand all other things by his own essence, for he knows things other than himself by their likenesses. Now the human intellect is only a potentiality in the genus of intelligible beings, just as primary matter is a potentiality as regards sensible beings, and hence it is called possible. Therefore, in its essence, the human mind is hence it has in itself the power to understand, but not to be understood, except as it is made actual. For even the Platonists asserted that an order of intelligible beings existed above the order of intellects, forasmuch as the intellect understands only by participation of the intelligible. For they said that the participator is below what it participates. If, therefore, the human intellect, as the Platonists held, became actual by participating separate intelligible forms, it would understand itself by such participation of incorporeal. But as in this life our intellect has material and sensible things for its proper natural object, as stated above, question 84, article 7, it understands itself according as it is made actual by the species abstracted from sensible things, through the light of the active intellect, which not only actuates the intelligible things themselves, but also, by their instrumentability, actuates the passive intellect. Therefore, the intellect knows itself not by its essence, but by its act. This happens in two ways. In the first place, singularly, as when Socrates or Plato perceives that he has an intellectual soul, because he perceives that he understands. In the second place, universally, as when we consider the nature of the human mind from knowledge of the intellectual act. It is true, however, that the judgment and force of this knowledge, whereby we know of the nature of the soul, comes to us according to the derivation of our intellectual light from the divine truth which contains the types of all things as above stated. Question 84, article 5. Hence Augustine says on the Trinity 9:6, we gaze on the inviolable truth, whence we can as perfectly as possible define not what each man's mind is, but what it ought to be in the light of the eternal types. There is, however, a difference between these two kinds of knowledge, and it consists in this, that the mere presence of the mind itself being the principle of action whereby it perceives itself, and hence is said to know itself by its own presence. But as regards the second kind, the mere presence of the mind does not suffice, and there is further required a careful and subtle inquiry. Hence many are ignorant of the soul's nature, and many have erred about it. So Augustine says, on the Trinity 10:9, concerning such mental inquiry, let the mind strive not to see itself as if it were absent, but to discern itself as present, i.e., to know how it differs from other things, which is to know its essence and nature. Reply to Objection 1. The mind knows itself by means of itself, because at length it acquires knowledge of itself, though led thereto by its own act, because it is itself that it knows, since it loves itself, as he says in the same passage. For a thing can be called self-evident in two ways, either because we can know it by nothing else except itself, as first principles are called self-evident, or because it is not accidentally knowable, as colour is visible of itself, whereas substance is visible by its accident. Reply to Objection 2. The essence of an angel is an act in the genus of intelligible things, and therefore it is both intellect and the thing understood. Hence an angel apprehends his own essence through itself. Not so the human mind, which is either altogether in potentiality to intelligible things, as is the passive intellect, or is the act of intelligible things abstracted from the phantasms, the active intellect? Reply to objection 3. This saying of the philosopher is universally true in every kind of intellect. For as sense in act is the sensible in act, by reason of the sensible likeness which is the form of sense in act, so likewise the intellect in act is the object understood in act, by reason of the likeness of the thing understood in act. So the human intellect, which becomes actual by the species of the object understood, is itself understood by the same species as by its own form. Now to say that in things without matter the intellect and what is understood are the same, is equal to saying that, as regards things actually understood, the intellect and what is understood are the same. For a thing is actually understood in that it is immaterial. But a distinction must be drawn, since the essences of some things are immaterial, as the separate substances called angels, each of which is understood and understands, whereas there are other things whose essences are not wholly immaterial, but only the abstract likenesses thereof. Hence the commentator says, on the Soul 3, that the proposition quoted is true only of separate substances, because in their regard, and not in regard of other substances, as already stated. Reply to objection 2. Second article 1. Question 87, Article 2. Whether our intellect knows the habits of the soul by their essence? Objection 1. It would seem that our intellect knows the habits of the soul by their essence. For Augustine says, on the Trinity 8:1, faith is not seen in the heart wherein it abides, as the soul of a man may be seen by another from the movement of the body, but we know most certainly that it is there, and conscience proclaims its existence. And the same principle applies to the other habits of the soul. Therefore the habits of the soul are not known by their acts, but by themselves. Objection 2. Further, material things outside the soul are known by their likeness being present in the soul, and are said to be known by their likenesses. But the soul's habits are present by their essence in the soul. Therefore, the habits of the soul are known by their essence. Objection 3. Further, whatever is the cause of a thing, being such is still more so. But habits and intelligible species cause things to be known by the soul. Therefore, they are still more known by the soul in themselves. On the contrary, habits, like powers, are the principles of acts. But as is said on the Soul 2:4, acts and operations are logically prior to powers. Therefore, in the same way, they are prior to habits, and thus habits, like the powers, are known by their acts. I answer that a habit is a kind of medium between mere power and mere act. Now it has been said, Article 1, that nothing is known but as it is actual. Therefore, so far as a habit fails in being a perfect act, it falls short in being of itself knowable, and can be known only by its act. Thus, for example, anyone knows he has a habit from the fact he can produce the act proper to that habit. Or he may inquire into the nature and idea of the habit by considering the act. The first kind of knowledge of the habit arises from its being present, for the very fact of its presence causes the act whereby it is known. The second kind of knowledge of the habit arises from a careful inquiry, as is explained above of the mind, Article 1. Reply to objection 1. Although faith is not known by external movement of the body, it is perceived by the subject wherein it resides, by the interior act of the heart. For no one knows that he has faith, unless he knows that he believes. Reply to Obj. 2. Habits are present in our intellect, not as its object, since in the present state of life our intellect's object is the nature of a material thing, as stated above, Question 84, Article 7, but as that by which it understands. Reply to Obj. 3. The axiom, whatever is the cause of a thing being such is still more so, is true of things that are of the same order, for instance of the same kind of cause. For example, we may say that health is desirable on account of life, and therefore life is more desirable still. But if we take things of different orders, the axiom is not true. For we may say that health is caused by medicine, but it does not follow that medicine is more desirable than health, for health belongs to the order of final causes, whereas medicine belongs to the order of efficient causes. So of two things belonging essentially to the order of the objects of knowledge, the one which is the cause of the other being known is the more known, as principles are more known than conclusions. But habit, as such, does not belong to the order of objects of knowledge, nor are things known on account of the habit, as on account of an object known, but as on account of a disposition or form whereby the subject knows, and therefore the argument does not prove. Third article, 1. Question 87, Article 3. Whether our intellect knows its own act? Objection 1. It would seem that our intellect does not know its own act. For what is known is the object of the knowing faculty. But the act differs from the object. Therefore, the intellect does not know its own act. Objection 2. Further, whatever is known by some act. If, then, the intellect knows its own act, it knows by some act, and again it knows that act by some other act. This is to proceed indefinitely, which seems impossible. Objection 3. Further, the intellect has the same relation to its act as sense has to its act. But the proper sense does not feel its own act, for this belongs to the common sense, as stated, De Anima 3:2. Therefore, neither does the intellect understand its own act. On the contrary, Augustine says, on the Trinity 10:11, I understand that I understand. I answer that, as stated above, Articles 1, 2, a thing is intelligible according as it is in act. Now the ultimate perfection of the intellect consists in its own operation. For this is not an act tending to something else, in which lies the perfection of the work accomplished, as building is the perfection of the thing built, but it remains in the agent as its perfection and act, as is said, Metaphysics 9, Didascally 8:8. Therefore the first thing understood of the intellect is its own act of understanding. This occurs in different ways with different intellects. For there is an intellect, namely the divine, which is its own act of intelligence, so that in God the understanding of his intelligence and the understanding of his essence are one and the same act, because his essence is his act of understanding. But there is another intellect, the angelic, which is not its own act of understanding, as we have said above, Question 79, Article 1. And yet the first object of that act is the angelic essence. Wherefore, although there is a logical distinction between the act whereby he understands that he understands, and that whereby he understands his essence, yet he understands both by one and the same act, because to understand his own essence is the proper perfection of his essence, and by one and the same act is a thing, together with its perfection, understood. And there is yet another, namely the human intellect, which neither is its own act of understanding, nor is its own essence the first object of its act of understanding, for this object is the nature of a material thing. And therefore that which is first known by the human intellect is an object of this kind, and that which is known secondarily is the act by which that object is known, and through the act the intellect itself is known, the perfection of which is this act of understanding. For this reason did the philosopher assert that objects are known before acts, and acts before powers. On the Soul 2:4. Reply to Objection 1. The object of the intellect is something universal, namely being and the true, in which the act also of understanding is comprised. Wherefore the intellect can understand its own act, but not primarily, since the first object of our intellect in this state of life is not every being and everything true, but being and true, as considered in material things, as we have said above, Question 84, Article 7, from which it acquires knowledge of all other things. Reply to Objection 2. The intelligent act of the human intellect is not the act and perfection of the material nature understood, as if the nature of the material thing and intelligent act could be understood by one act, just as a thing and its perfection are understood by one act. Hence the act whereby the intellect understands a stone is distinct from the act whereby it understands that it understands a stone, and so on. Nor is there any difficulty in the intellect being thus potentially infinite, as explained above, Question 86, Article 2. Reply to Objection 3. The proper sense feels by reason of the immutation in the material organ caused by the external sensible. A material object, however, cannot immute itself, but one is immuted by another, and therefore the act of the proper sense is perceived by the common sense. The intellect, on the contrary, does not perform the act of understanding by the material immutation of an organ, and so there is no comparison. Fourth Article 1. Question 87, Article 4. Whether the intellect understands the act of the will. Objection 1. It would seem that the intellect does not understand the act of the will, for nothing is known by the intellect unless it be in some way present in the intellect. But the act of the will is not in the intellect, since the will and the intellect are distinct. Therefore the act of the will is not known by the intellect. Objection 2. Further, the act is specified by the object. But the object of the will is not the same as the object of the intellect. Therefore the act of the will is specifically distinct from the object of the intellect, and therefore the act of the will is not known by the intellect. Objection 3. Augustine, Confessions 10:17, says of the soul's affections that they are known neither by images as bodies are known, nor by their presence like the arts, but by certain notions. Now it does not seem that there can be in the soul any other notions of things but either the essences of things known or the likenesses thereof. Therefore it seems impossible for the intellect to know such affections of the soul as the acts of the will. On the contrary, Augustine says on the Trinity 10:11, I understand that I will. I answer that, as stated above, Question 59, Article 1, the act of the will is nothing but an inclination consequent on the form understood, just as the natural appetite is an inclination consequent on the natural form. Now the inclination of a thing resides in it according to its mode of existence, and hence the natural inclination resides in a natural thing naturally, and the inclination called the sensible appetite is in the sensible thing sensibly. And likewise the intelligible inclination which is the act of the will, is in the intelligent subject intelligibly, as in its principal and proper subject. Hence the Philosopher expresses himself thus on the Soul 3:9, that the will is in the reason. Now whatever is intelligibly in an intelligent subject is understood by that subject. Therefore the act of the will is understood by the intellect, both inasmuch as one knows that one wills, and inasmuch as one knows the nature of this act, and consequently the nature of its principle, which is the habit or power. Reply to Objection 1. This argument would hold good if the will and the intellect were in different subjects, as they are distinct powers, for then whatever was in the will would not be in the intellect. But as both are rooted in the same substance of the soul, and since one is in a certain way the principle of the other, consequently what is in the will is, in a certain way, also in the intellect. Reply to Objection 2. The good and the true, which are the objects of the will and of the intellect, differ logically, but one is contained in the other, as we have said above. Question 82, Article 4, ad 1. Question 16, Article 4, ad 1. For the true is good, and the good is true. Therefore the objects of the will fall under the intellect, and those of the intellect can fall under the will. Reply to Objection 3. The affections of the soul are in the intellect not by similitude only, like bodies, nor by being present in their subject, as the arts, but as the thing caused is in its principle, which contains some notion of the thing caused. And so Augustine says that the soul's affections are in the memory by certain notions. End of question 87.
Question 88 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 88. How the human soul knows what is above itself, in 3 articles. We must now consider how the human soul knows what is above itself, viz., immaterial substances. Under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the human soul in the present state of life can understand the immaterial substances called angels in themselves. 2. Whether it can arrive at the knowledge thereof by the knowledge of material things. 3. Whether God is the first object of our knowledge. First article, Part 1, Question 88, Article 1. Whether the human soul in the present state of life can understand immaterial substances in themselves. Objection 1. It would seem that the human soul in the present state of life can understand immaterial substances in themselves. For Augustine, On the Trinity, 9:3, says, quote, "As the mind itself acquires the knowledge of corporeal things by means of the corporeal senses, so it gains from itself the knowledge of incorporeal things." End quote. But these are the immaterial substances. Therefore the human mind understands immaterial substances. Objection 2. Further, like is known by like. But the human mind is more akin to immaterial than to material things, since its own nature is immaterial, as is clear from what we have said above, Question 76, Article 1. Since then our mind understands material things, much more is it able to understand immaterial things. Obj. 3: Further, the fact that objects which are in themselves most sensible are not most felt by us, comes from sense being corrupted by their very excellence. But the intellect is not subject to such a corrupting influence from its object, as is stated De Anima iii, 4. Therefore things which are in themselves in the highest degree of intelligibility are likewise to us most intelligible. As material things, however, only so far as we make them actually so by abstracting them from material conditions, it is clear that those substances are more intelligible in themselves whose nature is immaterial. Therefore they are much more known to us than are material things. Obj. 4: Further, the Commentator says (Metaph. ii) that "nature would be frustrated in its end," were we unable to understand abstract substances, "because it would have made what in itself is naturally intelligible not to be understood at all." But in nature nothing is idle or purposeless. Therefore immaterial substances can be understood by us. Obj. 5: Further, as sense is to the sensible, so is intellect to the intelligible. But our sight can see all things corporeal, whether superior and incorruptible, or lower and corruptible. Therefore our intellect can understand all intelligible substances, even the superior and immaterial. On the contrary, it is written (Wisdom 9:16), "The things that are in heaven who shall search out?" But these substances are said to be in heaven, according to Matt. 18:10, "their angels in heaven," etc. Therefore immaterial substances cannot be known by human investigation. I answer that, in the opinion of Plato, immaterial substances are not only understood by us, but are the objects we understand first of all. For Plato taught that immaterial subsisting forms, which he called "ideas," are the proper objects of our intellect, and thus first and per se understood by us; and further, that material objects are known by the soul, inasmuch as phantasy and sense are mixed up with the mind. Hence the purer the intellect is, so much the more clearly does it perceive the intelligible truth of immaterial things. But in Aristotle's opinion, which experience corroborates, our intellect in its present state of life has a natural relationship to the natures of material things, and therefore it can only understand by turning to the phantasms, as we have said above (Q. 84, A. 7). Thus it clearly appears that immaterial substances which do not fall under sense and imagination cannot first and per se be known by us, according to the mode of knowledge which experience proves us to have. Nevertheless Averroes, commentary on De Anima iii, teaches that in this present life man can in the end arrive at the knowledge of separate substances by being coupled or united to some separate substance, which he calls the "active intellect," and which, being a separate substance itself, can naturally understand separate substances. Hence, when it is perfectly united to us, so that by its means we are able to understand perfectly, we also shall be able to understand separate substances, as in the present life, through the medium of the passive intellect united to us, we can understand material things. Now he said that the active intellect is united to us thus. For since we understand by means of both the active intellect and intelligible objects, as, for instance, we understand conclusions by principles understood, it is clear that the active intellect must be compared to the objects understood, either as the principal agent is to the instrument, or as form to matter. For an action is ascribed to two principles in one of these two ways: to a principal agent and to an instrument, as cutting to the workman and the saw; to a form and its subject, as heating to heat and fire. In both these ways the active intellect can be compared to the intelligible object, as perfection is to the perfectible, and as act is to potentiality. Now a subject is made perfect and receives its perfection at the same time, as the reception of what is actually visible synchronizes with the reception of light in the eye. Therefore the passive intellect receives the intelligible object and the active intellect together. And the more numerous the intelligible objects received, so much the nearer do we come to the point of perfect union between ourselves and the active intellect; so much so that when we understand all the intelligible objects, the active intellect becomes one with us, and by its instrumentality we can understand all things material and immaterial. In this he makes the ultimate happiness of man to consist. Nor, as regards the present inquiry, does it matter whether the passive intellect in that state of happiness understands separate substances by the instrumentality of the active intellect, as he himself maintains, or whether, as he says Alexander holds, the passive intellect can never understand separate substances, because according to him it is corruptible; but man understands separate substances by means of the active intellect. This opinion, however, is untrue. First, because, supposing the active intellect to be a separate substance, we could not formally understand by its instrumentality, for the medium of an agent's formal action consists in its form and act, since every agent acts according to its actuality, as was said of the passive intellect (Q. 70, A. 1). Secondly, this opinion is untrue, because in the above explanation the active intellect, supposing it to be a separate substance, would not be joined to us in its substance, but only in its light as participated in things understood, and would not extend to the other intellect so as to enable us to understand immaterial substances. Just as when we see colors set off by the sun, we are not united to the substance of the sun so as to act like the sun, but its light only is united to us that we may see the colors. Thirdly, this opinion is untrue, because, granted that, as above explained, the active intellect were united to us in substance, still it is not said that it is wholly so united in regard to one intelligible object or two, but rather in regard to all intelligible objects. But all such objects together do not equal the force of the active intellect, as it is a much greater thing to understand separate substances than to understand all material things. Hence it clearly follows that the knowledge of all material things would not make the active intellect to be so united to us as to enable us by its instrumentality to understand separate substances. Fourthly, this opinion is untrue, because it is hardly possible for anyone in this world to understand all material things, and thus no one, or very few, could reach to perfect felicity, which is against what the Philosopher says (Ethic. I, 9), that happiness is a "kind of common good, communicable to all capable of virtue." Further, it is unreasonable that only the few of any species attain to the end of the species. Fifthly, the Philosopher expressly says (Ethic. I, 10) that happiness is "an operation according to perfect virtue," and after enumerating many virtues in the 10th book, he concludes (Ethic. I, 7) that ultimate happiness, consisting in the knowledge of the highest things intelligible, is attained through the virtue of wisdom, which in the 6th chapter he had named as the chief of speculative sciences. Hence Aristotle clearly places the ultimate felicity of man in the knowledge of separate substances, obtainable by speculative science, and not by being united to the active intellect, as some imagined. Sixthly, as was shown above (Q. 79, A. 4), the active intellect is not a separate substance, but a faculty of the soul, extending itself actively to the same objects to which the passive intellect extends receptively; because, as is stated De Anima iii, 5, the passive intellect is "all things potentially," and the active intellect is "all things in act." Therefore both intellects, according to the present state of life, extend to material things only, which are made actually intelligible by the active intellect, and are received in the passive intellect. Hence, in the present state of life, we cannot understand separate immaterial substances in themselves, either by the passive or by the active intellect. Reply Obj. 1: Augustine may be taken to mean that the knowledge of incorporeal things in the mind can be gained by the mind itself. This is so true that philosophers also say that the knowledge concerning the soul is a principle for the knowledge of separate substances. For by knowing itself it attains to some knowledge of incorporeal substances, such as is within its compass; not that the knowledge of itself gives it a perfect and absolute knowledge of them. Reply Obj. 2: The likeness of nature is not a sufficient cause of knowledge. Otherwise what Empedocles said would be true, that the soul needs to have the nature of all in order to know all. But knowledge requires that the likeness of the thing known be in the knower as a kind of form thereof. Now our passive intellect, in the present state of life, is such that it can be informed with similitudes abstracted from phantasms, and therefore it knows material things rather than immaterial substances. Reply Obj. 3: There must needs be some proportion between the object and the faculty of knowledge, such as of the active to the passive, and of perfection to the perfectible. Hence, that sensible objects of great power are not grasped by the senses, is due not merely to the fact that they corrupt the organ, but also to their being improportionate to the sensitive power. And thus it is that immaterial substances are improportionate to our intellect in our present state of life, so that it cannot understand them. Reply Obj. 4: This argument of the commentator fails in several ways. First, because if separate substances are not understood by us, it does not follow that they are not understood by any intellect, for they are understood by themselves and by one another. Secondly, to be understood by us is not the end of separate substances, while only that is vain and purposeless which fails to attain its end. It does not follow, therefore, that immaterial substances are purposeless, even if they are not understood by us at all. Reply Obj. 5: Sense knows bodies, whether superior or inferior, in the same way, that is, by the sensible acting on the organ; but we do not understand material and immaterial substances in the same way. The former we understand by a process of abstraction, which is impossible in the case of the latter, for there are no phantasms of what is immaterial. Second Article. Part 1, Question 88, Article 2. Whether our intellect can understand immaterial substances through its knowledge of material things? Objection 1. It would seem that our intellect can know immaterial substances through the knowledge of material things. For Dionysius says (Coel. Hier. I) that "the human mind cannot be raised up to immaterial contemplation of the heavenly hierarchies unless it is led thereto by material guidance according to its own nature." Therefore we can be led by material things to know immaterial substances. Obj. 2: Further, science resides in the intellect. But there are sciences and definitions of immaterial substances. For Damascene defines an angel (De Fide Orth. ii, 3), and we find angels treated of both in theology and philosophy. Therefore immaterial substances can be understood by us. Obj. 3: Further, the human soul belongs to the genus of immaterial substances. But it can be understood by us through its act, by which it understands material things. Therefore also other material substances can be understood by us through their material effects. Obj. 4: Further, the only cause which cannot be comprehended through its effects is that which is infinitely distant from them, and this belongs to God alone. Therefore other created immaterial substances can be understood by us through material things. On the contrary, Dionysius says (Div. Nom. I) that "intelligible things cannot be understood through sensible things, nor composite things through simple, nor incorporeal through corporeal." I answer that, Averroes says (De Anima iii) that a philosopher named Avempace taught that by the understanding of natural substances we can be led, according to true philosophical principles, to the knowledge of immaterial substances. For since the nature of our intellect is to abstract the quiddity of material things from matter, anything material residing in that abstracted quiddity can again be made subject to abstraction. And as the process of abstraction cannot go on forever, it must arrive at length at some immaterial quiddity, absolutely without matter, and this would be the understanding of immaterial substance. Now this opinion would be true were immaterial substances the forms and species of these material things, as the Platonists supposed. But supposing, on the contrary, that immaterial substances differ altogether from the quiddity of material things, it follows that however much our intellect abstract the quiddity of material things from matter, it could never arrive at anything akin to immaterial substance. Therefore we are not able perfectly to understand immaterial substances through material substances. Reply Obj. 1: From material things we can rise to some kind of knowledge of immaterial things, but not to the perfect knowledge thereof. For there is no proper and adequate proportion between material and immaterial things; and the likenesses drawn from material things for the understanding of immaterial things are very dissimilar therefrom, as Dionysius says (Coel. Hier. ii). Reply Obj. 2: Science treats of higher things principally by way of negation. Thus Aristotle (De Coelo i, 3) explains the heavenly bodies by denying to them inferior corporeal properties. Hence it follows that much less can immaterial substances be known by us in such a way as to make us know their quiddity. But we may have a scientific knowledge of them by way of negation, and by their relation to material things. Reply Obj. 3: The human soul understands itself through its own act of understanding, which is proper to it, showing perfectly its power and nature. But the power and nature of immaterial substances cannot be perfectly known through such act, nor through any other material thing, because there is no proportion between the latter and the power of the former. Reply Obj. 4: Created immaterial substances are not in the same natural genus as material substances, for they do not agree in power or in matter; but they belong to the same logical genus, because even immaterial substances are in the predicament of substance, as their essence is distinct from their existence. But God has no connection with material things, as regards either natural genus or logical genus, because God is in no genus, as stated above (Q. 3, A. 5). Hence, through the likeness derived from material things, we can know something positive concerning the angels, according to some common notion, though not according to the specific nature; whereas we cannot acquire any such knowledge at all about God. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE Part 1, Q. 88, Art. 3 Whether God is the first object known by the human mind? Objection 1: It would seem that God is the first object known by the human mind. For that object in which all others are known, and by which we judge others, is the first thing known to us, as light is to the eye, and first principles to the intellect. But we know all things in the light of the first truth, and thereby judge of all things, as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 2; De Vera Relig. 31). Therefore God is the first object known to us. Obj. 2: Further, whatever causes a thing to. But God is the cause of all our knowledge, for He is "the true light which enlighteneth every man that cometh into this world" (John 1:9). Therefore God is our first and most known object. Obj. 3: Further, what is first known in the image is the exemplar to which it is made. But in our mind is the image of God, as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 4, 7). Therefore God is the first object known to our mind. On the contrary, "No man hath seen God at any time" (John 1:18). I answer that, Since the human intellect in the present state of life cannot understand even immaterial created substances (A. 1), much less can it understand the essence of the uncreated substance. Hence it must be said simply that God is not the first object of our knowledge. Rather do we know God through creatures, according to the Apostle (Rom. 1:20): "The invisible things of God are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made"; while the first object of our knowledge in this life is the "quiddity of a material thing," which is the proper object of our intellect, as appears above in many passages. Q. 84, A. 7; Q. 85, A. 8; Q. 87, A. 2, Reply 2. Reply Obj. 1: We see and judge of all things in the light of the first truth, forasmuch as the light itself of our mind, whether natural or gratuitous, is nothing else than the impression of the first truth upon it, as stated above (Q. 12, A. 2). Hence, as the light itself of our intellect is not the object it understands, much less can it be said that God is the first object known by our intellect. Reply Obj. 2: The axiom, "Whatever causes a thing to be such is more so," must be understood of things belonging to one and the same order, as explained above (Q. 81, A. 2, Reply 3). Other things than God are known because of God, not as if He were the first known object, but because He is the first cause of our faculty of knowledge. Reply Obj. 3: If there existed in our souls a perfect image of God, as the Son is the perfect image of the Father, our mind would know God at once. But the image in our mind is imperfect. Hence the argument does not prove. End of question 88. Question 89 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 89. Of the knowledge of the separated soul, in 8 articles. We must now consider the knowledge of the separated soul. Under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the soul separated from the body can understand. 2. Whether it understands separate substances. 3. Whether it understands all natural things. 4. Whether it understands individuals and singulars. 5. Whether the habits of knowledge acquired in this life remain. 6. Whether the soul can use the habit of knowledge here acquired. 7. Whether local distance impedes the separated soul's knowledge. 8. Whether souls separated from the body know what happens here. First Article, Part 1, Question 89, Article 1. Whether the separated soul can understand anything. Objection 1. It would seem that the soul separated from the body can understand nothing at all. For the Philosopher says (De Anima i, 4) that "the understanding is corrupted together with its interior principle." But by death all human interior principles are corrupted. Therefore also the intellect itself is corrupted. Obj. 2. Further, the human soul is hindered from understanding when the senses are tied, and by a distracted imagination, as explained above (Q. 84, Articles 7 and 8). But death destroys the senses and imagination, as we have shown above (Q. 77, Article 8). Therefore after death the soul understands nothing. Obj. 3. Further, if the separated soul can understand, this must be by means of some species, but it does not understand by means of innate species, because it has none such, being at first "like a tablet on which nothing is written." Nor does it understand by species abstracted from things, for it does not then possess organs of sense and imagination, which are necessary for the abstraction of species. Nor does it understand by means of species formerly abstracted and retained in the soul. For if that were so, a child's soul would have no means of understanding at all. Nor does it understand by means of intelligible species divinely infused, for such knowledge would not be natural, such as we treat of now, but the effect of grace. Therefore the soul apart from the body understands nothing. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (De Anima i, 1), "If the soul had no proper operation, it could not be separated from the body." But the soul is separated from the body. Therefore it has a proper operation, and above all, that which consists in intelligence. Therefore the soul can understand when it is apart from the body. I answer that, the difficulty in solving this question arises from the fact that the soul united to the body can understand only by turning to the phantasms, as experience shows. Did this not proceed from the soul's very nature, but accidentally through its being bound up with the body, as the Platonists said, the difficulty would vanish. For in that case, when the body was once removed, the soul would at once return to its own nature, and would understand intelligible things simply, without turning to the phantasms, as is exemplified in the case of other separate substances. In that case, however, the union of soul and body would not be for the soul's good, for evidently it would understand worse in the body than out of it, but for the good of the body, which would be unreasonable, since matter exists on account of the form, and not the form for the sake of matter. But if we admit that the nature of the soul requires it to understand by turning to the phantasms, it will seem, since death does not change its nature, that it can then naturally understand nothing, as the phantasms are wanting to which it may turn. To solve this difficulty, we must consider that, as nothing acts except so far as it is actual, the mode of action in every agent follows from its mode of existence. Now the soul has one mode of being when in the body, and another when apart from it, its nature remaining always the same. But this does not mean that its union with the body is an accidental thing, for, on the contrary, such union belongs to its very nature, just as the nature of a light object is not changed when it is in its proper place, which is natural to it, and outside its proper place, which is beside its nature. The soul, therefore, when united to the body, consistently with that mode of existence, has a mode of understanding by turning to corporeal phantasms, which are incorporeal organs. But when it is separated from the body, it has a mode of understanding by turning to simply intelligible objects, as is proper to other separate substances. Hence it is as natural for the soul to understand by turning to the phantasms as it is for it to be joined to the body. But to be separated from the body is not in accordance with its nature, and likewise to understand without turning to the phantasms is not natural to it, and hence it is united to the body in order that it may have an existence and an operation suitable to its nature. But here again a difficulty arises, for since nature is always ordered to what is best, and since it is better to understand by turning to simply intelligible objects than by turning to the phantasms, God should have ordered the soul's nature so that the nobler way of understanding would have been natural to it, and it would not have needed the body for that purpose. In order to resolve this difficulty, we must consider that while it is true that it is nobler in itself to understand by turning to something higher than to understand by turning to phantasms, nevertheless such a mode of understanding was not so perfect as regards what was possible to the soul. This will appear if we consider that every intellectual substance possesses intellective power by the influence of the divine light, which is one and simple in its first principle, and the farther off intellectual creatures are from the first principle, so much the more is the light divided and diversified, as is the case with lines radiating from the center of a circle. Hence it is that God by His one essence understands all things, while the superior intellectual substances understand by means of a number of species, which nevertheless are fewer and more universal and bestow a deeper comprehension of things, because of the efficaciousness of the intellectual power of such natures. Whereas the inferior intellectual natures possess a greater number of species, which are less universal and bestow a lower degree of comprehension, in proportion as they recede from the intellectual power of the higher natures. If, therefore, the inferior substances received species in the same degree of universality as the superior substances, since they are not so strong in understanding, the knowledge which they would derive through them would be imperfect, and of a general and confused nature. We can see this to a certain extent in man, for those who are of weaker intellect fail to acquire perfect knowledge through the universal conceptions of those who have a better understanding, unless things are explained to them singly and in detail. Now it is clear that in the natural order human souls hold the lowest place among intellectual substances, but the perfection of the universe required various grades of being. If, therefore, God had willed souls to understand in the same way as separate substances, it would follow that human knowledge, so far from being perfect, would be confused and general. Therefore, to make it possible for human souls to possess perfect and proper knowledge, they were so made that their nature required them to be joined to bodies, and thus to receive the proper and adequate knowledge of sensible things from the sensible things themselves, Thus we see in the case of uneducated men that they have to be taught by sensible examples. It is clear, then, that it was for the soul's good that it was united to a body, and that it understands by turning to the phantasms. Nevertheless, it is possible for it to exist apart from the body, and also to understand in another way. Reply Obj. 1. The philosopher's words, carefully examined, will show that he said this on the previous supposition that understanding is a movement of body and soul as united, just as sensation is, for he had not as yet explained the difference between intellect and sense. We may also say that he is referring to the way of understanding by turning to phantasms. This is also the meaning of the second objection. Reply Obj. 3. The separated soul does not understand by way of innate species, nor by species abstracted then, nor only by species retained, and this the objection proves. But the soul in that state understands by means of participated species arising from the influence of the divine light, shared by the soul as by other separate substances, though in a lesser degree. Hence, as soon as it ceases to act by turning to corporeal phantasms, the soul turns at once to the superior things. Nor is this way of knowledge unnatural, for God is the author of the influx of both of the light of grace and of the light of nature. Second Article, Part 1, Question 89, Article 2. Whether the separated soul understands separate substances? Objection 1. It would seem that the separated soul does not understand separate substances. For the soul is more perfect when joined to the body than when existing apart from it, being an essential part of human nature. And every part of a whole is more perfect when it exists in that whole. But the soul in the body does not understand separate substances, as shown above, Q. 88, Article 1. Therefore much less is it able to do so when apart from the body. Obj. 2. Further, whatever is known either by its presence or by its species. But separate substances cannot be known to the soul by their presence, for God alone can enter into the soul, nor by means of species abstracted by the soul from an angel, for an angel is more simple than a soul. Therefore the separated soul cannot at all understand separate substances. Obj. 3. Further, some philosophers said that the ultimate happiness of man consists in the knowledge of separate substances. If, therefore, the separated soul can understand separate substances, its happiness would be secured by its separation alone, which cannot be reasonably said. On the contrary, souls apart from the body know other separated souls, as we see in the case of the rich man in hell who saw Lazarus and Abraham (Luke 16:23). Therefore separated souls see the devils and the angels. I answer that, Augustine says on the Trinity ix, 3, "Our mind acquires the knowledge of incorporeal things by itself," that is, by knowing itself. Q. 88, Article 1, Reply 1. Therefore, from the knowledge which the separated soul has of itself, we can judge how it knows other separate things. Now it was said above (Article 1) that as long as it is united to the body, the soul understands by turning to phantasms, and therefore it does not understand itself save through becoming actually intelligent by means of ideas abstracted from phantasms, for thus it understands itself through its own act, as shown above (Q. 87, Article 1). When, however, it is separated from the body, it understands no longer by turning to phantasms, but by turning to simply intelligible objects. Hence, in that state, it understands itself through itself. Now every separate substance "understands what is above itself and what is below itself, according to the mode of its substance" (Book of Causes, 8). For a thing is understood according as it is in the one who understands; while one thing is in another according to the nature of that in which it is. And the mode of existence of a separated soul is inferior to that of an angel, but it is the same as that of other separated souls. Therefore the soul apart from the body has perfect knowledge of other separated souls, but it has an imperfect and defective knowledge of the angels so far as its natural knowledge is concerned. But the knowledge of glory is otherwise. Reply Obj. 1: The separated soul is, indeed, less perfect considering its nature, in which it communicates with the nature of the body. But it has a greater freedom of intelligence, since the weight and care of the body is a clog upon the clearness of its intelligence in the present life. Reply Obj. 2: The separated soul understands the angels by means of divinely impressed ideas, which, however, fail to give perfect knowledge of them, forasmuch as the nature of the soul is inferior to that of an angel. Reply Obj. 3: Man's ultimate happiness consists not in the knowledge of any separate substances, but in the knowledge of God, who is seen only by grace. The knowledge of other separate substances, if perfectly understood, gives great happiness, not final and ultimate happiness. But the separated soul does not understand them perfectly, as was shown above in this article. Third Article, Part 1, Question 89, Article 3. Whether the separated soul knows all natural things? Objection 1. It would seem that the separated soul knows all natural things. For the types of all natural things exist in separate substances. Therefore, as separated souls know separate substances, they also know all natural things. Objection 2. Further, whoever understands the greater intelligible will be able much more to understand the lesser intelligible. But the separated soul understands immaterial substances, which are in the highest degree of intelligibility. Therefore much more can it understand all natural things, which are in a lower degree of intelligibility. On the contrary, the devils have greater natural knowledge than the separated soul, yet they do not know all natural things, but have to learn many things by long experience, as Isidore says, 1. Therefore neither can the separated soul know all natural things. I answer that, as stated above (Article 1), the separated soul, like the angels, understands by means of species, received from the influence of the divine light. Nevertheless, as the soul by nature is inferior to an angel, to whom this kind of knowledge is natural, the soul apart from the body, through such species, does not receive perfect knowledge, but only a general and confused kind of knowledge. Separated souls, therefore, have the same relation through such species to imperfect and confused knowledge of natural things as the angels have to the perfect knowledge thereof. Now angels through such species know all natural things perfectly, because all that God has produced in the respective natures of natural things has been produced by Him in the angelic intelligence, as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. ii, 8). Hence it follows that separated souls know all natural things, not with a certain and proper knowledge, but in a general and confused manner. Reply Obj. 1: Even an angel does not understand all natural things through his substance, but through certain species, as stated above (Q. 87, A. 1). So it does not follow that the soul knows all natural things because it knows separate substances after a fashion. Reply Obj. 2: As the soul separated from the body does not perfectly understand separate substances, so neither does it know all natural things perfectly, but it knows them confusedly, as above explained in this article. Reply Obj. 3: Isidore speaks of the knowledge of the future, which neither angels nor demons, nor separated souls, know, except so far as future things pre-exist in their causes, or are known by divine revelation. But we are here treating of the knowledge of natural things. Reply Obj. 4: Knowledge acquired here by study is proper and perfect. The knowledge of which we speak is confused. Hence it does not follow that to study in order to learn is useless. Fourth Article. Part 1, Question 89, Article 4. Whether the separated soul knows singulars? Objection 1. It would seem that the separated soul does not know singulars. For no cognitive power besides the intellect remains in the separated soul, as is clear from what has been said above. Question 77, Article 8. But the intellect cannot know singulars, as we have shown. Question 86, Article 1. Therefore the separated soul cannot know singulars. Objection 2. Further, the knowledge of the singular is more determinate than knowledge of the universal. But the separated soul has no determinate knowledge of the species of natural things. Therefore much less can it know singulars. Objection 3. Further, if it knew the singulars, yet not by sense, for the same reason it would know all singulars. But it does not know all singulars. Therefore it knows none. On the contrary, the rich man in hell said, quote, and quote, Luke 16:28. I answer that, separated souls know some singulars, but not all, not even all present singulars. To understand this, we must consider that there is a twofold way of knowing things. One by means of abstraction from phantasms, and in this way singulars cannot be directly known by the intellect, but only indirectly, as stated above. Question 86, Article 1. The other way of understanding is by the infusion of species by God, and in that way it is possible for the intellect to know singulars. For as God knows all things, universal and singular, by His essence, as the cause of universal and individual principles, Question 14, Article 2, so likewise separate substances can know singulars by species which are a kind of participated similitude of the Divine essence. There is a difference, however, between angels and separated souls in the fact that through these species the angels have a perfect and proper knowledge of things, whereas separated souls have only a confused knowledge. Hence the angels, by reason of their perfect intellect through these species, know not only the specific natures of things, but also the singulars contained in those species; whereas separated souls, by these species, know only those singulars to which they are determined by former knowledge in this life, or by some affection, or by natural aptitude, or by the disposition of the divine order; because whatever is received into anything is conditioned according to the mode of the recipient. Reply Obj. 1. The intellect does not know the singular by way of abstraction, neither does the separated soul know it thus, but as explained above. Reply Obj. 2. The knowledge of the separated soul is confined to those species or individuals to which the soul has some kind of determinate relation, as we have said. Reply Obj. 3. The separated soul has not the same relation to all singulars, but one relation to some and another to others. Therefore there is not the same reason why it should know all singulars. Fifth Article. Part 1, Question 89, Article 5. Whether the habit of knowledge here acquired remains in the separated soul? Objection 1. It would seem that the habit of knowledge acquired in this life does not remain in the soul separated from the body. For the Apostle says, "Knowledge shall be destroyed." 1 Corinthians 13:8. Objection 2. Further, some in this world who are less good enjoy knowledge denied to others who are better. If, therefore, the habit of knowledge remained in the soul after death, it would follow that some who are less good would even in the future life excel some who are better, which seems unreasonable. Objection 3. Further, separated souls will possess knowledge by influence of the divine light. Supposing, therefore, that knowledge here acquired remained in the separated soul, it would follow that two forms of the same species would coexist in the same subject, which cannot be. Objection 4. Further, the Philosopher says (Categories 6, 4, and 5) that "a habit is a quality hard to remove, yet sometimes knowledge is destroyed by sickness or the like." But in this life there is no change so thorough as death. Therefore it seems that the habit of knowledge is destroyed by death. On the contrary, Jerome says (Epistle 53 to Paulinus), "Let us learn on earth that kind of knowledge which will remain with us in heaven." I answer that, Some say that the habit of knowledge resides not in the intellect itself, but in the sensitive powers, namely, the imaginative, cogitative, and memorative, and that the intelligible species are not kept in the passive intellect. If this were true, it would follow that when the body is destroyed by death, knowledge here acquired would also be entirely destroyed. But since knowledge resides in the intellect, which is "the abode of species," as the Philosopher says (De Anima iii, 4), the habit of knowledge here acquired must be partly in the aforesaid sensitive powers and partly in the intellect. This can be seen by considering the very actions from which knowledge arises. For "habits are like the actions whereby they are acquired" (Ethic. ii, 1). Now the actions of the intellect, by which knowledge is here acquired, are performed by the mind turning to the phantasms in the aforesaid sensitive powers. Hence, through such acts the passive intellect acquires a certain facility in considering the species received; and the aforesaid sensitive powers acquire a certain aptitude in seconding the action of the intellect when it turns to them to consider the intelligible object. But as the intellectual act resides chiefly and formally in the intellect itself, whilst it resides materially and dispositively in the inferior powers, the same distinction is to be applied to habit. Knowledge, therefore, acquired in the present life does not remain in the separated soul as regards what belongs to the sensitive powers; but as regards what belongs to the intellect itself, it must remain, because, as the Philosopher says (De Longaness and Shortness of Life ii), a form may be corrupted in two ways: first, directly, when corrupted by its contrary, as heat by cold; and secondly, indirectly, when its subject is corrupted. Now it is evident that human knowledge is not corrupted through corruption of the subject, for the intellect is an incorruptible faculty, as above stated. Q. 79, A. 2, Reply 2. Neither can the intelligible species in the passive intellect be corrupted by their contrary, for there is no contrary to intelligible "intentions," above all as regards simple intelligence of "what a thing is." But contrariety may exist in the intellect as regards mental composition and division, or also reasoning, so far as what is false in statement or argument is contrary to truth. And thus knowledge may be corrupted by its contrary when a false argument seduces anyone from the knowledge of truth. For this reason the Philosopher in the above work mentions two ways in which knowledge is corrupted directly, namely, "forgetfulness," on the part of the memorative power, and "deception," on the part of a false argument. But these have no place in the separated soul. Therefore we must conclude that the habit of knowledge, so far as it is in the intellect, remains in the separated soul. Reply Obj. 1: The Apostle is not speaking of knowledge as a habit, but as to the act of knowing; and hence he says, in proof of the assertion quoted, "Now I know in part." Reply Obj. 2: As a less good man may exceed a better man in bodily stature, so the same kind of man may have a habit of knowledge in the future life which a better man may not have. Such knowledge, however, cannot be compared with the other prerogatives enjoyed by the better man. Reply Obj. 3: These two kinds of knowledge are not of the same species, so there is no impossibility. Reply Obj. 4: This objection considers the corruption of knowledge on the part of the sensitive powers. Sixth Article. Part 1, Question 89, Article 6. Whether the act of knowledge acquired here remains in the separated soul? Objection 1: It would seem that the act of knowledge here acquired does not remain in the separated soul. For the Philosopher says (De Anima i, 4) that when the body is corrupted, "the soul neither remembers nor loves." But to consider what is previously known is an act of memory. Therefore the separated soul cannot retain an act of knowledge here acquired. Obj. 2: Further, intelligible species cannot have greater power in the separated soul than they have in the soul united to the body. But in this life we cannot understand by intelligible species without turning to phantasms, as shown above (Q. 84, A. 7). Therefore the separated soul cannot do so, and thus it cannot understand at all by intelligible species acquired in this life. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 1) that "habits produce acts similar to those whereby they are acquired." But the habit of knowledge is acquired here by acts of the intellect turning to phantasms. Therefore it cannot produce any other acts. These acts, however, are not adapted to the separated soul. Therefore the soul in the state of separation cannot produce any act of knowledge acquired in this life. On the contrary, It was said to Dives in hell (Luke 16:25), "Remember thou didst receive good things in thy lifetime." I answer that, Action offers two things for our consideration: its species and its mode. Its species comes from the object, whereto the faculty of knowledge is directed by the intelligible species, which is the object's similitude; whereas the mode is gathered from the power of the agent. Thus that a person see a stone is due to the species of the stone in his eye, but that he see it clearly is due to the eye's visual power. Therefore, as the intelligible species remain in the separated soul, as stated above (A. 5), and since the state of the separated soul is not the same as it is in this life, it follows that through the intelligible species acquired in this life, the soul apart from the body can understand what it understood formerly, but in a different way, not by turning to phantasms, but by a mode suited to a soul existing apart from the body. Thus the act of knowledge here acquired remains in the separated soul, but in a different way. Reply Obj. 1: The Philosopher speaks of remembrance, according as memory belongs to the sensitive part, but not as belonging in a way to the intellect, as explained above (Q. 79, A. 6). Reply Obj. 2: The different mode of intelligence is produced by the different state of the intelligent soul, not by diversity of species. Reply Obj. 3: The acts which produce a habit are like the acts caused by that habit in species, but not in mode. For example, to do just things, but not justly, that is, pleasurably, causes the habit of political justice, whereby we act pleasurably. Compare Aristotle, Ethic. v, 8; Magna Moralia 134. Seventh Article. Part 1, Q. 89, Art. 7. Whether local distance impedes the knowledge in the separated soul? Objection 1. It would seem that local distance impedes the separated soul's knowledge. For Augustine says (De Care to be had for the Dead, 13) that "the souls of the dead are where they cannot know what is done here." But they know what is done among themselves. Therefore local distance impedes the knowledge in the separated soul. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Divin. Daemon. iii) that "the demons' rapidity of movement enables them to tell things unknown to us." But agility of movement would be useless in that respect unless their knowledge was impeded by local distance, which therefore is a much greater hindrance to the knowledge of the separated soul, whose nature is inferior to the demons. Obj. 3: Further, as there is distance of place, so is there distance of time. But distance of time impedes knowledge in the separated soul, for the soul is ignorant of the future. Therefore it seems that distance of place also impedes its knowledge. On the contrary, It is written (Luke 16:23) that Dives, "lifting up his eyes when he was in torment, saw Abraham afar off." Therefore local distance does not impede knowledge in the separated soul. I answer that, Some have held that the separated soul knows the singular by abstraction from the sensible. If that were so, it might be that local distance would impede its knowledge; for either the sensible would need to act upon the soul, or the soul upon the sensible, and in either case a determinate distance would be necessary. This is, however, impossible, because abstraction of the species from the sensible is done through the senses and other sensible faculties, which do not remain actually in the soul apart from the body. But the soul, when separated, understands singulars by species derived from the Divine light, which is indifferent to what is near or distant. Hence knowledge in the separated soul is not hindered by local distance. Reply Obj. 1: Augustine says that the souls of the departed cannot see what is done here, not because they are "there," as if impeded by local distance, but for some other cause, as we shall explain, Article 8. Reply Obj. 2: Augustine speaks there in accordance with the opinion that demons have bodies naturally united to them, and so have sensitive powers, which require local distance. In the same book he expressly sets down this opinion, though apparently rather by way of narration than of assertion, as we may gather from De Civ. Dei 21:10. Reply Obj. 3: The future, which is distant in time, does not actually exist, and therefore is not knowable in itself; because so far as a thing falls short of being, so far does it fall short of being knowable. But what is locally distant exists actually, and is knowable in itself. Hence we cannot argue from distance of time to distance of place. Eighth Article, Part 1, Question 89, Article 8. Whether separated souls know what takes place on earth? Objection 1. It would seem that separated souls know what takes place on earth, for otherwise they would have no care for it, as they have, according to what Dives said, Luke 16:27, 28, "I have 5 brethren. He may testify unto them, lest they also come into the place of torments." Therefore separated souls know what passes on earth. Objection 2. Further, the dead often appear to the living, asleep or awake, and tell them of what takes place there, as Samuel appeared to Saul (1 Kings 28:11). But this could not be unless they knew what takes place here. Therefore they know what takes place on earth. Obj. 3. Further, separated souls know what happens among themselves. If, therefore, they do not know what takes place among us, it must be by reason of local distance, which has been shown to be false (Article 7). On the contrary, it is written (Job 14:21), "He will not understand whether his children come to honor or dishonor." I answer that, by natural knowledge, of which we are treating now, the souls of the dead do not know what passes on earth. This follows from what has been laid down (Article 4), since the separated soul has knowledge of singulars by being in a way determined to them, either by some vestige of previous knowledge or affection, or by the Divine order. Now the souls departed are in a state of separation from the living, both by Divine order and by their mode of existence, whilst they are joined to the world of incorporeal spiritual substances, and hence they are ignorant of what goes on among us. Whereof Gregory gives the reason thus: "The dead do not know how the living act, for the life of the spirit is far from the life of the flesh, and so, as corporeal things differ from incorporeal in genus, so they are distinct in knowledge." Morals on the Book of Job 12. Augustine seems to say the same on the care to be had for the dead 13, when he asserts that "the souls of the dead have no concern in the affairs of the living." Gregory and Augustine, however, seem to be divided in opinion as regards the souls of the blessed in heaven, for Gregory continues the passage above quoted, "The case of the holy souls is different, for since they see the light of Almighty God, we cannot believe that external things are unknown to them." But Augustine (On the Care to be had for the Dead 13) expressly says, "The dead, even the saints, do not know what is done by the living or by their own children," as a gloss quotes on the text, "Abraham hath not known us," Isaiah 63:16. He confirms this opinion by saying that he was not visited nor consoled in sorrow by his mother, as when she was alive, and he could not think it possible that she was less kind when in a happier state; and again by the fact that the Lord promised to King Josias that he should die lest he should see his people's afflictions (4 Kings 22:20). Yet Augustine says this in doubt, and premises, "Let every one take as he pleases what I say." Gregory, on the other hand, is positive, since he says, "We cannot believe." His opinion indeed seems to be the more probable one, that the souls of the blessed who see God do know all that passes here, for they are equal to the angels, of whom Augustine says that they know what happens among those living on earth. But as the souls of the blessed are most perfectly united to divine justice, they do not suffer from sorrow, nor do they interfere in mundane affairs, except in accordance with divine justice. Reply Obj. 1: The souls of the departed may care for the living even if ignorant of their state, just as we care for the dead by pouring forth prayer on their behalf, though we are ignorant of their state. Moreover, the affairs of the living can be made known to them, not immediately, but by the souls who pass hence thither, or by angels and demons, or even by "the revelation of the Holy Ghost," as Augustine says in the same book. Reply Obj. 2: That the dead appear to the living in any way whatever is either by the special dispensation of God, in order that the souls of the dead may interfere in affairs of the living, and this is to be accounted as miraculous; or else such apparitions occur through the instrumentality of bad or good angels, without the knowledge of the departed, as may likewise happen when the living appear, without their own knowledge, to others living, as Augustine says in the same book. And so it may be said of Samuel that he appeared through divine revelation, according to Ecclesiasticus 46:23, "He slept, and told the king the end of his life." Or again, this apparition was procured by the demons, unless indeed the authority of Ecclesiasticus be set aside through not being received by the Jews as canonical Scripture. Reply Obj. 3: This kind of ignorance does not proceed from the obstacle of local distance, but from the cause mentioned above. End of question 89.
Question 90 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the English Dominican Province. Question 90. Of the first production of man's soul, in 4 articles. After the foregoing we must consider the first production of man, concerning which there are 4 subjects of treatment. 1. The production of man himself. 2. The end of this production. 3. The state and condition of the first man. 4. The place of his abode. Concerning the production of man there are 3 things to be considered. 1. The production of man's soul. 2. The production of man's body. 3. The production of the woman. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether man's soul was something made, or was of the divine substance. 2. Whether, if made, it was created. 3. Whether it was made by angelic instrumentality. 4. Whether it was made before the body. First article, Part 1, Question 90, Article 1. Whether the soul was made or was of God's substance? Objection 1. It would seem that the soul was not made, but was God's substance. For it is written, Genesis 2:7, God formed man of the slime of the earth, and breathed into his face the breath of life, and man was made a living soul. But he who breathes sends forth something of himself. Therefore the soul, whereby man lives, is of the divine substance. Obj. 2: Further, as above explained (Q. 75, A. 5), the soul is a simple form. But a form is an act. Therefore the soul is a pure act, which applies to God alone. Therefore the soul is of God's substance. Obj. 3: Further, things that exist and do not differ are the same. But God and the mind exist, and in no way differ; for they could only be differentiated by certain differences, and thus would be composite. Therefore God and the human mind are the same. On the contrary, Augustine (De Origine of the Soul iii, 15) mentions certain opinions which he calls exceedingly and evidently perverse and contrary to the Catholic faith; among which the first is the opinion that God made the soul not out of nothing but from Himself. I answer that, To say that the soul is of the divine substance involves a manifest improbability. For, as is clear from what has been said (Q. 77, A. 2; Q. 79, A. 2; Q. 84, A. 6), the human soul is sometimes in a state of potentiality to the active intelligence, acquires its knowledge somehow from things, and thus has various powers, all of which are incompatible with the divine nature, which is a pure act, receives nothing from any other, and admits of no variety in itself, as we have proven (Q. 3, AA. 1, 7; Q. 9, A. 1). This error seems to have originated from two statements of the ancients. For those who first began to observe the nature of things, being unable to rise above their imagination, supposed that nothing but bodies existed. Therefore they said that God was a body, which they considered to be the principle of other bodies. And since they held that the soul was of the same nature as that body which they regarded as the first principle, as stated De Anima i, 2, it followed that the soul was of the nature of God Himself. According to this supposition also, the Manichaeans, thinking that God was corporeal light, held that the soul was part of that light, bound up with the body. Then a further step in advance was made, and some surmised the existence of something incorporeal, not apart from the body, but the form of a body; so that Varro said, God is a soul governing the world by movement and reason, as Augustine relates (De Civ. Dei vii, 6). Note, the words as quoted are to be found in 6:31. So some suppose man's soul to be part of that one soul, as man is a part of the whole world; for they were unable to go so far as to understand the different degrees of spiritual substance, except according to the distinction of bodies. But all these theories are impossible, as proved above (Q. 3, AA. 1, 8; and Q. 75, A. 1). Therefore it is evidently false that the soul is the substance of God. Reply Obj. 1: The term "breathe" is not to be taken in the material sense, but as regards the act of God. To breathe (spirare) is the same as to make a spirit. Moreover, in the material sense, man by breathing does not send forth anything of his own substance, but an extraneous thing. Reply Obj. 2: Although the soul is a simple form in its essence, yet it is not its own existence, but is a being by participation, as above explained (Q. 75, A. 5 ad 4). Therefore it is not a pure act like God. Reply Obj. 3: That which differs, properly speaking, differs in something. Wherefore we seek for difference where we find also resemblance. For this reason things which differ must in some way be compound, since they differ in something, and in something resemble each other. In this sense, although all that differ are diverse, yet all things that are diverse do not differ. For simple things are diverse, yet do not differ from one another by differences which enter into their composition. For instance, a man and a horse differ by the difference of rational and irrational, but we cannot say that these again differ by some further difference. Part 1, Question 90, Article 2. Whether the soul was produced by creation? Objection 1. It would seem that the soul was not produced by creation. For that which has in itself something material is produced from matter. But the soul is in part material, since it is not a pure act. Therefore the soul was made of matter, and hence it was not created. Objection 2. Further, every actuality of matter is educed from the potentiality of that matter, for since matter is in potentiality to act, any act preexists in matter potentially. But the soul is the act of corporeal matter, as is clear from its definition. Therefore the soul is educed from the potentiality of matter. Objection 3. Further, the soul is a form. Therefore, if the soul is created, all other forms also are created. Thus no forms would come into existence by generation, which is not true. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 1:27, God created man in his own image. But man is like to God in his soul, therefore the soul was created. I answer that, the rational soul can be made only by creation, which, however, is not true of other forms. The reason is because, since to be made is the way to existence, a thing must be made in such a way as is suitable to its mode of existence. Now that properly exists which itself has existence, as it were, subsisting in its own existence. Wherefore only substances are properly and truly called beings, whereas an accident has not existence, but something is modified by it, and so far it is called a being. For instance, whiteness is called a being, because by it something is white. Hence it is said, Metaph. vii, Didascally 6, 1, that an accident should be described as of something rather than as something. The same is to be said of all non-subsistent forms. Therefore, properly speaking, it does not belong to any non-existing form to be made, but such are said to be made through the composite substances being made. On the other hand, the rational soul is a subsistent form, as above explained. Q. 75, Art. 2. Wherefore it is competent to be and to be made. And since it cannot be made of pre-existing matter, whether corporeal, which would render it a corporeal being, or spiritual, which would involve the transmutation of one spiritual substance into another, we must conclude that it cannot exist except by creation. Reply Obj. 1. The soul's simple essence is as the material element, while its participated existence is its formal element, which participated existence necessarily coexists with the soul's essence, because existence naturally follows the form. The same reason holds if the soul is supposed to be composed of some spiritual matter, as some maintain, because the said matter is not in potentiality to another form, as neither is the matter of a celestial body, otherwise the soul would be corruptible. Wherefore the soul cannot in any way be made of pre-existent matter. Reply Obj. 2. The production of act from the potentiality of matter is nothing else but something becoming actually that previously was in potentiality. But since the rational soul does not depend in its existence on corporeal matter, and is subsistent, and exceeds the capacity of corporeal matter, as we have seen, Q. 75, Art. 2, it is not educed from the potentiality of matter. Reply Obj. 3. As we have said, there is no comparison between and other forms. Third Article, Part 1, Question 90, Article 3. Whether the rational soul is produced by God immediately? Objection 1. It would seem that the rational soul is not immediately made by God, but by the instrumentality of the angels. For spiritual things have more order than corporeal things, but inferior bodies are produced by means of the superior, as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv). Therefore also the inferior spirits, who are the rational souls, are produced by means of the superior spirits, the angels. Obj. 2: Further, the end corresponds to the beginning of things. For God is the beginning and end of all. Therefore the issue of things from their beginning corresponds to the forwarding of them to their end. But inferior things are forwarded by the higher, as Dionysius says (Eccl. Hier. v). Therefore the inferior are produced into existence by the higher, and souls by angels. Obj. 3: Further, perfect is that which can produce its like, as is stated Metaph. v. But spiritual substances are much more perfect than corporeal. Therefore, since bodies produce their like in their own species, much more are angels able to produce something specifically inferior to themselves, and such is the rational soul. On the contrary, It is written (Gen. 2:7) that God Himself breathed into the face of man the breath of life. I answer that, Some have held that angels, acting by the power of God, produce rational souls. But this is quite impossible, and is against faith. For it has been proved that the rational soul cannot be produced except by creation. Now God alone can create. For the first agent alone can act without presupposing the existence of anything, while the second cause always presupposes something derived from the first cause, as above explained (Q. 75, A. 3). And every agent that presupposes something to its act, acts by making a change therein. Therefore everything else acts by producing a change, whereas God alone acts by creation. Since, therefore, the rational soul cannot be produced by a change in matter, it cannot be produced, save immediately by God. Thus the replies to the objections are clear, for that bodies produce their like and something inferior to themselves, and that the higher things lead forward the inferior. All these things are effected through a certain transmutation. Article 4, Part 1, Question 90, Article 4. Whether the human soul was produced before the body? Objection 1. It would seem that the human soul was made before the body. For the work of creation preceded the work of distinction and adornment, as shown above (Q. 66, A. 1; Q. 70, A. 1). But the soul was made by creation, whereas the body was made at the end of the work of adornment. Therefore the soul of man was made before the body. Obj. 2. Further, the rational soul has more in common with the angels than with the brute animals. But angels were created before bodies, or at least, at the beginning with corporeal matter; whereas the body of man was formed on the sixth day, when also the animals were made. Therefore the soul of man was created before the body. Obj. 3. Further, the end is proportionate to the beginning. But the end of the soul outlasts the body. Therefore in the beginning it was created before the body. On the contrary, the proper act is produced in its proper potentiality. Therefore since the soul is the proper act of the body, the soul was produced in the body. I answer that, Origen (Peri Archon i, 7, 8) held that not only the soul of the first man, but also the souls of all men were created at the same time as the angels, before their bodies; because he thought that all spiritual substances, whether souls or angels, are equal in their natural condition, and differ only by merit; so that some of them, namely the souls of men or of heavenly bodies, are united to bodies, while others remain in their different orders entirely free from matter. Of this opinion we have already spoken (Q. 47, A. 2), and so we need say nothing about it here. Augustine, however (Gen. ad lit. vii, 24), says that the soul of the first man was created at the same time as the angels, before the body, for another reason. Because he supposes that the body of man, during the work of the 6 days, was produced, not actually, but only as to some causal virtues; which cannot be said of the soul, because neither was it made by any pre-existing corporeal or spiritual matter, nor could it be produced from any created virtue. Therefore it seems that the soul itself, during the work of the 6 days, when all things were made, was created, together with the angels; and that afterwards, by its own will, was joined to the service of the body. But he does not say this by way of assertion, as his words prove. For he says (Gen. ad lit. 7:29): "We may believe, if neither Scripture nor reason forbid, that man was made on the 6th day, in the sense that his body was created as its causal virtue in the elements of the world, but that the soul was already created." Now this could be upheld by those who hold that the soul has of itself a complete species and nature, and that it is not united to the body as its form, but as its administrator. But if the soul is united to the body as its form, and is naturally a part of human nature, the above supposition is quite impossible. For it is clear that God made the first things in their perfect natural state, as their species required. Now the soul, as a part of human nature, has its natural perfection only as united to the body. Therefore it would have been unfitting for the soul to be created without the body. Therefore, if we admit the opinion of Augustine about the work of the 6 days (Q. 74, A. 2), we may say that the human soul preceded in the work of the 6 days by a certain generic similitude, so far as it has intellectual nature in common with the angels, but was itself created at the same time as the body. According to the other saints, both the body and soul of the first man were produced in the work of the 6 days. Reply Obj. 1: If the soul by its nature were a complete species, so that it might be created as to itself, this reason would prove that the soul was created by itself in the beginning. But as the soul is naturally the form of the body, it was necessarily created, not separately, but in the body. Reply Obj. 2: The same observation applies to the second objection. For if the soul had a species of itself, it would have something still more in common with the angels. But, as the form of the body, it belongs to the animal genus, as a formal principle. Reply Obj. 3: That the soul remains after the body is due to a defect of the body, namely death; which defect was not due when the soul was first created. End of question 90.
Question 91 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Taylor. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 91. The production of the first man's body, in 4 articles. We have now to consider the production of the first man's body. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry: 1. The matter from which it was produced; 2. The author by whom it was produced; 3. The disposition it received in its production; 4. The mode and order of its production. First article, Part 1, Question 91, Article 1. Whether the body of the first man was made of the slime of the earth? Objection 1. It would seem that the body of the first man was not made of the slime of the earth. For it is an act of greater power to make something out of nothing than out of something, because not being is farther off from actual existence than being in potentiality. But since man is the most honorable of God's lower creatures, it was fitting that in the production of man's body the power of God should be most clearly shown. Therefore it should not have been made of the slime of the earth, but out of nothing. Objection 2. Further, the heavenly bodies are nobler than earthly bodies. But the human body has the greatest nobility, since it is perfected by the noblest form, soul. Therefore it should not be made of an earthly body, but of a heavenly body. Objection 3. Further, fire and air are nobler than earth and water, as is clear from their subtlety. Therefore, since the human body is most noble, It should rather have been made of fire and air than of the slime of the earth. Obj. 4: Further, the human body is composed of the four elements. Therefore it was not made of the slime of the earth, but of the four elements. On the contrary, it is written (Genesis 2:7), "God made man of the slime of the earth." I answer that, as God is perfect in His works, He bestowed perfection on all of them according to their capacity. God's works are perfect. Deuteronomy 32:4. He Himself is simply perfect by the fact that all things are pre-contained in Him, not as component parts, but as united in one simple whole, as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. v). In the same way as various effects pre-exist in their cause according to its one virtue. This perfection is bestowed on the angels, inasmuch as all things which are produced by God in nature through various forms come under their knowledge. But on man this perfection is bestowed in an inferior way, for he does not possess a natural knowledge of all natural things, but is in a manner composed of all things, since he has in himself a rational soul of the genus of spiritual substances, and in likeness to the heavenly bodies, he is removed from contraries by an equable temperament. As to the elements, he has them in their very substance, yet in such a way that the higher elements, fire and air, predominate in him by their power. For life is mostly found where there is heat, which is from fire, and where there is humor, which is of the air. But the inferior elements abound in man by their substance. Otherwise the mingling of elements would not be evenly balanced, unless the inferior elements, which have the less power, predominated in quantity. Therefore the body of man is said to have been formed from the slime of the earth, because earth and water mingled are called slime, and for this reason man is called a little world, because all creatures of the world are in a way to be found in him. Reply to Objection 1. The power of the divine Creator was manifested in man's body when its matter was produced by creation. But it was fitting that the human body should be made of the four elements, that man might have something in common with the inferior bodies, as being something between spiritual and corporeal substances. Reply to Objection 2. Although the heavenly body is in itself nobler than the earthly body, yet for the acts of the rational soul the heavenly body is less adapted. For the rational soul receives the knowledge of truth in a certain way through the senses, the organs of which cannot be formed of a heavenly body which is impassible. Nor is it true that something of the fifth essence enters materially into the composition of the human body, as some say, who suppose that the soul is united to the body by means of light. For, first of all, what they say is false, that light is a body. Secondly, it is impossible for something to be taken from the fifth essence, or from a heavenly body, and to be mingled with the elements, since a heavenly body is impassible. Wherefore it does not enter into the composition of mixed bodies, except as in the effects of its power. Reply to Objection 3. If fire and air, whose action is of greater power, predominated also in quantity in the human body, they would entirely draw the rest into themselves, and there would be no equality in the mingling, such as is required in the composition of man, for the sense of touch, which is the foundation of the other senses. For the organ of any particular sense must not actually have the contraries of which that sense has the perception, but only potentially, either in such a way that it is entirely void of the whole genus of such contraries. Thus, for instance, the pupil of the eye is without color, so as to be in potentiality as regards all colors, which is not possible in the organ of touch, since it is composed of the very elements, the qualities of which are perceived by that sense. Or so that the organ is a medium between two contraries, as much needs be the case with regard to touch, for the medium is in potentiality to the extremes. Reply to Objection 4. In the slime of the earth are earth and water binding the earth together. Of the other elements Scripture makes no mention, because they are less in quantity in the human body, as we have said, and because also in the account of the creation no mention is made of fire and air, which are not perceived by senses of uncultured men such as those to whom the Scripture was immediately addressed. Second Article, Part 1, Question 91, Article 2. Whether the human body was immediately produced by God? Objection 1. It would seem that the human body was not produced by God immediately. For Augustine says (De Trin. iii, 4) that corporeal things are disposed by God through the angels. But the human body was made of corporeal matter, as stated above (Article 1). Therefore it was produced by the instrumentality of the angels, and not immediately by God. Objection 2. Further, whatever can be made by a created power is not necessarily produced immediately by God. But the human body can be produced by the created power of a heavenly body. For even certain animals are produced from putrefaction by the active power of a heavenly body. And Albumazar says that man is not generated where heat and cold are extreme, but only in temperate regions. Therefore the human body was not necessarily produced immediately by God. Objection 3. Further, nothing is made of corporeal matter except by some material change. But all corporeal change is caused by a movement of a heavenly body, which is the first movement. Therefore, since the human body was produced from corporeal matter, it seems that a heavenly body had part in its production. Objection 4. Further, Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. vii, 24) that man's body was made during the work of the 6 days, according to the causal virtues which God inserted in corporeal creatures, and that afterwards it was actually produced. But what pre-exists in the corporeal creature by reason of causal virtues can be produced by some corporeal body. Therefore the human body was produced by some created power, and not immediately by God. On the contrary, it is written (Sirach 17:1), God created man out of the earth. I answer that the first formation of the human body could not be by the instrumentality of any created power, but was immediately from God. Some, indeed, suppose that the forms which are in corporeal matter are derived from some immaterial forms. But the Philosopher refutes this opinion (Metaphysics vii), for the reason that forms cannot be made in themselves, but only in the composite, as we have explained (Q. 65, A. 4). And because the agent must be like its effect, it is not fitting that a pure form, not existing in matter, should produce a form which is in matter, and which form is only made by the fact that the composite is made. So a form which is in matter can only be the cause of another form that is in matter, according as composite is made by composite. Now God, though He is absolutely immaterial, can alone by His own power produce matter by creation. Wherefore He alone can produce a form in matter, without the aid of any preceding material form. For this reason the angels cannot transform a body except by making use of something in the nature of a seed, as Augustine says (De Trin. iii, 19). Therefore, as no pre-existing body has been formed whereby another body of the same species could be generated, the first human body was of necessity made immediately by God. Reply Obj. 1. Although the angels are the ministers of God, as regards what He does in bodies, yet God does something in bodies beyond the angels' power, as, for instance, raising the dead, or giving sight to the blind. And by this power He formed the body of the first man from the slime of the earth. Nevertheless, the angels could act as ministers in the formation of the body of the first man, in the same way as they will do at the last resurrection by collecting the dust. Reply Obj. 2. Perfect animals, produced from seed, cannot be made by the sole power of a heavenly body, as Avicenna imagined, although the power of a heavenly body may assist by cooperation in the work of natural generation, as the Philosopher says (Phys. ii, 26), "Man and the sun beget man from matter." For this reason a place of moderate temperature is required for the production of man and other animals. But the power of heavenly bodies suffices for the production of some imperfect animals from proper. It is clear that more conditions are required to produce a perfect than an imperfect thing. Reply Obj. 3. The movement of the heavens causes natural changes, but not changes that surpass the order of nature and are caused by the divine power alone, as for the dead to be raised to life, or the blind to see, like to which also is the making of man from the slime of the earth. Reply Obj. 4. An effect may be said to pre-exist in the causal virtues of creatures in two ways. First, both in active and in passive potentiality, so that not only can it be produced out of pre-existing matter, but also that some pre-existing creature can produce it. Secondly, in passive potentiality only, that is, that out of pre-existing matter it can be produced by God. In this sense, according to Augustine, the human body pre-existed in the previous work in their causal virtues. Third Article, Part 1, Question 91, Article 3. Whether the body of man was given an apt disposition? Objection 1. It would seem that the body of man was not given an apt disposition. For since man is the noblest of animals, his body ought to be the best disposed in what is proper to an animal, that is, in sense and movement. But some animals have sharper senses and quicker movement than man. Thus dogs have a keener smell, and birds a swifter flight. Therefore man's body was not aptly disposed. Objection 2. Further, perfect is what lacks nothing. But the human body lacks more than the body of other animals, for these are provided with covering and natural arms of defense, in which man is lacking. Therefore the human body is very imperfectly disposed. Objection 3. Further, man is more distant from plants than he is from the brutes. But plants are erect in stature, while brutes are prone in stature. Therefore man should not be of erect stature. On the contrary, it is written, Ecclesiastes 7:30, God made man right. I answer that all natural things were produced by the divine art, and so may be called God's works of art. Now every artist intends to give his work the best disposition, not absolutely the best, but the best as regards the proposed end. And even if this entails some defect, the artist cares not. Thus, for instance, when man makes himself a saw for the purpose of cutting, he makes it of iron, which is suitable for the object in view, and he does not prefer to make it of glass, though this be a more beautiful material, because this very beauty would be an obstacle to the end he has in view. Therefore God gave to each natural being the best disposition, not absolutely so, but in view of its proper end. This is what the Philosopher says, Phys. ii, 7, and because it is better so, not absolutely, but for each one's substance. Now the proximate end of the human body is the rational soul and its operations, since matter is for the sake of the form, and instruments are for the action of the agent. I say, therefore, that God fashioned the human body in that disposition which was best, as most suited to such a form and to such operations. If defect exists in the disposition of the human body, it is well to observe that such defect arises as a necessary result of the matter, from the conditions required in the body, in order to make it suitably proportioned to the soul and its operations. Reply Obj. 1. The sense of touch, which is the foundation of the other senses, is more perfect in man than in any other animal. And for this reason man must have the most equable temperament of all animals. Moreover, man excels all other animals in the interior sensitive powers, as is clear from what we have said above, Q. 78, Art. 4. But by a kind of necessity man falls short of the other animals in some of the exterior senses. Thus of all animals he has the least sense of smell. For man needs the largest brain as compared to the body, both for his greater freedom of action in the interior powers required for the intellectual operations, as we have seen above, Q. 84, Art. 7, and in order that the low temperature of the brain may modify the heat of the heart, which has to be considerable in man for him to be able to stand erect. So that size of the brain, by reason of its humidity, is an impediment to the smell, which requires dryness. In the same way, we may suggest a reason why some animals have a keener sight, and a more accurate hearing than man, namely on account of a hindrance to his senses arising necessarily from the perfect equability of his temperament. The same reason suffices to explain why some animals are more rapid in movement than man, since this excellence of speed is inconsistent with the equability of the human temperament. Reply to Obj. 2. Horns and claws, which are the weapons of some animals, and toughness of hide and quantity of hair or feathers, which are the clothing of animals, are signs of an abundance of the earthly element, which does not agree with the equability and softness of the human temperament. Therefore such things do not suit the nature of man. Instead of these, he has reason and hands by which he can make himself arms and clothes, and other necessities of life, of infinite variety. Wherefore the hand is called by Aristotle (De Anima iii, 8) the organ of organs. Moreover, this was more becoming to the rational nature, which is capable of conceiving an infinite number of things, so as to make for itself an infinite number of instruments. Reply to Obj. 3. An upright stature was becoming to man for four reasons. First, because the senses are given to man not only for the purpose of procuring the necessaries of life, which they are bestowed on other animals, but also for the purpose of knowledge. Hence, whereas the other animals take delight in the objects of the senses only as ordered to food and sex, man alone takes pleasure in the beauty of sensible objects for its own sake. Therefore, as the senses are situated chiefly in the face, other animals have the face turned to the ground, as it were for the purpose of seeking food and procuring a livelihood; whereas man has his face erect, in order that by the senses, and chiefly by sight, which is more subtle and penetrates further into the differences of things, he may freely survey the sensible objects around him, both heavenly and earthly, so as to gather intelligible truth from all things. Secondly, for the greater freedom of the acts of the interior powers; the brain, wherein these actions are in a way performed, not being low down, but lifted up above other parts of the body. Thirdly, because if man's stature were prone to the ground, he would need to use his hands as forefeet, and thus their utility for other purposes would cease. Fourthly, because if man's stature were prone to the ground, and he used his hands as forefeet, he would be obliged to take hold of his food with his mouth. Thus he would have a protruding mouth, with thick and hard lips, and also a hard tongue, so as to keep it from being hurt by exterior things, as we see in other animals. Moreover, such an attitude would quite hinder speech, which is reason's proper operation. Nevertheless, though of erect stature, man is far above plants. For man's superior part, his head, is turned towards the superior part of the world, and his inferior part is turned towards the inferior world. And therefore he is perfectly disposed as to the general situation of his body. Plants have the superior part turned towards the lower world, since their roots correspond to the mouth, and their inferior part towards the upper world. But brute animals have a middle disposition, for the superior part of the animal is that by which it takes food, and the inferior part that by which it rids itself of the surplus. Fourth Article, Part 1, Question 91, Article 4. Whether the production of the human body is fittingly described in Scripture? Objection 1. It would seem that the production of the human body is not fittingly described in Scripture. For as the human body was made by God, so also were the other works of the 6 days. But in the other works it is written, God said, Let it be made, and it was made. Therefore the same should have been said of man. Objection 2. Further, the human body was made by God immediately, as explained above, Article 2. Therefore it was not fittingly said, Let us make man. Objection 3. Further, the form of the human body is the soul itself, which is the breath of life. Therefore, having said, God made man of the slime of the earth, he should not have added, and he breathed into him the breath of life. Obj. 4: Further, the soul, which is the breath of life, is in the whole body, and chiefly in the heart. Therefore it was not fittingly said, he breathed into his face the breath of life. Obj. 5: Further, the male and female sex belong to the body, while the image of God belongs to the soul. But the soul, according to Augustine (Gen. ad lit. vii, 24), was made before the body. Therefore, having said, "To his image he made them," he should not have added, "Male and female he created them." On the contrary is the authority of Scripture. Reply Obj. 1: As Augustine observes (Gen. ad lit. vi, 12), man surpasses other things, not in the fact that God Himself made man, as though He did not make other things; since it is written (Ps. 101, 26), "The work of thy hands is the heaven," and elsewhere (Ps. 94, 5), "His hands laid down the dry land"; but in this, that man is made to God's image. Yet in describing man's production, Scripture uses a special way of speaking, to show that other things were made for man's sake. For we are accustomed to do with more deliberation and care what we have chiefly in mind. Reply Obj. 2: We must not imagine that when God said, "Let us make man," He spoke to the angels, as some were perverse enough to think. But by these words is signified the plurality of the Divine Person, whose image is more clearly expressed in man. Reply Obj. 3: Some have thought that man's body was formed first in priority of time, and that afterwards the soul was infused into the formed body. But it is inconsistent with the perfection of the production of things that God should have made either the body without the soul, or the soul without the body, since each is a part of human nature. This is especially unfitting as regards the body, for the body depends on the soul, and not the soul on the body. To remove the difficulty, some have said that the words, "God made man," must be understood of the production of the body with the soul, and that the subsequent words, "and he breathed into his face the breath of life," should be understood of the Holy Ghost, as the Lord breathed on His apostles, saying, "Receive ye the Holy Ghost" (John 20:22). But this explanation, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei 8:24), is excluded by the very words of Scripture. For we read farther on, "And man was made a living soul," which words the Apostle (1 Corinthians 15:45) refers not to spiritual life, but to animal life. Therefore, by breath of life we must understand the soul, so that the words, "He breathed into his face the breath of life," are a sort of exposition of what goes before, for the soul is the form of the body. Reply Obj. 4: Since vital operations are more clearly seen in man's face, on account of the senses which are there expressed, therefore Scripture says that the breath of life was breathed into man's face. Reply Obj. 5: According to Augustine (Gen. ad lit. 4:34), the works of the 6 days were done all at one time. Wherefore, according to him, man's soul, which he holds to have been made with the angels, was not made before the 6th day, but on the 6th day both the soul of the first man was made actually, and his body in its causal elements. But other doctors hold that on the 6th day both body and soul of man were actually made. End of question 91. Recording by Adam Taylor, CatholicComposer.com. Question 92 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Taylor. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 92. The production of the woman, in 4 articles. We must next consider the production of the woman, Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry: 1. Whether the woman should have been made in that first production of things. 2. Whether the woman should have been made from man. 3. Whether of man's rib. 4. Whether the woman was made immediately by God. First Article, Section 1, Question 92, Article 1. Whether the woman should have been made in the first production of things. Objection 1. It would seem that the woman should not have been made in the first production of things. For the Philosopher says (De Generation of Animals 2:3) that the female is a misbegotten male. But nothing misbegotten or defective should have been in the first production of things. Therefore woman should not have been made at that first production. Objection 2. Further, subjection and limitation were a result of sin, for to the woman it was said after sin (Genesis 3:16), "Thou shalt be under the man's power." And Gregory says that where there is no sin, there is no inequality. But woman is naturally of less strength and dignity than man, for the agent is always more honorable than the patient, as Augustine says (The Literal Meaning of Genesis 12:16). Therefore woman should not have been made in the first production of things before sin. Objection 3. Further, occasions of sin should be cut off. But God foresaw that the woman would be an occasion of sin to man. Therefore he should not have made woman. On the contrary, it is written (Genesis 2:18), "It is not good for man to be alone. Let us make him a helper like to himself." I answer that it was necessary for woman to be made, as the Scripture says, as a helper to man; not indeed as a helpmate in other works, as some say, since man can be more efficiently helped by another man in other works, but as a helper in the work of generation. This can be made clear if we observe the mode of generation carried out in various living things. Some living things do not possess in themselves the power of generation, but are generated by some other specific agent, such as some plants and animals by the influence of the heavenly bodies, from some fitting matter and not from seed. Others possess the active and passive generative power together, as we see in plants which are generated from seed, for the noblest vital function in plants is generation. Wherefore we observe that in these the active power of generation invariably accompanies the passive power. Among perfect animals, the active power of generation belongs to the male sex, and the passive power to the female. And as among animals there is a vital operation nobler than generation, to which their life is principally directed, therefore the male sex is not found in continual union with the female in perfect animals, but only at the time of coition. So that we may consider that by this means the male and female are one, as in plants they are always united; although in some cases one of them preponderates, and in some the other. But man is yet further ordered to a still nobler vital action, and that is intellectual operation. Therefore there was greater reason for the distinction of these two forces in man, so that the female should be produced separately from the male, although they are carnally united for generation. Therefore directly after the formation of woman it was said, "And they shall be two in one flesh" (Genesis 2:24). Reply to Objection 1. As regards the individual nature, woman is defective and misbegotten, for the active force in the male seed tends to the production of a perfect likeness in the masculine sex, while the production of woman comes from defect in the active force, or from some material indisposition, or even from some external influence, such as that of a south wind, which is moist, as the Philosopher observes (De Generation of Animals 4:2). On the other hand, as regards human nature in general, woman is not misbegotten, but is included in nature's intention as directed to the work of generation. Now the general intention of nature depends on God, who is the universal author of nature. Therefore, in producing nature, God formed not only the male, but also the female. Reply to Objection 2. Subjection is twofold. One is servile, by virtue of which a superior makes use of a subject for his own benefit, and this kind of subjection began after sin. There is another kind of subjection which is called economic or civil, whereby the superior makes use of his subjects for their own benefit and good, and this kind of subjection existed even before sin. For good order would have been wanting in the human family if some were not governed by others wiser than themselves. So by such a kind of subjection woman is naturally subject to man, because in man the discretion of reason predominates. Nor is inequality among men excluded by the state of innocence, as we shall prove. Question 96, Article 3. Reply to Objection 3. If God had deprived the world of all those things which proved an occasion of sin, the universe would have been imperfect. Nor was it fitting for the common good to be destroyed in order that individual evil might be avoided, especially as God is so powerful that He can direct any evil to a good end. Second Article, Section 1, Question 92, Article 2. Whether woman should have been made from man. Objection 1. It would seem that woman should not have been made from man. For sex belongs both to man and animals. But in the other animals the female was not made from the male. Therefore neither should it have been so with man. Objection 2. Further, things of the same species are of the same matter. But male and female are of the same species. Therefore, as a man was made of the slime of the earth, so woman should have been made of the same, and not from man. Objection 3. Further, woman was made to be a helpmate to man in the work of generation. But close relationship makes a person unfit for that office. Hence near relations are debarred from intermarriage, as is written, Leviticus 18:6. Therefore woman should not have been made from man. On the contrary, it is written, Sirach 17:5, He created of him, that is, out of man, a helpmate like to himself, that is, woman. I answer that, when all things were first formed, it was more suitable for the woman to be made from man than for the female to be from the male in other animals. First, in order thus to give the first man a certain dignity consisting in this, that as God is the principle of the whole universe, so the first man, in likeness to God, was the principle of the whole human race. Wherefore Paul says that God made the whole human race from one, Acts 17:26. Secondly, that man might love woman all the more, and cleave to her more closely, knowing her to be fashioned from himself. Hence it is written, Genesis 2:23, 24, She was taken out of man, wherefore a man shall leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife. This was most necessary as regards the human race, in which the male and female live together for life, which is not the case with other animals. Thirdly, because, as the Philosopher says, Ethics 8:12, the human male and female are united, not only for generation, as with other animals, but also for the purpose of domestic life, in which each has his or her particular duty, and in which the man is the head of the woman. Wherefore, it was suitable for the woman to be made out of man, as out of her principle. Fourthly, there is a sacramental reason for this. For by this is signified that the Church takes her origin from Christ. Wherefore the Apostle says, Ephesians 5:32, This is a great sacrament, but I speak in Christ and in the Church. Reply to Objection 1 is clear from the foregoing. Reply to Objection 2. Matter is that from which something is made. Now created nature has a determinate principle, and since it is determined to one thing, it also has a determinate mode of proceeding. Wherefore from determinate matter it produces something in a determinate species. On the other hand, the divine power, being infinite, can produce things of the same species out of any matter, such as a man from the slime of the earth, and a woman from out of man. Reply to Objection 3. A certain affinity arises from natural generation, and this is an impediment to matrimony. Woman, however, was not produced from man by natural generation, but by the divine power alone. Wherefore Eve is not called the daughter of Adam, and so this argument does not prove. Third article, Section 1, Question 92, Article 3. Whether the woman was fittingly made from the rib of man? Objection 1. It would seem that the woman should not have been formed from the rib of man. For the rib was much smaller than the woman's body. Now from a smaller thing, a larger thing can be made only either by addition, and then the woman ought to have been described as made out of that which was added rather than out of the rib itself, or by rarefaction, because, as Augustine says, the literal meaning of Genesis 10, a body cannot increase in bulk except by rarefaction. But the woman's body is not more rarefied than man's, at least not in the proportion of a rib to Eve's body. Therefore Eve was not formed from a rib of Adam. Objection 2. Further, in those things which were first created there was nothing superfluous. Therefore a rib of Adam belonged to the integrity of his body. So if a rib was removed, his body remained imperfect, which is unreasonable to suppose. Objection 3. Further, a rib cannot be removed from man without pain. But there was no pain before sin. Therefore it was not right for a rib to be taken from man, that Eve might be made from it. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 2:22, God built the rib, which he took from Adam, into a woman. I answer that it was right for the woman to be made from a rib of man. First, to signify the social union of man and woman, for the woman should neither use authority over the man, and so she was not made from his head, nor was it right for her to be subject to man's contempt as his slave, and so she was not made from his feet. Secondly, for the sacramental signification. For from the side of Christ sleeping on the cross the sacraments flowed, namely blood and water, on which the Church was established. Reply to Objection 1. Some say that the woman's body was formed by a material increase without anything being added, in the same way as our Lord multiplied the 5 loaves. But this is quite impossible. For such an increase of matter would either be by a change of the very substance of the matter itself, or by a change of its dimensions. Not by a change of the substance of the matter, both because matter, considered in itself, is quite unchangeable, since it has a potential existence, and has nothing but the nature of a subject, and because quantity and size are extraneous to the essence of the matter itself. Wherefore multiplication of matter is quite unintelligible, as long as the matter itself remains the same without anything added to it, unless it receives greater dimensions. This implies rarefaction, which is for the same matter to receive greater dimensions, as the Philosopher says, Phys. 4. To say, therefore, that the same matter is enlarged without being rarefied, is to combine contradictories, namely, the definition with the absence of the thing defined. Wherefore, as no rarefaction is apparent in such multiplication of matter, we must admit an addition of matter, either by creation, or, which is more probable, by conversion. Hence Augustine says, 24th Tractate on the Gospel of John, that Christ filled 5,000 men with 5 loaves, in the same way as from a few seeds he produces the harvest of corn, that is, by transformation of the nourishment. Nevertheless, we say that the crowds were fed with 5 loaves, or that woman was made from the rib, because an addition was made to the already existing matter of the loaves and of the rib. Reply to Objection 2. The rib belonged to the integral perfection of Adam, not as an individual, but as the principle of the human race, just as the semen belongs to the perfection of the begetter, and is released by a natural and pleasurable operation. Much more, therefore, was it possible that by the divine power the body of the woman should be produced from the man's rib. From this it is clear how to answer the third objection. Fourth article, Section 1, question 92, Article 4. Whether the woman was formed immediately by God? Objection 1. It would seem that the woman was not formed immediately by God, for no individual is produced immediately by God from another individual alike in species. But the woman was made from a man who is of the same species; therefore she was not made immediately by God. Objection 2. Further, Augustine (De Trin. iii, 4) says that corporeal things are governed by God through the angels. But the woman's body was formed from corporeal matter. Therefore it was made through the ministry of the angels, and not immediately by God. Objection 3. Further, those things which pre-exist in creatures as to their causal virtues are produced by the power of some creature immediately by God. But the woman's body was produced in its causal virtues among the first created works, as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. 9:15). Therefore it was not produced immediately by God. On the contrary, Augustine says in the same work: God alone, to whom all nature owes its existence, could form or build up the woman from the man's rib. I answer that, as we said above (A. 2, Reply to Obj. 2), the natural generation of every species is from some determinate matter. Now the matter whence man is naturally begotten is the human semen of man or woman. Wherefore from any other matter an individual of the human species cannot naturally be generated. Now God alone, the author of nature, can produce an effect into existence outside the ordinary course of nature. Therefore God alone could produce either a man from the slime of the earth, or a woman from the rib of man. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument is verified when an individual is begotten by natural generation from that which is like it in the same species. Reply to Obj. 2. As Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. 9:15), we do not know whether the angels were employed by God in the formation of the woman. But it is certain that as the body of man was not formed by the angels from the slime of the earth, so neither was the body of the woman formed by them from the man's rib. Reply to Obj. 3. As Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. 9:18), the first creation of things did not demand that woman should be made thus. It made it possible for her to be thus made. Therefore the body of the woman did indeed pre-exist in these causal virtues, in the things first created; not as regards active potentiality, but as regards a potentiality passive in relation to the active potentiality of the Creator. End of question 92. Recording by Adam Taylor, CatholicComposer.com. Question 93, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Taylor. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 93. The end or term of the production of man, in 9 articles. Part 1. We now treat the end of the term of man's production, inasmuch as he is said to be made to the image and likeness of God. There are under this head 9 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the image of God is in man. 2. Whether the image of God is in irrational creatures. 3. Whether the image of God is in the angels more than in man. 4. Whether the image of God is in every man. 5. Whether the image of God is in man by comparison with the essence, or with all the divine persons, or with one of them. 6. Whether the image of God is in man as to his mind only. 7. Whether the image of God is in man's power or in his habits and acts. 8. Whether the image of God is in man by comparison with every object. 9. Of the difference between image and likeness. First article. Section 1, Question 93, Article 1. Whether the image of God is in man? Objection 1. It would seem that the image of God is not in man. For it is written, Isaiah 40:18, "To whom have you likened God? Or what image will you make for him?" Objection 2. Further, to be the image of God is the property of the first begotten, of whom the Apostle says, Colossians 1:15, "Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature." Therefore the image of God is not to be found in man. Objection 3. Further, Hilary says, On the Councils, on the first canon of the Council of Ancyra, that an image is of the same species as that which it represents. And he also says that an image is the undivided and united likeness of one thing adequately representing another. But there is no species common to both God and man, nor can there be a comparison of equality between God and man. Therefore there can be no image of God in man. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 1:26, "Let us make man to our own image and likeness." I answer that, as Augustine says, on 83 Diverse Questions, question 74, "Where an image exists, there forthwith is likeness, but where there is likeness, there is not necessarily an image. Hence it is clear that likeness is essential to an image, and that an image adds something to likeness, namely, that it is copied from something else. For an image is so called because it is produced as an imitation of something else. Wherefore, for instance, an egg, however much like and equal to another egg, is not called an image of the other egg because it is not copied from it. But equality does not belong to the essence of an image, for as Augustine says, on 83 Diverse Questions, question 74, "Where there is an image, there is not necessarily equality," as we see in a person's image reflected in a glass. Yet this is of the essence of a perfect image, for in a perfect image nothing is wanting that is to be found in that of which it is a copy. Now it is manifest that in man there is some likeness to God, copied from God as from an exemplar. Yet this likeness is not one of equality, for such an exemplar infinitely excels its copy. Therefore there is in man a likeness to God, not indeed a perfect likeness, but imperfect. And Scripture implies the same when it says that man was made to God's likeness, for the preposition "to" signifies a certain approach, as of something at a distance. Reply to Objection 1. The prophet speaks of bodily images made by man. Therefore he says pointedly, "What image will you make for him?" But God made a spiritual image to himself in man. Reply to Objection 2. The firstborn of creatures is the perfect image of God, reflecting perfectly that of which he is the image, and so he is said to be the image, and never to the image. But man is said to be both image by reason of the likeness, and to the image by reason of the imperfect likeness. And since the perfect likeness to God cannot be except in an identical nature, the image of God exists in his firstborn Son, as the image of the king is in his son, who is of the same nature as himself; whereas it exists in man as in an alien nature, as the image of the king is in a silver coin, as Augustine explains in On the 10 Strings, Sermon 9, otherwise 96, on the liturgical seasons. Reply to Objection 3. As unity means absence of division, a species is said to be the same as far as it is one. Now a thing is said to be one not only numerically, specifically, or generically, but also according to a certain analogy or proportion. In this sense a creature is one with God, or like to him. But when Hilary says, "of a thing which adequately represents another," this is to be understood of a perfect image. Second Article, Section 1, Question 93, Article 2. Whether the image of God is to be found in irrational creatures? Objection 1. It would seem that the irrational creatures, for Dionysius says (Divine Names 2), effects are contingent images of their causes. But God is the cause not only of rational, but also of irrational creatures. Therefore the image of God is to be found in irrational creatures. Obj. 2: Further, the more distinct a likeness is, the nearer it approaches to the nature of an image. But Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that the solar ray has a very great similitude to the Divine goodness. Therefore it is made to the image of God. Obj. 3: Further, the more perfect anything is in goodness, the more it is like God. But the whole universe is more perfect in goodness than man. For though each individual thing is good, all things together are called very good (Genesis 1:31). Therefore the whole universe is to the image of God, and not only man. Obj. 4: Further, Boethius (De Consol. of Philosophy, 3) says of God, "holding the world in his mind, and forming it into his image." Therefore the whole world is to the image of God, and not only the rational creature. On the contrary, Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. vi, 12): "Man's excellence consists in the fact that God made him to His own image by giving him an intellectual soul, which raises him above the beasts of the field. Therefore things without intellect are not made to God's image." I answer that not every likeness, not even what is copied from something else, is sufficient to make an image. For if the likeness be only generic, or existing by virtue of some common accident, this does not suffice for one thing to be the image of another. For instance, a worm, though from man it may originate, cannot be called man's image, merely because of the generic likeness. Nor, if anything is made white like something else, can we say that it is the image of that thing; for whiteness is an accident belonging to many species. But the nature of an image requires likeness in species. Thus the image of the king exists in his son, or at least in some specific accident, and chiefly in the shape. Thus we speak of a man's image in copper. Whence Hilary says pointedly that an image is of the same species. Now it is manifest that specific likeness follows the ultimate difference. But some things are like to God first, and most commonly because they exist; secondly, because they live; and thirdly, because they know or understand. And these last, as Augustine says (On 83 Diverse Questions, Question 51), approach so near to God in likeness, that among all creatures nothing comes nearer to Him. It is clear, therefore, that intellectual creatures alone, properly speaking, are made to God's image. Reply Obj. 1: Everything imperfect is a participation of what is perfect. Therefore even what falls short of the nature of an image, so far as it possesses any sort of likeness to God, participates in some degree the nature of an image. So Dionysius says that effects are contingent images of their causes, that is, as much as they happen (contingit) to be so, but not absolutely. Reply Obj. 2: Dionysius compares the solar ray to Divine goodness as regards its causality, not as regards its natural dignity, which is involved in the idea of an image. Reply Obj. 3: The universe is more perfect in goodness than the intellectual creature as regards extension and diffusion, but intensively and collectively the likeness to the Divine goodness is found rather in the intellectual creature, which has a capacity for the highest good. Or else we may say that a part is not rightly divided against the whole, but only against another part. Wherefore, when we say that the intellectual nature alone is to the image of God, we do not mean that the universe in any part is not to God's image, but that the other parts are excluded. Reply Obj. 4: Boethius here uses the word image to express the likeness which the product of an art bears to the artistic species in the mind of the artist. Thus every creature is an image of the exemplar type thereof in the Divine mind. We are not, however, using the word image in this sense, but as it implies a likeness in nature, that is, inasmuch all things, as being, are like to the first being, as living, like to the first life, and as intelligent, like to the supreme wisdom. Third Article, Section 1, Question 93, Article 3. Whether the angels are more to the image of God than man is? Objection 1. It would seem that the angels are not more to the image of God than man is. For Augustine says in a sermon on the image, 43, on the words of the Apostles, 27, that God granted to no other creature besides man to be to his image. Therefore it is not true to say that the angels are more than man to the image of God. Objection 2. Further, according to Augustine, on 83 Diverse Questions, question 51, man is so much to God's image that God did not make any creature to be between him and man, and therefore nothing is more akin to him. But a creature is called God's image so far as it is akin to God. Therefore the angels are not more to the image of God than man. Objection 3. Further, a creature is said to be to God's image so far as it is of an intellectual nature. But the intellectual nature does not admit of intensity or remissness, for it is not an accidental thing, since it is a substance. Therefore the angels are not more to the image of God than man. On the contrary, Gregory says, Homily 34 on the Gospels, the angel is called a seal of resemblance, Ezekiel 28:12, because in him the resemblance of the divine image is wrought with greater expression. I answer that we may speak of God's image in two ways. First, we may consider in it that in which the image chiefly consists, that is, the intellectual nature. Thus the image of God is more perfect in angels than in man, because their intellectual nature is more perfect, as is clear from what has been said. Question 58, Article 3. Question 79, Article 8. Secondly, we may consider the image of God in man as regards its accidental qualities, so far as to observe in man a certain imitation of God, consisting in the fact that man proceeds from man, as God from God, and also in the fact that the whole human soul is in the whole body, and again in every part, as God is in regard to the whole world. In these and the like things the image of God is more perfect in man than it is in the angels. But these do not of themselves belong to the nature of the divine image in man, unless we presuppose the first likeness, which is in the intellectual nature. Otherwise even brute animals would be to God's image. Therefore, as in their intellectual nature, the angels are more to the image of God than man is. We must grant that, absolutely speaking, the angels are more to the image of God than man is, but that in some respects man is more like to God. Reply to Objection 1. Augustine excludes the inferior creatures bereft of reason from the image of God, but not the angels. Reply to Objection 2. As fire is said to be specifically the most subtle of bodies, while nevertheless one kind of fire is more subtle than another, so we say that nothing is more like to God than the human soul in its generic and intellectual nature, because, as Augustine had said previously, things which have knowledge are so near to him in likeness that of all creatures none are nearer. Wherefore this does not mean that the angels are not more to God's image. Reply to Objection 3. When we say that substance does not admit of more or less, we do not mean that one species of substance is not more perfect than another, but that one and the same individual does not participate in its specific nature at one time more than at another. Nor do we mean that a species of substance is shared among different individuals in a greater or lesser degree. Fourth Article, Section 1, Question 93, Article 4. Whether the image of God is found in every man? Objection 1. It would seem that the image of God is not found in every man. For the Apostle says that man is the image of God, but woman is the image (vulgate glory) of man. 1 Corinthians 11:7. Therefore, as woman is an individual of the human species, it is clear that every individual is not an image of God. Obj. 2: Further, the Apostle says (Rom. 8:29): "Whom God foreknew, He also predestined to be made conformable to the image of His Son." But all men are not predestined. Therefore all men have not the conformity of image. Obj. 3: Further, likeness belongs to the nature of the image, as above explained (A. 1). But by sin man becomes unlike God. Therefore he loses the image of God. On the contrary, it is written (Ps. 38:7): "Surely man passeth as an image." I answer that, since man is said to be the image of God by reason of his intellectual nature, he is the most perfectly like God according to that in which he can best imitate God in his intellectual nature. Now the intellectual nature imitates God chiefly in this, that God understands and loves himself. Wherefore we see that the image of God is in man in three ways. First, inasmuch as man possesses a natural aptitude for understanding and loving God; and this aptitude consists in the very nature of the mind, which is common to all men. Secondly, inasmuch as man actually and habitually knows and loves God, though imperfectly; and this image consists in the conformity of grace. Thirdly, inasmuch as man knows and loves God perfectly; and this image consists in the likeness of glory. Wherefore on the words, "The light of thy countenance, O Lord, is signed upon us" (Psalm 4:7), the gloss distinguishes a threefold image of creation, of recreation, and of likeness. The first is found in all men, the second only in the just, the third only in the blessed. Reply Obj. 1: The image of God in its principal signification, namely the intellectual nature, is found both in man and in woman. Hence after the words, "To the image of God He created him," it is added, "Male and female He created them" (Gen. 1:27). Moreover, it is said "them" in the plural, as Augustine (Gen. ad lit. iii, 22) remarks, lest it should be thought that both sexes were united in one individual. But in a secondary sense the image of God is found in man and not in woman; for man is the beginning and end of woman, as God is the beginning and end of every creature. So when the Apostle had said that man is the image and glory of God, but woman is the glory of man, he adds his reason for saying this: for man is not of woman, but woman of man; and man was not created for woman, but woman for man. Reply Objections 2 and 3. These reasons refer to the image consisting in the conformity of grace and glory. Fifth Article, Section 1, Question 93, Article 5. Whether the image of God is in man according to the Trinity of Persons? Objection 1. It would seem that the image of God does not exist in man as to the Trinity of Persons. For Augustine says (Fulgentius to Peter on the Faith, 1): "One in essence is the Godhead of the Holy Trinity, and one is the image to which man was made." And Hilary (On the Trinity, 5) says: "Man is made to the image of that which is common in the Trinity." Therefore the image of God in man is of the Divine essence, and not of the Trinity of Persons. Obj. 2: Further, it is said (On the Dogmas of the Church) that the image of God in man is to be referred to eternity. Damascene also says (De Fide Orth. ii, 12) that the image of God in man belongs to him as "an intelligent being endowed with free will and self-movement." Gregory of Nyssa (On the Making of Man, 16) also asserts that when Scripture says that man was made to the image of God, it means that human nature was made a participator of all good, for the Godhead is the fullness of goodness. Now all these things belong more to the unity of the essence than to the distinction of the persons. Therefore the image of God in man regards not the trinity of persons, but the unity of the essence. Obj. 3: Further, an image leads to the knowledge of that of which it is the image. Therefore, if there is in man the image of God as to the trinity of persons, since man can know himself by his natural reason, it follows that by his natural knowledge man could know the trinity of the divine persons; which is untrue, as was shown above (Q. 32, A. 1). Obj. 4: Further, the name of image is not applicable to any of the three persons, but only to the Son. For Augustine says (De Trin. vi, 2) that the Son alone is the image of the Father. Therefore, if in man there were an image of God as regards the person, this would not be an image of the Trinity, but only of the Son. On the contrary, Hilary says (De Trin. iv): "The plurality of the divine persons is proved from the fact that man is said to have been made to the image of God." I answer that, as we have seen (Q. 40, A. 2), the distinction of the divine persons is only according to origin, or rather relations of origin. Now the mode of origin is not the same in all things, but in each thing is adapted to the nature thereof; animated things being produced in one way, and inanimate in another; animals in one way, and plants in another. Wherefore it is manifest that the distinction of the divine persons is suitable to the divine nature; and therefore to be to the image of God by imitation of the divine nature does not exclude being to the same image by the representation of the divine persons; but rather one follows from the other. We must therefore say that in man there exists the image of God, both as regards the divine nature and as regards the trinity of persons. For also in God Himself there is one nature in three persons. Thus it is clear how to solve the first two objections. Reply Obj. 3: This argument would avail if the image of God in man represented God in a perfect manner. But as Augustine says (De Trin. xv, 6), there is a great difference between the Trinity within ourselves and the Divine Trinity. Therefore, as he there says, we see rather than believe the Trinity which is in ourselves, whereas we believe rather than see that God is Trinity. Reply Obj. 4: Some have said that in man there is an image of the Son only. Augustine rejects this opinion (De Trin. xii, 5, 6). First, because as the Son is like to the Father by a likeness of essence, it would follow of necessity if man were made in likeness to the Son, that he is made to the likeness of the Father. Secondly, because if man were made only to the image of the Son, the Father would not have said, "Let us make man to our own image and likeness," but "to thy image." When therefore it is written, "He made him to the image of God," the sense is not that the Father made man to the image of the Son only, who is God, as some explained it; but that the Divine Trinity made man to its image, that is, of the whole Trinity. When it is said that God made man to His image, this can be understood in two ways. First, so that this preposition "to" points to the term of the making; and then the sense is, "Let us make man in such a way that our image may be in him." Secondly, this preposition "to" may point to the exemplar clause, as when we say, "This book is made like to that one." Thus the image of God is the very essence of God, which is incorrectly called an image, forasmuch as image is put for the exemplar. Or, as some say, the Divine essence is called an image, because thereby one person imitates another. End of question 93, part 1. Recording by Adam Taylor, CatholicComposer.com. Question 93, part 2 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Taylor. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 93. The end or term of the production of man in 9 articles. Part 2. Sixth Article. Section 1. Question 93. Article 6. Whether the image of God is in man as regards the mind only? Objection 1. It would seem that the image of God is not only in man's mind. For the Apostle says, 1 Corinthians 11:7, that the man is the image of God. But man is not only mind. Therefore the image of God is to be observed not only in his mind. Objection 2. Further, it is written, Genesis 1:27, God created man to his own image. To the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. But the distinction of male and female is in the body. Therefore the image of God is also in the body, and not only in the mind. Objection 3. Further, an image seems to apply corporeal, spiritual or imaginary, and intellectual. Therefore, if in the intellectual vision that belongs to the mind there exists in us a trinity by reason of which we are made to the image of God, for the like reason there must be another trinity in the others. On the contrary, the Apostle says, Ephesians 4:23-24, Be renewed in the spirit of your mind, and put on the new man. Whence we are given to understand that our renewal, which consists in putting on the new man, belongs to the mind. Now he says, Colossians 3:10, putting on the new man, him who is renewed unto knowledge of God, according to the image of him that created him, where the renewal, which consists in putting on the new man, is ascribed to the image of God. Therefore, to be to the image of God belongs to the mind only. I answer that, while in all creatures there is some kind of likeness to God, in the rational creature alone we find a likeness of image, as we have explained above, Articles 1 and 2. Whereas in other creatures we find a likeness by way of a trace. Now the intellect or mind is that whereby the rational creature excels other creatures. Wherefore this image of God is not found even in the rational creature except in the mind, while in the other parts, which the rational creature may happen to possess, we find the likeness of a trace, as in other creatures to which, in reference to such parts, the rational creature can be likened. We may easily understand the reason of this if we consider the way in which a trace and the way in which an image represents anything. An image represents something by likeness in species, as we have said, while a trace represents something by way of an effect, which represents the cause in such a way as not to attain to the likeness of species. For imprints which are left by the movements of animals are called traces. So also ashes are a trace of fire, and desolation of the land a trace of a hostile army. Therefore we may observe this difference between rational creatures and others, both as to the representation of the likeness of the divine nature in creatures, and as to the representation in them of the uncreated Trinity. For as to the likeness of the divine nature, rational creatures seem to attain, after a fashion, to the representation of the species, inasmuch as they imitate God, not only in being and life, but also in intelligence, as above explained, Article 2. Whereas other creatures do not understand, although we observe in them a certain trace of the intellect that created them, if we consider their disposition. Likewise, as the uncreated Trinity is distinguished by the procession of the Word from the speaker, and of love from both of these, as we have seen, Question 28, Article 3, so we may say that in rational creatures, wherein we find a procession of the Word in the intellect, and a procession of love in the will, there exists an image of the uncreated Trinity, by a certain representation of the species. In other creatures, however, we do not find the principle of the Word, and the Word and love, but we do see in them a certain trace of the existence of these in the cause that produced them. For in the fact that a creature has a modified and finite nature, proves that it proceeds from a principle, while its species points to the mental word of the maker, just as the shape of a house points to the idea of the architect, and order points to the maker's love, by reason of which he directs the effect to a good end, as also the use of the house points to the will of the architect. So we find in man a likeness to God by way of an image in his mind, but in the other parts of his being by way of a trace. Reply to Obj. 1. Man is called to the image of God, not that he is essentially an image, but that the image of God is impressed on his mind, as a coin is an image of the king, as having the image of the king. Wherefore there is no need to consider the image of God as existing in every part of man. Reply to Obj. 2. As Augustine says, On the Trinity, 12:5, some have thought that the image of God was not in man individually, but severally. They held that the man represents the person of the Father, those born of man denote the person of the Son, and that the woman is a third person in likeness to the Holy Ghost, since she so proceeded from man as not to be his son or daughter. All of this is manifestly absurd. First, because it would follow that the Holy Ghost is the principle of the Son, as the woman is the principle of the man's offspring. Secondly, because one man would be only the image of one person. Thirdly, because in that case Scripture should not have mentioned the image of God in man until after the birth of the offspring. Therefore, we must understand that when Scripture had said, "To the image of God he created them," it added, "Male and female he created them," not to imply that the image of God came through the distinction of sex, but that the image of God belongs to both sexes, since it is in the mind, wherein there is no sexual distinction. Wherefore the Apostle, Colossians 3:10, after saying, "According to the image of him that created him," added, "Where there is neither male nor female." These words are in reality from Galatians 3:28. In the Vulgate, neither Gentile nor Jew. Reply to Obj. 3. Although the image of God in man is not to be found in his bodily shape, yet because the body of man alone among terrestrial animals is not inclined prone to the ground, but is adapted to look upward to heaven, for this reason we may rightly say that it is made to God's image and likeness, rather than the bodies of other animals, as Augustine remarks, on 83 Diverse Questions, question 51. But this is not to be understood as though the image of God were in man's body, but in the sense that the very shape of the human body represents the image of God in the soul by way of a trace. Reply to Obj. 4. Both in the corporeal and in the imaginary vision we may find a trinity, as Augustine says, On the Trinity, 11:2. For in corporeal vision there is first the species of the exterior body, secondly the act of vision, which occurs by the impression on the sight of a certain likeness of the said species, thirdly the intention of the will applying the sight to see, and to rest on what is seen. Likewise, in the imaginary vision, we find first the species kept in the memory, secondly the vision itself, which is caused by the penetrative power of the soul, that is, the faculty of imagination, informed by the species, and thirdly we find the intention of the will joining both together. But each of these trinities falls short of the divine image. For the species of the external body is extrinsic to the essence of the soul, while the species in the memory, though not extrinsic to the soul, is adventitious to it. And thus in both cases the species falls short of representing the co-naturality and co-eternity of the divine persons. The corporeal vision, too, does not proceed only from the species of the external body, but from this, and at the same time from the sense of the seer. In like manner, imaginary vision is not from the species only which is preserved in the memory, but also from the imagination. For these reasons, the procession of the Son from the Father alone is not suitably represented. Lastly, the intention of the will joining the two together does not proceed from them either in corporeal or spiritual vision. Wherefore the procession of the Holy Ghost from the Father and the Son is not thus properly represented. Seventh Article, Section 1, Question 93, Article 7. Whether the image of God is to be found in the acts of the soul? Objection 1. It would seem that the image of God is not found in the acts of the soul. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei 11:26) that man was made to God's image, inasmuch as we exist and know that we exist, and love this existence and knowledge. But to exist does not signify an act. Therefore the image of God is not to be found in the soul's acts. Further, Augustine (De Trin. ix, 4) assigns God's image in the soul to these three things: mind, knowledge, and love. But mind does not signify an act, but rather the power or the essence of the intellectual soul. Therefore the image of God does not extend to the acts of the soul. Obj. 3. Further, Augustine (De Trin. x, 11) assigns the image of the Trinity in the soul to memory, understanding, and will. But these three are natural powers of the soul, as the Master of the Sentences says, first sentence, D. 3. Therefore the image of God is in the powers, and does not extend to the acts of the soul. Obj. 4. Further, the image of the Trinity always remains in the soul, but an act does not always remain. Therefore the image of God does not extend to the acts. On the contrary, Augustine (De Trin. ix, 2 and following) assigns the Trinity in the lower part of the soul, in relation to the actual vision, whether sensible or imaginative. Therefore also the Trinity in the mind, by reason of which man is like to God's image, must be referred to actual vision. I answer that, as above explained (Article 2), a certain representation of the species belongs to the nature of an image. Hence, if the image of the Divine Trinity is to be found in the soul, we must look for it where the soul approaches the nearest to a representation of the species of the Divine Persons. Now the Divine Persons are distinct from each other by reason of the procession of the word from the speaker, and the procession of love connecting both. But in our soul word cannot exist without actual thought, as Augustine says (De Trin. xiv, 7). Therefore, first and chiefly, the image of the Trinity is to be found in the acts of the soul, that is, inasmuch as from the knowledge which we possess, by actual thought we form an internal word, and thence break forth into love. But since the principles of acts are the habits and powers, and everything exists virtually in its principle, therefore secondarily and consequently, the image of the Trinity may be considered as existing in the powers, and still more in the habits, forasmuch as the acts virtually exist therein. Reply to Obj. 1. Our being bears the image of God so far as it is proper to us, and excels that of the other animals, that is to say, in so far as we are endowed with a mind. Therefore this Trinity is the same as that which Augustine mentions (De Trin. ix, 4), and which consists in mind, knowledge, and love. Reply to Obj. 2. Augustine observed this Trinity first as existing in the mind. But because the mind, though it knows itself entirely in a certain degree, yet also in a way does not know itself, namely as being distinct from others, and thus also it searches itself, as Augustine subsequently proves (De Trin. x, 3 and 4). Therefore, as though knowledge were not in equal proportion to mind, he takes three things in the soul which are proper to the mind, namely memory, understanding, and will, which everyone is conscious of possessing, and assigns the image of the Trinity preeminently to these three, as though the first assignation were in part deficient. Reply to Obj. 3. As Augustine proves (De Trin. xiv, 7), we may be said to understand, will, and to love certain things, both when we actually consider them, and when we do not think of them. When they are not under our actual consideration, they are objects of our memory only, which, in his opinion, is nothing else than habitual retention of knowledge and love. Compare Q. 79, Art. 7, Reply 1. But since, as he says, a word cannot be there without actual thought, for we think everything that we say, even if we speak with that interior word belonging to no nation's tongue, this image chiefly consists in these three things: memory, understanding, and will. And by understanding I mean here that whereby we understand with actual thought. And by will, love, or dilection, I mean that which unites this child with its parent. From which it is clear that he places the image of the Divine Trinity more in actual understanding and will, than in these as existing in the habitual retention of the memory. Although even thus the image of the Trinity exists in the soul in a certain degree, as he says in the same place. Thus it is clear that memory, understanding, and will are not three powers as stated in the sentences. Reply to Obj. 4. Someone might answer by referring to Augustine's statement (De Trin. xiv, 6), that the mind ever remembers itself, ever understands itself, ever loves itself, which some take to mean that the soul ever actually understands and loves itself. But he excludes this interpretation by adding that it does not always think of itself as actually distinct from other things. Thus it is clear that the soul always understands and loves itself, not actually but habitually. Though we might say that by perceiving its own act it understands itself whenever it understands anything. But since it is not always actually understanding, as in the case of sleep, we must say that these acts, although not always actually existing, yet ever exist in their principles, the habits and powers. Wherefore Augustine says (De Trin. xiv, 4), if the rational soul is made to the image of God in the sense that it can make use of reason and intellect to understand and consider God, then the image of God was in the soul from the beginning of its existence. Eighth Article, Section 1, Question 93, Article 8. Whether the image of the Divine Trinity is in the soul only by comparison with God as its object? Objection 1. It would seem that the image of the Divine Trinity is in the soul not only by comparison with God as its object. For the image of the Divine Trinity is to be found in the soul, as shown above (Article 7), according as the word in us proceeds from the speaker, and love from both. But this is to be found in us as regards any object. Therefore the image of the Divine Trinity is in our mind as regards any object. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 4) that when we seek Trinity in the soul, we seek it in the whole of the soul, without separating the process of reasoning in temporal matters from the consideration of things eternal. Therefore the image of the Trinity is to be found in the soul, even as regards temporal objects. Objection 3. Further, it is by grace that we can know and love God. If, therefore, the image of the Trinity is found in the soul by reason of the memory, understanding, and will, or love of God, this image is not in man by nature but by grace, and thus is not common to all. Objection 4. Further, the saints in heaven are most perfectly conformed to the image of God by the beatific vision. Wherefore it is written (2 Corinthians 3:18), "We are transformed into the same image from glory to glory." But temporal things are known by the beatific vision. Therefore the image of God exists in us even according to temporal things. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. xiv, 12), "The image of God exists in the mind, not because it has a remembrance of itself, loves itself, and understands itself, but because it can also remember, understand, and love God by whom it was made. Much less, therefore, is the image of God in the soul, in respect of other objects. I answer that, as above explained, Articles 2 and 7, image means a likeness which in some degree, however small, attains to a representation of the species. Wherefore we need to seek in the image of the Divine Trinity in the soul some kind of representation of species of the divine persons, so far as this is possible to a creature. Now the divine persons, as above stated, Articles 6 and 7, are distinguished from each other according to the procession of the word from the speaker and the procession of love from both. Moreover, the Word of God is born of God by the knowledge of Himself, and love proceeds from God according as He loves Himself. But it is clear that diversity of objects diversifies the species of word and love. For in the human mind the species of a stone is specifically different from that of a horse, which also the love regarding each of them is specifically different. Hence we refer the divine image in man to the verbal concept born of the knowledge of God, and to the love derived therefrom. Thus the image of God is found in the soul according as the soul turns to God, or possesses a nature that enables it to turn to God. Now the mind may turn towards an object in two ways, directly and immediately, or indirectly and mediately. As, for instance, when anyone sees a man reflected in a looking-glass, he may be said to be turned towards that man. So Augustine says, On the Trinity, 14:8, that the mind remembers itself, understands itself, and loves itself. If we perceive this, we perceive a Trinity, not indeed God, but nevertheless rightly called the image of God. But this is due to the fact, not that the mind reflects on itself absolutely, but that thereby it can furthermore turn to God, as appears from the authority quoted above. Argument on the contrary. Reply to Obj. 1. For the notion of an image it is not enough that something proceed from another, but it is also necessary to observe what proceeds and whence it proceeds, namely, that what is the Word of God proceeds from knowledge of God. Reply to Obj. 2. In all the soul we may see a kind of trinity, not, however, as though besides the action of temporal things and the contemplation of eternal things, any third thing should be required to make up the trinity, as he adds in the same passage. But in that part of the reason which is concerned with temporal things, although a trinity may be found, yet the image of God is not to be seen there, as he says further on. For as much as this knowledge of temporal things is adventitious to the soul. Moreover, even the habits whereby temporal things are known are not always present. But sometimes they are actually present, and sometimes present only in memory even after they begin to exist in the soul. Such is clearly the case with faith, which comes to us temporally for this present life, while in the future life faith will no longer exist, but only the remembrance of faith. Reply to Obj. 3. The meritorious knowledge and love of God can be in us only by grace. Yet there is a certain natural knowledge and love as seen above. Question 12, Article 12, Question 56, Article 3, and Question 60, Article 5. This too is natural that the mind, in order to understand God, can make use of reason, in which sense we have already said that the image of God abides ever in the soul. Whether this image of God be so obsolete, as it were clouded, as almost to amount to nothing, as in those who have not the use of reason, or obscured and disfigured, as in sinners, or clear and beautiful, as in the just, as Augustine says, On the Trinity, 14:6. Reply to Obj. 4. By the vision of glory temporal things will be seen in God Himself, and such a vision of things temporal will belong to the image of God. This is what Augustine means, De Trin. xiv, 6, when he says that in that nature to which the mind will blissfully adhere, whatever it sees it will see as unchangeable, for in the uncreated Word are the types of all creatures. Ninth Article, Section 1, Question 93, Article 9. Whether likeness is properly distinguished from image? Objection 1. It would seem that likeness is not properly distinguished from image, for genus is not properly distinguished from species. Now likeness is to image, as genus to species, because where there is image, forthwith there is likeness, but not conversely, as Augustine says on 83 Diverse Questions, question 74. Therefore likeness is not properly to be distinguished from image. Objection 2. Further, the nature of the image consists not only in the representation of the divine persons, but also in the representation of the divine essence, to which representation belong immortality and indivisibility. So it is not true to say that the likeness is in the essence because it is immortal and indivisible, whereas the image is in other things. Sentence 2, D. 16. Objection 3. Further, the image of God in man is threefold: the image of nature, of grace, and of glory, as above explained, Article 4. But innocence and righteousness belong to grace. Therefore it is incorrectly said, sentence 2, D. 16, that the image is taken from the memory, the understanding and the will, while the likeness is from innocence and righteousness. Objection 4. Further, knowledge of truth belongs to the intellect, and love of virtue to the will, which two things are parts of the image. Therefore it is incorrect to say, sentence 2, D. 16, that the image consists in the knowledge of truth, and the likeness in the love of virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says, on 83 Diverse Questions, question 51, some consider that these two were mentioned not without reason, namely image and likeness, since if they meant the same, one would have sufficed. I answer that likeness is a kind of unity, for oneness in quality causes likeness, as the Philosopher says, Metaphysics 5, Didascally 4:15. Now, since one is a transcendental, it is both common to all and adapted to each single thing, just as the good and the true. Wherefore, as the good can be compared to each individual thing, both as its preamble and as subsequent to it, as signifying some perfection in it, so also in the same way there exists a kind of comparison between likeness and image. For the good is a preamble to man, inasmuch as man is an individual good; and again, the good is subsequent to man, inasmuch as we may say of a certain man that he is good, by reason of his perfect virtue. In like manner, likeness may be considered in the light of a preamble to image, inasmuch as it is something more general than image, as we have said above, Article 1. And again, it may be considered as subsequent to image, inasmuch as it signifies a certain perfection of image. For we say that an image is like or unlike what it represents, according as the representation is perfect or imperfect. Thus likeness may be distinguished from image in two ways. First, as its preamble and existing in more things, and in this sense likeness regards things which are more common than the intellectual properties, wherein the image is properly to be seen. In this sense it is stated, on 83 Diverse Questions, question 51, that the spirit, namely the mind, without doubt was made to the image of God. But the other parts of man, belonging to the soul's inferior faculties, or even to the body, are in the opinion of some made to God's likeness. In this sense, he says, on the Measure of the Soul 2, that the likeness of God is found in the soul's incorruptibility, For corruptible and incorruptible are differences of universal beings. But likeness may be considered in another way, as signifying the expression and perfection of the image. In this sense Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 12) that the image implies an intelligent being endowed with free will and self-movement, whereas likeness implies a likeness of power, as far as this may be possible in man. In the same sense, likeness is said to belong to the love of virtue, for there is no virtue without love of virtue. Reply to Obj. 1: Likeness is not distinct from image in the general notion of likeness, for thus it is included in image; but so far as any likeness falls short of image, or again, as it perfects the idea of image. Reply to Obj. 2: The soul's essence belongs to the image, as representing the Divine essence in those things which belong to the intellectual nature, but not in those conditions subsequent to general notions of being, such as simplicity and indissolubility. Reply to Obj. 3: Even certain virtues are natural to the soul, at least in their seeds, by reason of which we may say that a natural likeness exists in the soul. Nor is it unfitting to us the term "image" from one point of view, and from another the term "likeness." Reply to Obj. 4: Love of the word, which is knowledge loved, belongs to the nature of image; but love of virtue belongs to likeness, as virtue itself belongs to likeness. End of question 93, part 2. Recording by Adam Taylor, CatholicComposer.com.
Question 94 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 94. Of the state and condition of the first man as regards his intellect. In 4 articles. We next consider the state or condition of the first man. First, as regards his soul; secondly, as regards his body. Concerning the first there are 2 things to be considered: 1. The condition of man as to his intellect; 2. The condition of man as to his will. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry: 1. Whether the first man saw the essence of God; 2. Whether he could see the separate substances, that is, the angels; 3. Whether he possessed all knowledge; 4. Whether he could err or be deceived. First article, Part 1, Question 94, Article 1. Whether the first man saw God through his essence? Objection 1. It would seem that the first man saw God through his essence. For man's happiness consists in the vision of the Divine essence. But the first man, "while established in paradise, led a life of happiness in the enjoyment of all things," as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 11). And Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 10), "If man was gifted with the same tastes as now, how happy must he have been in paradise, that place of ineffable happiness." Therefore the first man in paradise saw God through his essence. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, in the place cited) that "the first man lacked nothing which his good will might obtain." But our good will can obtain nothing better than the vision of the Divine essence. Therefore man saw God through his essence. Obj. 3: Further, the vision of God in his essence is whereby God is seen without a medium or enigma. But man in the state of innocence "saw God immediately," as the Master of the Sentences asserts (Book of Sentences IV, Distinction 1). He also saw without an enigma, for an enigma implies obscurity, as Augustine says (De Trin. xv, 9). Now obscurity resulted from sin. Therefore man in the primitive state saw God through his essence. On the contrary, The Apostle says (1 Corinthians 15:46), "That was not first which is spiritual, but that which is natural." But to see God through his essence is most spiritual. Therefore the first man in the primitive state of his natural life did not see God through his essence. I answer that, The first man did not see God through his essence if we consider the ordinary state of that life; unless that he saw God in a vision, when "God cast a deep sleep upon Adam" (Genesis 2:21). The reason is because, since in the Divine essence is beatitude itself, the intellect of a man who sees the Divine essence has the same relation to God as a man has to beatitude. Now it is clear that man cannot willingly be turned away from beatitude, since naturally and necessarily he desires it, and shuns unhappiness. Wherefore no man who sees the essence of God can willingly turn away from God, which means to sin. Hence all who see God through his essence are so firmly established in the love of God, that for eternity they can never sin. Therefore as Adam did sin, it is clear that he did not see God through his essence. Nevertheless he knew God with a more perfect knowledge than we do now. Thus in a sense his knowledge was midway between our knowledge in the present state and the knowledge we shall have in heaven, when we see God through his essence. To make this clear, we must consider that the vision of God through his essence is contradistinguished from the vision of God through his creatures. Now, the higher the creature is, and the more like God, the more clearly is God seen in it. For instance, a man is seen more clearly through a mirror in which his image is the more clearly expressed. Thus God is seen in a much more perfect manner through his intelligible effects than through those which are only sensible or corporeal. But in his present state man is impeded as regards the full and clear consideration of intelligible creatures, because he is distracted by and occupied with sensible things. Now it is written (Ecclesiastes 7:30), "God made man right," and man was made right by God in this sense, that in him the lower powers were subjected to the higher, and the higher nature was made so as not to be impeded by the lower. Wherefore the first man was not impeded by exterior things from a clear and steady contemplation of the intelligible effects which he perceived by the radiation of the first truth, whether by a natural or by a gratuitous knowledge. Hence Augustine says on the literal meaning of Genesis 11:33 that "perhaps God used to speak to the first man as he speaks to the angels, by shedding on his mind a ray of the unchangeable truth, yet without bestowing on him the experience of which the angels are capable in the participation of the Divine essence." Therefore through these intelligible effects of God, man knew God then more clearly than we know him now. Reply Obj. 1: Man was happy in paradise, but not with that perfect happiness to which he was destined, which consists in the vision of the Divine essence. He was, however, endowed with a life of happiness in a certain measure," as Augustine says on the literal meaning of Genesis 11:18, so far as he was gifted with natural integrity and perfection. Reply Obj. 2: A good will is a well-ordered will. But the will of the first man would have been ill-ordered had he wished to have, while in the state of merit, what had been promised to him as a reward. Reply Obj. 3: A medium of knowledge is twofold: one through which, and at the same time in which, something is seen, as, for example, a man is seen through a mirror, and is seen with the mirror. Another kind of medium is that whereby we attain to the knowledge of something unknown, such as the medium in a demonstration. God was seen without this second kind of medium, but not without the first kind. For there was no need for the first man to attain to the knowledge of God by demonstration drawn from an effect, such as we need, since he knew God simultaneously in his effects, especially in the intelligible effects, according to his capacity. Again, we must remark that the obscurity implied in the word enigma may be of two kinds. First, so far as every creature is something obscure when compared with the immensity of the divine light, in an enigma, because he saw him in a created effect. Secondly, we may take obscurity as an effect of sin, so far as man is impeded in the consideration of intelligible things by being preoccupied with sensible things, in which sense Adam did not see God in an enigma. Second Article, Part 1, Question 94, Article 2. Innocence saw the angels through their essence. Objection 1. It would seem that Adam, in the state of innocence, saw the angels through their essence. For Gregory says (Dialogues 4:1), "In paradise man was accustomed to enjoy the words of God, and by purity of heart and loftiness of vision to have the company of the good angels." Objection 2: Further, the soul in the present state is impeded from the knowledge of separate substances by union with a corruptible body which "is a load upon the soul," as is written Wisdom 9:15. Wherefore the separate soul can see separate substances, as above explained (Q. 89, A. 2). But the body of the first man was not a load upon his soul, for the latter was not corruptible. Therefore he was able to see separate substances. Obj. 3: Further, one separate substance knows another separate substance (Book of Causes, 13). But the soul of the first man knew itself. Therefore it knew separate substances. On the contrary, the soul of Adam was of the same nature as ours. But our souls cannot now understand separate substances. Therefore neither could Adam's soul. I answer that, the state of the human soul may be distinguished in two ways. First, from a diversity of mode in its natural existence, and in this point the state of the separate soul is distinguished from the state of the soul joined to the body. Secondly, the state of the soul is distinguished in relation to integrity and corruption, the state of natural existence remaining the same; and thus the state of innocence is distinct from the state of man after sin. For man's soul in the state of innocence was adapted to perfect and govern the body. Wherefore the first man is said to have been made into a "living soul," that is, a soul giving life to the body, namely animal life. But he was endowed with integrity as to this life, in that the body was entirely subject to the soul, hindering it in no way, as we have said above (A. 1). Now it is clear from what has been already said (Q. 84, A. 7; Q. 85, A. 1), Q. 89, A. 1) that since the soul governs the body as regards animal life, it is fitting that it should have that mode of understanding which is by turning to phantasms. Wherefore this mode of understanding was becoming to the soul of the first man also. Now, in virtue of this mode of understanding, there are 3 degrees of movement in the soul, as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv). The first is by the soul "passing from exterior to concentrate its powers on itself." The second is by the soul ascending "so as to be associated with the united superior powers," namely the angels. The third is when the soul is "led on" yet further "to the supreme good," that is, to God. In virtue of the first movement of the soul from exterior things to itself, the soul's knowledge is perfected. This is because the intellectual operation of the soul has a natural order to external things, as we have said above (Q. 87, A. 3). And so by the knowledge thereof our intellectual operation can be known perfectly as an act through its object; and through the intellectual operation itself, the human intellect can be known perfectly as a power through its proper act. But in the second movement we do not find perfect knowledge; because, since the angel does not understand by turning to phantasms, but by a far more excellent process, as we have said above (Q. 55, A. 2), the above mentioned mode of knowledge by which the soul knows itself is not sufficient to lead it to the knowledge of an angel. Much less does the third movement lead to perfect knowledge. For even the angels themselves, by the fact that they know themselves, are not able to arrive at the knowledge of the Divine substance by reason of its surpassing excellence. Therefore the soul of the first man could not see the angels in their essence. Nevertheless, he had a more excellent mode of knowledge regarding the angels than we possess, because his knowledge of intelligible things within him was more certain and fixed than our knowledge. And it was on account of this excellence of knowledge that Gregory says that "he enjoyed the company of the angelic spirits." This makes clear the reply to the first objection. Reply Obj. 2: That the soul of the first man fell short of the knowledge regarding separate substances was not owing to the body was a load upon it, but to the fact that its connatural object fell short of the excellence of separate substances. We, in our present state, fall short on account of both these reasons. Reply Obj. 3: The soul of the first man was not able to arrive at knowledge of separate substances by means of its self-knowledge, as we have shown above; for even each separate substance knows others in its own measure. Third Article, Article 3. Whether the first man knew all things? Objection 1: It would seem that the first man did not know all things. For if he had such knowledge, it would be either by acquired species, or by connatural species, or by infused species; not, however, by acquired species, for this kind of knowledge, as stated in Metaph. i, 1, and the first man had not then gained experience of all things. Nor through connatural species, because he was of the same nature as we are, and our soul, as Aristotle says (De Anima iii, 4), is "like a clean tablet." And if his knowledge came by infused species, it would have been of a different kind from ours, which we acquire from things themselves. Further, individuals of the same species have the same way of arriving at perfection. Now other men have not, from the beginning, knowledge of all things; but they acquire it in the course of time according to their capacity. Therefore neither things when he was first created. Obj. 3: Further, the present state of life is given to man in order that his soul may advance in knowledge and merit. Indeed, the soul seems to be united to the body for that purpose. Now man would have advanced in merit in that state, or also in knowledge. Therefore he was not endowed with knowledge of all things. On the contrary, man named the animals (Genesis 2:20). But names should be adapted to the nature of things. Therefore Adam knew the animals' natures, and in like manner he was possessed of the knowledge of all other things. I answer that, in the perfection comes before imperfection, as act precedes potentiality. For whatever is in potentiality is made actual only by something actual. And since God created things not only for their own existence, but also that they might be the principles of other things, so creatures were produced in their perfect state to be the principles as regards others. Now man can be the principle of another man, not only by generation of the body, but also by instruction and government. Hence, as the first man was produced in a perfect state to instruct and govern others. Now no one can instruct others unless, and so the first man was established by God in such a manner as to have knowledge of all those things for which man has a natural aptitude, virtually contained in the first self-evident principles, that is, whatever truths man is naturally able to know. In order to direct his own life and that of others, man needs to know not only those things which can be naturally known, but also things surpassing natural knowledge, because the life of man is directed to a supernatural end, just as it is necessary for us to know of faith in order to direct our own lives. Wherefore the first man was endowed with such a knowledge of these supernatural truths as was necessary for the direction of human life in that state. But those things which cannot be known by merely human effort, and which are not necessary for the direction of human life, were not known by the first man, such as the thoughts of men, a degree of perfection which was not due to other men, as is clear from what is above explained. Reply Obj. 3: Not in the number of things known, but in the manner of knowing, because what he knew speculatively he would subsequently have known by experience. But as regards supernatural knowledge, he would also have advanced as regards the number of things known, by further revelation, as the angels advance by further enlightenment. Moreover, there is no comparison between advance in knowledge and advance in merit, since one man cannot be a principle of merit to another, although he can be to another a principle of knowledge. Fourth Article, Part 1, Question 94, Article 4. Whether man in his first state could be deceived? Objection 1. It would seem that man in his primitive state could have been deceived. For the Apostle says (1 Timothy 2:14) that "the woman being seduced was in the transgression." Objection 2. Further, the Master says (Book of Sentences ii, Distinction 21) that "the woman was not frightened at the serpent speaking, because she thought that he had received the faculty of speech from God." But this was untrue. Therefore before sin the woman was deceived. Obj. 3. Further, it is natural that the farther off anything is from us, the smaller it seems to be. Now the nature of the eyes is not changed by sin. Therefore this would have been the case in the state of innocence. Wherefore man would have been deceived in the size of what he saw, just as he is deceived now. Obj. 4: Further, Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. xii, 2) that in sleep the soul adheres to the images of as if they were the things themselves; but in the state of innocence man would have eaten and consequently have slept and dreamed. Therefore he would have been deceived, adhering to images as to realities. Obj. 5: Further, the first man would have been ignorant of other men's thoughts, and of future contingent events, as stated above (A. 3). So if anyone had told him what was false about these things, he would have been deceived. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii, 8), to regard what is true as false is not natural to man as created, but is a punishment of man condemned. I answer that, in the opinion of some, deception may mean two things, namely, any slight surmise in which one adheres to what is false, as though it were true, but without the assent of belief; or it may mean a firm belief. Thus before sin Adam could not be deceived in either of these ways, as regards those things to which his knowledge extended; but as regards things to which his knowledge did not extend, he might have been deceived, if we take deception in the wide sense of the term for any surmise without assent of belief. This opinion was held with the idea that it is not derogatory to man to entertain a false opinion in such matters, and that provided he does not assent rashly, he is not to be blamed. Such an opinion, however, is not fitting as regards the integrity of the primitive state of life, because, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 10), in that state of life "sin was avoided without struggle, and while it remained so, no evil could exist." Now it is clear that as truth is the good of the intellect, so falsehood is its evil, as the Philosopher says (Ethic. vi, 2); so that as long as the state of innocence continued, it was impossible for the human intellect to assent to falsehood as if it were truth. For as some perfections, such as clarity, were lacking in the bodily members of the first man, though no evil could be therein, so that the absence of some knowledge, but no false opinion. This is clear also from of the primitive state, by virtue of which, while the soul remained subject to God, the lower faculties in man were subject to the higher, and were no impediment to their action. And from what has preceded (Q. 85, A. 6), it is clear that as regards its proper object, the intellect is ever true, and hence it is never deceived of itself; but whatever deception occurs must be ascribed to some lower faculty, such as the imagination or the like. Hence when the natural power of judgment is free, we are not deceived by such images, but only when it is not free, as is the case in sleep. Therefore it is clear that the rectitude of the primitive state was incompatible with deception of the intellect. Reply Obj. 1: Though the woman was deceived before she sinned indeed, still it was not till she had already sinned by interior pride. For Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. xi, 30) that "the woman could not have believed the words of the serpent, had she not already acquiesced in the love of her own power, and in a presumption of self-conceit." Reply Obj. 2: The woman thought that the serpent had received this faculty, not as acting in accordance with nature, but by virtue of some supernatural operation. We need not, however, follow the Master of the Sentences in this point. Reply Obj. 3: Were anything presented to the imagination or sense of the first man not in accordance with the nature of things, he would not have been deceived, for his reason would have enabled him to judge the truth. Reply Obj. 4: A man is not accountable for what occurs during sleep, as he has not then the use of his reason, wherein consists man's proper action. Reply Obj. 5: If anyone has said something untrue as regards future contingencies, or as regards secret thoughts, man in the primitive state would not have believed it was so, but he might have believed that such a thing was possible, which would not have been to entertain a false opinion. It might also be said that he would have been divinely guided from above, so as not to be deceived in a matter to which his knowledge did not extend. If any object, as some do, that he was not guided when tempted, though he was then most in need of guidance, we reply that man had already sinned in his heart, and that he failed to have recourse to the divine aid. End of question 94. Question 95 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 95. Of things pertaining to the first man's will, namely, grace and righteousness. In 4 articles. We next consider what belongs to the will of the first man, concerning which there are 2 points of treatment. 1. The grace and righteousness of the first man. 2. The use of righteousness as regards his dominion over other things. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the first man was created in grace. 2. Whether in the state of innocence he had passions of the soul. 3. Whether he had all virtues. 4. Whether what he did would have been as meritorious as now. First Article, Part 1, Question 95, Article 1. First man was created in grace. Objection 1. It would seem that the first man was not created in grace. For the Apostle, distinguishing between Adam and Christ, says, 1 Corinthians 15:45, "The first Adam was made into a living soul, the last Adam into a quickening spirit." But the spirit is quickened by grace. Therefore Christ alone was made in grace. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says (Questions on the Old and New Testaments, question 123) that "Adam did not possess the Holy Ghost." But whoever possesses grace has the Holy Ghost. Therefore Adam was not created in grace. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says (On Admonition and Grace, 10) that "God so ordered the life of the angels and men, as to show first what they could do by free will, then what they could do by His grace and by the discernment of righteousness." God thus first created men and angels in the state of natural free will only, and afterwards bestowed grace on them. Objection. Further, the Master says (Book of Sentences ii, Distinction 24), "When man was created, he was given help to stand, but not sufficient to advance." But whoever has grace can advance by merit. Therefore the first man was not created in grace. Objection 5. Further, the reception of grace requires the consent of the recipient, since thereby a kind of spiritual marriage God and the soul. but consent presupposes existence. Therefore man did not receive grace in the first moment of his creation. Obj. 6: Further, nature is more distant from grace than grace is from glory, which is but grace consummated. But in man grace precedes glory. Therefore much more did nature precede grace. On the contrary, man and angel are both ordained to grace. But the angels were created in grace, for Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xii, 9), "God at the same time fashioned their nature and endowed them with grace." Therefore man also was created in grace. I answer that, Some say that man was not created in grace, but that it was bestowed on him subsequently, before sin; and many authorities of the saints declare that man possessed grace in the state of innocence. But the very rectitude of the primitive state, wherewith man was endowed by God, seems to require that, as others say, he was created in grace, according to Ecclesiastes 7:30, "God made man right." For this rectitude consisted in his reason being subject to God, the lower powers to reason, and the body to the soul; and the first subjection was the cause of both the second and the third, since, while reason was subject to God, the lower powers remained subject to reason, as Augustine says. Now it is clear that such a subjection of the body to the soul, and of the lower powers to reason, was not from nature; otherwise it would have remained after sin, since even in the demons the natural gifts remained after sin, as Dionysius declared (Div. Nom. iv). Hence it is clear that also the primitive subjection by virtue of which reason was subject to God was not a merely natural gift, but a supernatural endowment of grace; for it is not possible that the effect should be of greater efficiency than the cause. Hence Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiii, 13) that "as soon as they disobeyed the Divine command, and forfeited Divine grace, they were ashamed of their nakedness, for they felt the impulse of disobedience in the flesh, as though it were a punishment corresponding to their own disobedience." Hence, if the loss of grace dissolved the obedience of the flesh to the soul, we may gather that the inferior powers were subjected to the soul through grace existing therein. Reply Obj. 1: The Apostle in these words means to show that there is a spiritual body, if there is an animal body, inasmuch as the spiritual life of the body began in Christ, who is "the firstborn of the dead," as the body's animal life began in Adam. From the Apostle's words, therefore, we cannot gather that Adam had no spiritual life in his soul, but that he had not spiritual life as regards the body. Reply Obj. 2: As Augustine says in the same passage, that Adam, like other just souls, was in some degree gifted with the Holy Ghost, but "he did not possess the Holy Ghost, as the faithful possess him now," who are admitted to eternal happiness directly after death. Reply Obj. 3: This passage from Augustine does not assert that angels or men were created with natural free will before they possessed grace, but that God shows first what their free will could do before being confirmed in grace, and what they acquired afterwards by being so confirmed. Reply Obj. 4: The Master here speaks according to the opinion of those who held that man was not created in grace, but only in a state of nature. We may also say that, though man was created in grace, yet it was not by virtue of the nature wherein he was created, that he could advance by merit, but by virtue of the grace which was added. Reply Obj. 5. As the motion of the will is not continuous, there is nothing against the first man having consented to grace even in the first moment of his existence. Reply Obj. 6. We merit glory by an act of grace, but we do not merit grace by an act of nature. Hence the comparison fails. Second Article, Part 1, Question 95, Article 2. Whether passions existed in the soul of the first man? Objection 1. It would seem that the first man's soul had no passions. For by the passions of the soul, "the flesh lusteth against the spirit" (Gal. 5:7). But this did not happen in the state of innocence. Therefore in the state of innocence there were no passions of the soul. Objection 2. Further, Adam's soul was nobler than his body. But his body was impassible. Therefore no passions were in his soul. Objection 3. Further, the passions of the soul are restrained by the moral virtues. But in Adam the moral virtues were perfect. Therefore the passions were entirely excluded from him. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv:10) that "in our first parents there was undisturbed love of God," and other passions of the soul. I answer that, the passions of the soul are in the sensual appetite, the object of which is good and evil. Wherefore some passions of the soul are directed to what is good, as love and joy; others to what is evil, as fear and sorrow. And since in the primitive state evil was neither present nor imminent, nor was any good wanting which a good will could desire to have then, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv:10), therefore Adam had no passion with evil as its object, such as fear, sorrow, and the like. Neither had he passions in respect of good not possessed, but to be possessed then, as burning concupiscence. But those passions which regard present good, as joy and love, or which regard future good to be had at the proper time, as desire and hope that casteth not down, existed in the state of innocence; otherwise, however, than as they exist in ourselves. For our sensual appetite, wherein the passions reside, is not entirely subject to reason. Hence at times our passions forestall and hinder reason's judgment; at other times they follow reason's judgment, accordingly as the sensual appetite obeys reason to some extent. But in the state of innocence the inferior appetite was wholly subject to reason, so that in that state the passions of the soul existed only as consequent upon the judgment of reason. Reply Obj. 1. The flesh lusts against the spirit by the rebellion of the passions against reason, which could not occur in the state of innocence. Reply Obj. 2. The human body was impassible in the state of innocence, as regards the passions which alter the disposition of nature, as will be explained later on (Q. 97, A. 2). Likewise the soul was impassible as regards the passions which impede the free use of reason. Reply Obj. 3. Perfection of moral virtue does not wholly take away the passions, but regulates them. For the temperate man desires as he ought to desire, and what he ought to desire, as stated in Ethic. iii, 11. Third Article, Part 1, Question 95, Article 3. Whether Adam had all the virtues? Objection 1. It would seem that Adam had not all the virtues. For some virtues are directed to curb passions. Thus immoderate concupiscence is restrained by temperance, and immoderate fear by fortitude. But in the state of innocence no immoderation existed in the passions. Therefore neither did these virtues then exist. Obj. 2: Further, some virtues are concerned with the passions which have evil as their object, as meekness with anger, fortitude with fear. But these passions did not exist in the state of innocence, as stated above (A. 2). Therefore neither did those virtues exist then. Obj. 3: Further, penance is a virtue that regards sin committed. Mercy, too, is a virtue concerned with unhappiness. But in the state of innocence neither sin nor unhappiness existed. Therefore neither did those virtues exist. Obj. 4: Further, perseverance is a virtue, but Adam possessed it not, as proved by his subsequent sin. Therefore he possessed not every virtue. Obj. 5: Further, faith is a virtue, but it did not exist in the state of innocence, for it implies an obscurity of knowledge which seems to be incompatible with the perfection of the primitive state. On the contrary, Augustine says in a homily (Sermon against the Jews), "The prince of sin overcame Adam, who was made from the slime of the earth to the image of God, adorned with modesty, restrained by temperance, refulgent with brightness." I answer that, in the state of innocence man in a certain sense possessed all the virtues, and this can be proved from what precedes. For it was shown above (A. 1) that such was the rectitude of the primitive state, that reason was subject to God, and the lower powers to reason. Now the virtues are nothing but those perfections whereby reason is directed to God, and the inferior powers regulated according to the dictate of reason, as will be explained in the treatise on the virtues, Summa Theologica, first part of the second part, Q. 63, A. 2. Wherefore the rectitude of the primitive state required that man should in a sense possess every virtue. It must, however, be noted that some virtues of their very nature do not involve imperfection, such as charity and justice, and these virtues did exist in the primitive state absolutely, both in habit and in act. But other virtues are of such nature as to imply imperfection either in their act or on the part of the matter. If such imperfection be consistent with the perfection of the primitive state, such virtues necessarily existed in that state, as faith, which is of things not seen, and hope, which is of things not yet possessed. For the perfection of that state did not extend to the vision of the Divine Essence, and the possession of God with the enjoyment of final beatitude. Hence faith and hope could exist in the primitive state as to act. But any virtue which implies imperfection incompatible with the perfection of the primitive state could exist in that state as a habit, but not as to the act. For instance, penance, which is sorrow for sin committed, and mercy, which is sorrow for others' unhappiness, because sorrow, guilt, and unhappiness are incompatible with the perfection of the primitive state. Wherefore such virtues existed as habits in the first man, but not as to their acts, for he was so disposed that he would repent if there had been a sin to repent for, and had he seen unhappiness in his neighbor, he would have done his best to remedy it. This is in accordance with what the Philosopher says, "Shame, which regards what is ill done, may be found in a virtuous man, but only conditionally, as being so disposed that he would be ashamed if he did wrong." Ethics iv, 9. Reply Obj. 1: It is accidental to temperance and fortitude to subdue superabundant passion, in so far as they are in a subject which happens to have superabundant passions, and yet those virtues are per se competent to moderate the passions. Reply Obj. 2: Passions which have evil for their object were incompatible with the perfection of the primitive state, if that evil be in the one affected by the passion, such as fear and sorrow. But passions which relate to evil in another are not incompatible with the perfection of the primitive state; for in that state man could hate the demon's malice, as he could love God's goodness. Thus the virtues which relate to such passions could exist in the primitive state, in habit and in act. Virtues, however, relating to passions which regard evil in the same subject, if relating to such passions only, could not exist in the primitive state in act, but only in habit, as we have said above of penance and of mercy. But other virtues there are which have relation not to such passions only, but to others, such as temperance, which relates not only to sorrow but also to joy, and fortitude, which relates not only to fear but also to daring and hope. Thus the act of temperance could exist in the primitive state, so far as it moderates pleasure, and in like manner fortitude, as moderating daring and hope, but not as moderating sorrow and fear. Section 3 appears from what has been said above. Reply Obj. 4: Perseverance may be taken in two ways. In one sense, signifying a habit whereby a man makes a choice of persevering in good. In that sense Adam possessed perseverance. In another sense it is taken as a circumstance of virtue, signifying a certain uninterrupted continuation of virtue, in which sense Adam did not possess perseverance. Reply Obj. 5 appears from what has been said above. Fourth Article. Part 1, Question 95, Article 4. Whether the actions of the first man were less meritorious than ours are. Objection 1. It would seem that the actions of the first man were less meritorious than ours are. For grace is given to us through the mercy of God, who succors most those who are most in need. Now we are more in need of grace than was man in the state of innocence. Therefore grace is more copiously poured out upon us. And since grace is the source of merit, our actions are more meritorious. Objection 2. Further, struggle and difficulty are required for merit, for it is written (2 Timothy 2:5), "He is not crowned except he strive lawfully," and the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 3), "The object of virtue is the difficult and the good." But there is more strife and difficulty now. Therefore there is greater efficacy for merit. Obj. 3. Further, the Master says (Book of Sentences ii, Distinction 24) that "man would not have merited in resisting temptation, whereas he does merit now when he resists." Therefore our actions are more meritorious than in the primitive state. On the contrary, if such were the case, man would be better off after sinning. I answer that, Merit as regards degree may be gauged in two ways. First, in its root, which is grace and charity. Merit thus measured corresponds in degree to the essential reward, which consists in the enjoyment of God. For the greater the charity whence our actions proceed, the more perfectly shall we enjoy God. Secondly, the degree of merit is measured by the degree of the action itself. This degree is of two kinds, absolute and proportional. The widow who put 2 mites into the treasury performed a deed of absolutely less degree than the others who put great sums therein. But in proportionate degree the widow gave more, as our Lord said, because she gave more in proportion to her means. In each of these cases the degree of merit corresponds to the accidental reward, which consists in rejoicing for created good. We conclude, therefore, that in the state of innocence man's works were more meritorious than after sin was committed, if we consider the degree of merit on the part of grace, which would have been more copious as meeting with no obstacle in human nature. And in like manner, if we consider the absolute degree of the work done, because man would have had greater virtue, he would have performed greater works. But if we consider the proportionate degree, a greater reason for merit exists after sin on account of man's weakness, because a small deed is more beyond the capacity of one who works with difficulty than a great deed is beyond one who performs it easily. Reply Obj. 1. After sin, man requires grace for more things than before sin, but he does not need grace more, forasmuch as man even before sin required grace to obtain eternal life, which is the chief reason for the need of grace. But after sin, man required grace also for the remission of sin and for the support of his weakness. Reply Obj. 2. Difficulty and struggle belong to the degree of merit according to the proportionate degree of the work done, as above explained. It is also a sign of the will's promptitude striving after what is difficult to itself, and the promptitude of the will is caused by the intensity of charity. A person performs an easy deed with as prompt a will as another performs an arduous deed, because he is ready to do even what may be difficult to him. But the actual difficulty, by its penal character, enables the deed to satisfy for sin. Reply Obj. 3. The first man would not have gained merit in resisting temptation, according to the opinion of those who say that he did not possess grace, even as now there is no merit to those who have not grace. But in this point there is a difference, inasmuch as in the primitive state there was no interior impulse to evil, as in our present state. Hence man was more able then than now to resist temptation even without grace. End of question 95.
Question 96 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 96. Of the mastership belonging to man in the state of innocence, in 4 articles. We next consider the mastership which belonged to man in the state of innocence. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether man in the state of innocence was master over the animals. 2. Whether he was master over all creatures. 3. Whether in the state of innocence all men were equal. 4. Whether in that state man would have been master over man. First article of question 96. Whether Adam in the state of innocence had mastership over the animals. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence Adam had no mastership over the animals. For Augustine says, Genesis at lim. 9:14, that the animals were brought to Adam under the direction of the angels to receive their names from him. But the angels need not have intervened thus if man himself were master over the animals. Therefore, in the state of innocence man had no mastership of the animals. Objection 2. Further, it is unfitting that elements hostile to one another should be brought under the mastership of one. But many animals are hostile to one another, as the sheep and the wolf. Therefore all animals were not brought under the mastership of man. Objection 3. Further, Jerome says, the words quoted are not in St. Jerome's works. St. Thomas may have had in mind Bede Hexim as quoted in Glossa Ordinaria on Genesis 1:26. God gave man mastership over the animals, although before sin he had no need of them, for God foresaw that after sin animals would become useful to man. Therefore, at least before sin, it was unfitting for man to make use of his mastership. Objection 4. Further, it is proper to master the command, but the command is not given rightly save to a rational being. Therefore man had no mastership over the irrational animals. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 1:26, Let him have dominion over the fishes of the sea, and the birds of the air, and the beasts of the earth, vulgate and whole earth. I answer that, as above stated, question 95, Article 1, for his disobedience to God, man was punished by the disobedience of those creatures which should be subject to him. Therefore, in the state of innocence, before man had disobeyed, nothing disobeyed him that was naturally subject to him. Now, all animals are naturally subject to man. This can be proved in three ways. First, from the order observed by nature. For just as in the generation of things we perceive a certain order of procession of the perfect from the imperfect, thus matter is for the sake of form, and the imperfect form for the sake of the perfect. So also is there order in the use of natural things. Thus the imperfect are for the use of the perfect, as the plants make use of the earth for their nourishment, and animals make use of plants, and man makes use of both plants and animals. Therefore it is in keeping with the order of nature that man should be master over animals. Hence the philosopher says, Politics 1:5, that hunting of wild animals is just and natural, because man thereby exercises natural right. Secondly, this is proved by the order of divine providence, which always governs inferior things by the superior. Wherefore, as man, being made to the image of God, is above other animals, these are rightly subject to his government. Thirdly, this is proved from a property of man and of other animals. For we see in the latter a certain participative prudence of natural instinct in regard to certain particular acts, whereas man possesses a universal prudence as regards all practical matters. Now, whatever is participated is subject to what is essential and universal. Therefore, the subjection of other animals to man is proved to be natural. Reply Objection 1. A higher power can do many things that an inferior power cannot do to those which are subject to them. Now the angel is naturally higher than man. Therefore, certain things in regard to animals could be done by angels, which could not be done by men. For instance, the rapid gathering together of all the animals. Reply Obj. 2. In the opinion of some, those animals which now fierce and kill others would in that state have been tamed, not only in regard to men, but also in regard to other animals. This is quite unreasonable, for the nature of animals was not changed by man's sin, as if those whose nature now it is to devour the flesh of others would then have lived on herbs, as the lion and falcon. Nor does Bede's gloss on Genesis 1:30 say that trees and herbs were given as food to all animals and birds, but to some. Thus there would have been natural antipathy between some animals. They would not, however, on this account have been accepted from the mastership of men, as neither at present are they for that reason accepted from the mastership of God, whose providence has ordained all this. Of this providence man would have been the executor, as appears even now in regard to domestic animals, since fowls were given by man as food to the trained falcon. Reply Obj. 3. In the state of innocence man would not have had any bodily need of animals, neither for clothing, since then they were naked and not ashamed, there being no inordinate motions of concupiscence, nor for food, since they fed on the trees of paradise, nor to carry him about, his body being strong enough for that purpose. But man needed animals in order to have experimental knowledge of their natures. This is signified by the fact that God led the animals to man, that he might give them names expressive of their respective natures. Reply Obj. 4. All animals by their natural instinct have a certain participation of prudence and reason, which accounts for the fact that cranes follow their leader and bears obey their queen. So all animals would have obeyed man of their own accord, as in the present state some domestic animals obey him. Second article of question: whether man had mastership over all other creatures. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence man would not have had mastership over all other creatures, for an angel naturally has a greater power than man. On the Trinity 3:8, corporeal matter would not have obeyed even holy angels, much less therefore would it have obeyed men in the state of innocence. Objection 2. Further, the only powers of the soul existing in plants are nutritive, augmentative, and generative. Now these do not naturally obey reason, as we can see in the case of any one man. Therefore, since it is by this reason that man is competent to have mastership, it seems that in the state of innocence man had no dominion over plants. Objection 3. Further, whosoever is a master of a thing can change it, But man could not have changed the course of the heavenly bodies, for this belongs to God alone, as Dionysius says. Therefore man had no dominion over them. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 1:26, that he may have dominion over every creature. I answer that, man in a certain sense contains all things, and so according as he is master of what is within himself, in the same way he can have mastership over other things. Now we may consider four things in man: his reason, which makes him like to the angels; his sensitive powers, whereby he is like the animals; his natural forces, which liken him to the plants; and the body itself, wherein he is like to inanimate things. Now in man reason has the position of a master and not of a subject, wherefore man had no mastership over the angels in the primitive state. So when we read all creatures, we must understand the creatures which are not made to God's image. Over the sensitive powers, as the irascible and concupiscible, which obey reason in some degree, the soul has mastership by commanding. So in the state of innocence man had mastership over the animals by commanding them. But of the natural powers and the body itself man is master not by commanding, but by using them. Thus also in the state of innocence man's mastership over plants and inanimate things consisted not in commanding or in changing them, but in making use of them without hindrance. The answer to the objections appear from the above. The third article of question 96. Whether men were equal in the state of innocence. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence all would have been equal, for Gregory says, Moral 21, where there is no sin there is no inequality. But in the state of innocence there was no sin, therefore all were equal. Objection 2. Further, likeness and equality are the basis of mutual love, according to Sirach 13:19. Every beast that loveth its like, so also every man him that is nearest to himself. Now in that state there was among men an abundance of love, which is the bond of peace. Therefore all were equal in the state of innocence. Objection 3. Further, the cause ceasing, the effect also ceases. But the cause of present inequality among men seems to arise on the part of God from the fact that he rewards some and punishes others, and on the part of nature from the fact that some through a defect of nature are born weak and deficient, others strong and perfect, which would not have been the case in the primitive state. Therefore, etc. On the contrary, it is written, Romans 13:1, things which are of God are well ordered, vulgar, those that are ordained of God. But order chiefly consists in inequality, for Augustine says, The City of God 19:13, Order disposeth things equal and unequal in their proper place. Therefore in the primitive state, which was most proper and orderly, inequality would have existed. I answer that, we must needs admit that in the primitive state there would have been some inequality, at least as regards sex, because generation depends upon diversity of sex, and likewise as regards age, for some would have been born of others, nor would sexual union have been sterile. Moreover, as regards the soul, there would have been inequality as to the righteousness and knowledge, for man worked not of necessity, but of his own free will, by virtue of which man can apply himself more or less to action, desire, or knowledge. Hence some would have made a greater advance in virtue and knowledge than others. There might also have been bodily disparity, for the human body was not entirely exempt from the laws of nature, so as not to receive from exterior sources more or less advantage and help, since indeed it was dependent on food wherewith to sustain life. So we may say that, according to the climate or the movement of the stars, some would have been born more robust in body than others, and also greater, and more beautiful, and always better disposed. So that, however, in those who were thus surpassed there would have been no defect or fault either in soul or body. Reply Objection 1. By those words Gregory means to exclude such inequality as exists between virtue and vice, the result of which is that some are placed in subjection to others as a penalty. Reply Objection 2. Equality is the cause of equality in mutual love. Yet between those who are unequal there can be a greater love than between equals, although there be not an equal response. For a father naturally loves his son more than a brother loves his brother, although the son does not love his father as much as he is loved by him. Reply Objection 3. The cause of inequality could be on the part of God, not indeed that he would punish some and reward others, but that he would exalt some above others, so that the beauty of order would the more shine forth among men. Inequality might also arise on the parts of nature, as above described, without any defect of nature. Fourth article of question 96. Whether in the state of innocence man would have been master over man. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence man would not have been master over man. For Augustine says, The City of God, 1915, God willed that man, who was endowed with reason and made his image, should rule over none but rational creatures, not over men but over cattle. Objection 2. Further, what came into the world as a penalty for sin would not have existed in a state of innocence, but man was made subject to man as a penalty. For after sin it was said to the woman, Genesis 3:16, Thou shalt be under thy husband's power. Therefore, in the state of innocence, man would not have been subject to man. Objection 3. Further, subjection is opposed to liberty, but liberty is one of the chief blessings, and would not have been lacking in the state of innocence, where nothing was wanting that man's good will could desire. As Augustine says, The City of God, 14:10, Therefore man would not have been master over men in the state of innocence. On the contrary, the condition of men in the state of innocence was not more exalted than the condition of the angels. But among the angels some rule over others, and so one order is called that of the dominations. Therefore it was not beneath the dignity of the state of innocence that one man should be subject to another. I answer that mastership has a twofold meaning. First, as opposed to slavery, in which sense master means one to whom another is subject as a slave. In another sense, mastership is referred in a general sense to any kind of subject, and in this sense even he who has the office of governing and directing free men can be called a master. In the state of innocence, man could have been a master for man, not in the former but in the latter sense. This distinction is founded on the reason that a slave differs from a free man in that the latter has the disposal of himself, as is stated in the beginning of the Metaphysics, whereas a slave is ordered to another. So that one man is master of another as his slave when he refers to one whose master he is, to his own, namely the master's use. And since every man's proper good is desirable to himself, and consequently it is a grievous matter to any one to yield another what ought to be one's own, therefore such dominion implies of necessity a pain inflicted on the subject, and consequently in a state of innocence such a mastership could not have existed between man and man. But a man is the master of a free subject, by directing him either towards his proper welfare or to the common good. Such a kind of mastership would have existed in the state of innocence between man and man, for two reasons. First, because man is naturally a social being, and so in the state of innocence he would have led a social life. Now a social life cannot exist among the number of people unless under the presidency of one to look after the common good. For many as such seek many things, whereas one attends only to one. Wherefore the philosopher says, in the beginning of the Politics, that wherever many things are directed to one, we shall always find one at the head directing them. Secondly, if one man surpassed another in knowledge and virtue, would not have been fitting unless his gifts conduced to the benefit of others, according to the first book of Peter 4:10, as every man hath received grace, ministering the same one to another. Wherefore Augustine says, The City of God, 1914, Just men command not by the love of domineering, but by the service of counsel, and The City of God 15. The natural order of things requires this, and thus did God make man. From this appear the replies to the objections which are founded on the first mentioned mode of mastership. End of question 96.
Question 97 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on men. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Justin. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on men, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 97. Of the preservation of the individual in the primitive state, in 4 articles. We next consider what belongs to the bodily state of the first man. First, as regards the preservation of the individual. Secondly, as regards the preservation of the species. Under the first head, there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether man in the state of innocence was immortal. 2. Whether he was impassible. 3. Whether he stood in need of food. 4. Whether he would have obtained immortality by the tree of life. The first article. Whether in the state of innocence man would have been immortal. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence man was not immortal, for the term mortal belongs to the definition of man. But if you take away the definition, you take away the thing defined. Therefore, as long as man was man, he could not be immortal. Objection 2. Further, corruptible and incorruptible are generically distinct, as the Philosopher says, Metaphysics 10 Didascally 9:10. But there can be no passing from the one genus to another. Therefore, if the first man was incorruptible, man could not be corruptible in the present state. Objection 3. Further, if man were immortal in the state of innocence, this would have been due either to nature or to grace. Not to nature, for since nature does not change within the same species, he would also have been mortal now. Likewise, neither would this be owing to grace. For the first man recovered grace by repentance, according to Wisdom 10:2. He brought him out of his sins. Hence, he would have regained his immortality, which is clearly not the case. Therefore, man was not immortal in the state of innocence. Objection 4. Further, immortality is promised to man as a reward. According to Apocalypse 21:4, death shall be no more. But man was not created in the state of reward, but that he might deserve the reward. Therefore, man was not immortal in the state of innocence. On the contrary, it is written, Romans 5:12, by sin death came into the world. Therefore, man was mortal before sin. I answer that a thing may be incorruptible in three ways. First, on the part of matter, that is to say, either because it possesses no matter, like an angel, or because it possesses matter that is in potentiality to one form only, like the heavenly bodies. Such things as these are incorruptible by their very nature. Secondly, a thing is incorruptible in its form, inasmuch as being by nature corruptible, yet it has an inherent disposition which preserves it wholly from corruption, and this is called incorruptibility of glory. Because, as Augustine says, God made man's soul of such a powerful nature that from its fullness of beatitude there redounds to the body a fullness of health with the vigor of incorruption. Thirdly, a thing may be incorruptible on the part of its sufficient cause. In this sense, man was incorruptible and immortal in the state of innocence. For as Augustine says, God made man immortal as long as he did not sin, so that he might achieve for himself life or death. For man's body was indissoluble not by reason of any intrinsic vigor of immortality, but by reason of a supernatural force given by God to the soul, whereby it was enabled to preserve the body from all corruption so long as it remained itself subject to God. This entirely agrees with reason, for since the rational soul surpasses the capacity of corporeal matter, as above explained, question 76, article 1, it was most properly endowed at the beginning with the power of preserving the body in a manner surpassing the capacity of corporeal matter. Reply objection 1 and 2. These objections are founded on natural incorruptibility and immortality. Reply objection 3. This power of preserving the body was not natural to the soul, but was the gift of grace. And though man recovered grace as regards remission of guilt and the merit of glory, yet he did not recover immortality, the loss of which was an effect of sin. For this was reserved for Christ to accomplish, by whom the defective nature was to be restored into something better, as we shall explain further on. Reply objection 4. The promised reward of the immortality of glory differs from the immortality which was bestowed on man in the state of innocence. Second article. Whether in the state of innocence man would have been passible. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence man was passible, for sensation is a kind of passion, but in the state of innocence man would have been sensitive, therefore he would have been passible. Objection 2. Further, sleep is a kind of passion. Now man slept in the state of innocence according to Genesis 2:21. God cast a deep sleep upon Adam, therefore he would have been passible. Objection 3. Further, the same passage goes on to say that he took a rib out of Adam, therefore he was passible even to the degree of the cutting out of part of his body. Objection 4. Further, man's body was soft, but a soft body is naturally passible as regards a hard body. Therefore, if a hard body had come in contact with the soft body of the first man, the latter would have suffered from the impact. Therefore, the first man was passible. On the contrary, had man been passible, he would have been also corruptible, because, as the Philosopher says, excessive suffering wastes the very substance. I answer that passion may be taken in two senses. First, in its proper sense, and thus a thing is said to suffer when changed from its natural disposition. For passion is the effects of action, and in nature contraries are mutually active or passive, according as one thing changes another from its natural disposition. Secondly, passion can be taken in a general sense for any kind of change, even if belonging to the perfecting process of nature. Thus understanding and sensation are said to be passions. In this second sense, man was passible in the state of innocence, and was passive both in soul and body. In the first sense, man was impassible both in soul and body, as he was likewise immortal. for he could curb his passion, as he could avoid death, so long as he refrained from sin. Thus, it is clear how to reply to the first two objections. Since sensation and sleep do not remove from man his natural disposition, but are ordered to his natural welfare. Reply objection 3. As already explained, question 92, article 3, at 2. The rib was in Adam as the principle of the human race, as the semen in man, who is a principle through generation. Hence, as man does not suffer any natural deterioration by seminal issue, so neither did he through the separation of the rib. Reply objection 4. Man's body in the state of innocence could be preserved from suffering injury from a hard body, partly by the use of his reason, whereby he could avoid what was harmful, and partly also by divine providence, so preserving him that nothing of a harmful nature could come upon him unawares. Third article. Whether in the state of innocence man had need of food. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence man did not require food, for food is necessary for man to restore what he has lost, but Adam's body suffered no loss, as being incorruptible, therefore he had no need of food. Objection 2. Further, food is needed for nourishment, but nourishment involves passibility. Since then man's body was impassible, it does not appear how food could be needful to him. Objection 3. Further, we need food for the preservation of life, but Adam could preserve his life otherwise, for had he not sinned, he would not have died, therefore he did not require food. Objection 4. Further, the consumption of food involves voiding of the surplus, which seems unsuitable to the state of innocence. Therefore, it seems that man did not take food in the primitive state. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 2:16, of every tree in paradise ye shall eat. I answer that, in the state of innocence man had an animal life requiring food, but after the resurrection he would have a spiritual life needing no food. In order to make this clear, we must observe that the rational soul is both soul and spirit. It is called soul by reason of what it possesses in common with other souls, that is, as giving life to the body, whence it is written, Genesis 2:7, man was made into a living soul, that is, a soul giving life to the body. But the soul is called a spirit according to what properly belongs to itself, and not other souls, as possessing an intellectual immaterial power. Thus, in the primitive state, the rational soul communicated to the body what belonged to itself as a soul, and so the body was called animal through having its life from the soul. Now the first principle of life in these inferior creatures, as the philosopher says, is the vegetative soul, the operation of which are the use of food, generation, and growth. Wherefore such operations befitted man in the state of innocence. But in the final state, after the resurrection, the soul will, to a certain extent, communicate to the body what properly belongs to itself as of spirit, immortality to everyone, impassibility, glory, and power to the good, whose bodies will be called spiritual. So, after the resurrection, man will not require food, whereas he required it in the state of innocence. Reply objection 1. As Augustine says, how could man have an immortal body which was sustained by food, since an immortal being needs neither food nor drink? For we have explained, Article 1, that immortality of the primitive state was based on a supernatural force in the soul, and not on an intrinsic disposition of the body, so that by the action of heat the body might lose part of its humid qualities, and to prevent the entire consumption of the humor, man was obliged to take food. Reply objection 2. A certain passion and alteration attends nutriment on the part of the food changed into the substance of the thing nourished. So we cannot thence conclude that man's body was passible, but that the food taken was passible, although this kind of passion conduces to the perfection of the nature. Reply objection 3. If man had not taken food, he would have sinned, as he also sinned by taking the forbidden fruit. For he was told at the same time to abstain from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and to eat of every other tree of paradise. Reply objection 4. Some say that in the state of innocence man would not have taken more than necessary food, so that there would have been nothing superfluous, which, however, is unreasonable to suppose, as implying that there would have been no fecal matter. Wherefore there was need for voiding the surplus, yet so disposed by God as to be decorous and suitable to the state. Fourth article. Whether in the state of innocence man would have acquired immortality by the tree of life. Objection 1. It would seem that the tree of life could not be the cause of immortality, for nothing can act beyond its own species, as an effect does not exceed its cause. But the tree of life was corruptible, otherwise it could not be taken as food, since food is changed into the substance of the thing nourished. Therefore the tree of life could not give incorruptibility or immortality. Objection 2. Further, effects caused by the forces of plants and other natural agencies are natural. If therefore the tree of life caused immortality, this would have been natural immortality. Objection 3. Further, this would seem to be reduced to the ancient fable that the gods by eating a certain food became immortal, which the philosopher ridicules. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 3:22, and take of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Further, Augustine says, a taste of the tree of life warded off corruption of the body, and even after sin man would have remained immortal, had he been allowed to eat of the tree of life. I answer that the tree of life in a certain degree was the cause of immortality, but not absolutely. To understand this, we must observe that in the primitive state man possessed, for the preservation of life, two remedies against two defects. One of these defects was the loss of humidity by the action of natural heat, which acts as the soul's instrument. As a remedy against such loss, man was provided with food, taken from the other trees of paradise, as now we are provided with food, which we take for the same purpose. The second defect, as the philosopher says, arises from the fact that the humor which is caused from the extraneous causes, being added to the humor already existent, lessens the active power. As water added to wine takes at first the taste of wine, then, as more water is added, the strength of the wine is diminished, till the wine becomes watery. In like manner, we may observe that at first the active force of the species is so strong that it is able to transform so much of the food as is required to replace the lost tissue, as well as what suffices for growth. Later on, however, the assimilated food does not suffice for growth, but only replaces what is lost. Last of all, in old age, it does not suffice even for this purpose, whereupon the body declines and finally dies from natural causes. Against this defect, man was provided with a remedy in the tree of life, for its effect was to strengthen the force of the species against the weakness resulting from the admixture of extraneous nutriment. Wherefore Augustine says, man had food to appease his hunger, drink to slake his thirst, and the tree of life to banish the breaking up of old age. And the tree of life, like the drug, warded off all bodily corruption. Yet it did not absolutely cause immortality, for neither was the soul's intrinsic power of preserving the body due to the tree of life, nor was it of such efficiency as to give the body a disposition to immortality, whereby it might become indissoluble, which is clear from the fact that every bodily power is finite. So the power of the tree of life could not go so far as to give the body the prerogative of living from an infinite time, but only for a definite time. For it is manifest that the greater the forces, the more durable is its effect. Therefore, since the power of the tree of life was finite, man's life was to be preserved for a definite time by partaking of it once, and when the time had elapsed, man was to be either transferred to a spiritual life, or had need to eat once more of the tree of life. From this, the replies to the objections clearly appear. For the first proves that the tree of life did not absolutely cause immortality, while the others show that it caused incorruption by warding off corruption, according to the explanation above given. End of question 97, recording by Justin. Question 98, the Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Men. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Men, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 98. The preservation of the species, in 2 articles. We next consider what belongs to the preservation of the species, and first, of generation, secondly, the state of the offspring. 2 points of inquiry: whether in the state of innocence there would have been generation, whether generation would have been through coition. First article: whether in the state of innocence generation existed. Objection 1.
It would seem there would have been no generation in the state of innocence.
For, as stated in Physics, Volume 5, corruption is contrary to generation, but contraries affect the same subject. Also, there would have been no corruption in the state of innocence. Therefore, neither would there have been generation. Objection 2. Further, the object of generation is the preservation in the species that which is corruptible in the individual. Wherefore, there is no generation in those individual things which last forever. But in the state of innocence, man would have lived forever. Therefore, in the state of innocence, there would have been no generation. Objection 3. Further, by generation man is multiplied, but the multiplication of masters requires the division of property, to avoid confusion of mastership. Therefore, since man was made master of the animals, it would have been necessary to make a division of rights when the human race increased by generation. This is against the natural law, according to which all things are in common. As
Isidore says,
Etymology, Volume 4, therefore, there would have been no generation in the state of innocence. On the contrary, it is written, Genesis 1:28, increase and multiply and fill the earth. But this increase corruptible and incorruptible creatures, his soul being naturally incorruptible, while his body is naturally corruptible. We must also observe that nature's purpose appears to be different as regards corruptible and incorruptible things. For that seems to be the direct purpose of nature, which is invariable and perpetual, while what is only for a time is seemingly not the chief purpose of nature, but as it were subordinate to something else. Otherwise, when it ceased to exist,
nature's purpose would become void.
Therefore, since in things corruptible none is everlasting and permanent except the species, it follows that the chief purpose of nature is the good of the species, for the preservation of which natural generation is ordained. On the other hand, incorruptible substances survive, not only in the species, but also in the individual. Wherefore, even the individuals are included in the chief purpose of nature. Hence, it belongs to men to beget offspring, on the part of the naturally corruptible body. But on the part of the soul, which is incorruptible, it is fitting that multitude of individuals should be the direct purpose of nature, or rather of the author of nature, who alone is the creator of the human soul. Wherefore, to provide for the multiplication of the human race, he established the begetting of offspring even in the state of innocence. Reply Objection 1. In the state of innocence, the human body was in itself corruptible, but it could be preserved from corruption by the soul. Therefore, since generation belongs to things corruptible, man was not to be deprived thereof. Reply Objection 2. Although generation in the state of innocence might not have been required for the preservation of the species, yet it would have been required for the multiplication of the individual. Reply Objection 3. In our present state, a division of possessions is necessary on account of the multiplicity of masters, inasmuch as community of possession is a source of strife, as the philosopher says, Politics 2:5. In the state of innocence, however, the will of men would have been so ordered that without any danger of strife they would have used in common, according to each one's need, those things of which
they were masters.
A state of things to be observed even now among many good men. Second article of question 98. Whether in the state of innocence there would have been generation by coition? Objection 1. It would seem that generation by coition would not have existed in the state of innocence, for, as Damascene says, the first man in the terrestrial paradise was like
an angel.
But if men will be like the angels, they shall neither marry nor be married, as is written, Matthew 22:30. Therefore, neither in paradise would there have been generation by coition. Objection 2. Further, our first parents were created at the age of perfect development. Therefore, if generation by coition had existed before sin, they would have had intercourse while still in paradise, which was not the case according to Scripture, Genesis 4:1. Objection 3. Further, in carnal intercourse,
more than
at any other time, man becomes like the beasts, on account of the vehement delight which he takes therein. Therefore, there would have been no such thing in the state of innocence. On the contrary, God made man and woman too. But nothing is void in God's works. Therefore, even if men had not sinned, there would have been such intercourse, to which the distinction of sex is ordained. Moreover, we are told that woman was made to be help to men, Genesis 2:18, 20. But she is not fitted to help men except in generation, because another man would have proved a more effective help in anything else. Therefore, there would have been such generation also in the state of
innocence.
I answer that some of the earlier doctors, considering the nature of concupiscence as regards generation in our present state, concluded that in the state of innocence generation would not have been effected in the same way. Thus Gregory of Nyssa says that in paradise the human race would have been multiplied by some other means, as the angels were multiplied without coition by the operation of the divine power. He adds that God made man male and female before sin, because he foreknew the mode of generation which would take place after sin, which he foresaw. But this is unreasonable, for what is natural to man was neither acquired nor forfeited by sin. Now it is clear that generation by coition is natural to man by reason of his animal life, which he possessed even before sin, as above explained, question 97, Article 3, just as it is natural to other perfect animals, as the corporeal members make it clear. So we cannot allow that these members would not have had a natural use, as other members had before sin. Thus, as regards generation by coition, there are, in the present state of life, two things to be considered. One, which comes from nature, is the union of man and woman, for in every act of generation there is an active and passive principle. Wherefore, since wherever there is distinction of sex, the active principle is male and the passive is female, the order of nature demands that for the purpose of generation there should be concurrence of male and female.
The second thing to be observed
is a certain deformity of excessive concupiscence, which in the state when the lower powers were entirely subject to reason. Wherefore Augustine says, we must be far from supposing that offspring could not be begotten without concupiscence. Other bodily members would have been equally moved by the will, without ardent or wanton incentive, with calmness of soul and body. Reply Objection 1. In paradise, man would have been like an angel in his spirituality of mind, yet with an animal life in his body. After resurrection, man would be like an angel, spiritualized in soul and body, wherefore there is no parallel. Reply Objection 2. As Augustine says, our first parents did not come together in paradise, because on account of sin they were ejected from paradise shortly after the creation of woman, or because, having received a general divine command relative to generation, they waited the special command relative to time. Reply Objection 3. Beasts are without reason. In this way man becomes, as it were, like them in coition, because he cannot moderate concupiscence. In the state of innocence, nothing of this kind would have happened that was not regulated by reason. Not because delight of sense was less, as some say, rather indeed would sensible delight have been the greater in proportion to the greater purity of nature and the greater sensibility of the body, but because the force of concupiscence would not have so inordinately thrown itself into such pleasure, being curbed by reason, whose pace it is not to lessen sensual pleasure, but to prevent the force of concupiscence from cleaving to it immoderately. By immoderately, I mean going beyond the bounds of reason, as a sober person does not take less pleasure in food, taking in moderation, than the glutton, but his concupiscence lingers less in such pleasures. This is what Augustine means by the words quoted, which do not exclude intensity of pleasure from the state of innocence, but ardor of desire and restlessness of mind. Therefore, continence would not have been praiseworthy in the state of innocence, whereas it is praiseworthy in our present state. Not because it removes fecundity, but because it excludes inordinate desire. In that state fecundity would have been without lust.
Reply Objection 4.
As Augustine says, in that state intercourse would have been without prejudice to virginal integrity. This would have remained intact, as it does in the menses. And just as in giving birth the mother was then relieved, not by groans of pain, but by the instigation of maturity, so in conceiving, the union was one, not of lust for desire, but of deliberate action. End of question 98. Recording by Justin.
Question 99 Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Men. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Men, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 99. Of the condition of the offspring as to the body.
We must now consider first as regards the body, secondly as regards virtue, thirdly in knowledge. Under the first head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether in the state of innocence children would have had full powers of the body immediately after birth. Second, whether all infants would have been of the male sex. First article, whether in the state of innocence children would have had perfect strength of body as to the use of its members immediately after birth. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence children would have had perfect strength of the body as to the use of its members immediately after birth. For Augustine says, this weakness of the body befits their weakness of mind. But in the state of innocence there would have been no weakness of mind. Therefore, neither would there have been weakness of body in infants. Objection 2. Further, some animals at birth have sufficient strength to use their members, but man is nobler than other animals. Therefore, much more is it natural to man to have strength to use his members at birth, and thus it appears to be in punishment of sin that he has not that strength. Objection 3. Further, inability to secure proper pleasure causes affliction. But if children had not full strength in the use of their limbs, they would often have been unable to procure something pleasurable offered to them, and so they would have been afflicted, which was not possible before sin. Therefore, in the state of innocence, children would not have been deprived of the use of their limbs. Objection 4. Further, the weakness of old age seems to correspond to that of infancy. But, in the state of innocence, there would have been no weakness of old age. Therefore, neither would there have been such weakness in infancy. On the contrary, everything generated is first imperfect, but in the state of innocence, children would have been begotten by generation. Therefore, from the first, they would have been imperfect in bodily size and power. I answer that, by faith alone do we hold truths which are above nature, and what we believe rests on authority. Wherefore, in making any assertion, we must be guided by the nature of things, except in those things which are above nature, and are made known to us by divine authority. Now it is clear that it is as natural as it is befitting to the principles of human nature that children should not have sufficient strength for the use of their limbs immediately after birth, because, in proportion to other animals, man has naturally a larger brain. Wherefore it is natural, on account of the considerable humidity of the brain in children, that the nerves which are instruments of movement should not be apt for moving the limbs. On the other hand, no Catholic doubts it possible for a child to have, by divine power, the use of its limbs immediately after birth. Now we have it on the authority of Scripture that God made man right, Ecclesiastes 7:30, which rightness, as Augustine says, consists in the perfect subjection of the body to the soul. As, therefore, in the primitive state it was impossible to find in the human limbs anything repugnant to man's well-ordered will, so was it impossible for those limbs to fail in executing the will's commands. Now the human will is well-ordered when it tends to acts which are befitting to man, but the same acts are not befitting to man at every season of life. We must, therefore, conclude that children would not have had sufficient strength for the use of their limbs for the purpose of performing every kind of act, but only for the acts befitting the state of infancy, such as suckling and the like. Reply Obj. 1. Augustine is speaking of the weakness which we observe in children even as regards those acts which befit a state of infancy, as is clear from his preceding remark that even when close to the breast and longing for it, they are more apt to cry than to suckle. Reply Obj. 2. The fact that some animals have the use of their limbs immediately after birth is due not to their superiority, since more perfect animals are not so endowed, but to the dryness of the brain, and to the operations proper to such animals being imperfect, so that a small amount of strength suffices them. Reply Obj. 3 is clear from what we have said above. We may add that they would have desired nothing except with an ordinate will, and only what was befitting to their state of life. Reply Obj. 4. In the state of innocence, man would have been born, yet not subject to corruption. Therefore, in that state there could have been certain infantile defects which result from birth, but not senile defects leading to corruption. Second article. Whether in the primitive state women would have been born. Objection 1. It would seem that in the primitive state woman would not have been born, for the philosopher says that woman is a misbegotten male, as the purpose of nature. But in that state nothing would have been unnatural in human generation. Therefore, in that state women would not have been born. Objection 2. Further, every agent produces its like, unless prevented by insufficient power or inaptness of matter. Thus a small fire cannot burn green wood, but in generation the active force is in the male. Since, therefore, in the state of innocence man's active force was not subject to defect, nor was there inept matter on the part of the woman, it seems that males would always have been born. Objection 3. Further, in the state of innocence, generation is ordered to the multiplication of the human race, but the race would have been sufficiently multiplied by the first man and woman, from the fact that they would have lived forever. Therefore, in the state of innocence, there was no need for women to be born. On the contrary, nature's process in generation would have been in harmony with the manner in which it was established by God. But God established male and female in human nature, as it is written, Genesis 1:2. Therefore, also in the state of innocence, male and female would have been born. I answer that nothing belonging to the completeness of human nature would have been lacking in the state of innocence. Different grades belong to the perfection of the universe, so also diversity of sex belongs to the perfection of the human nature. Therefore, in the state of innocence, both sexes would have been begotten. Reply Objection 1. Woman is said to be a misbegotten male, as being a product outside the purpose of nature considered in the but not against the purpose of a universal nature. As above explained, question 92, Article 1 and 2. Reply Objection 2. The generation of woman is not occasioned either by a defect of the active force or by inept matter, as the objection proposes, but sometimes by an extrinsic accidental cause. Thus the philosopher says, the northern wind favors the generation of males, and the southern wind that of females. Sometimes also by some impression in the soul of the parents, which may easily have some effect on the body of the child. Especially was this the case in the state of innocence, when the body was more subject to the soul, so that by the mere will of the parent the sex of the offspring might be diversified. Reply Objection 3. The offspring would have been begotten to an animal life as to the use of food and generation. Hence, it was fitting that all should generate, and not only the first parents. From this it seems to follow that males and females would have been in equal number. End of question 99 of Summa Theologica Pars Prima. Recording by Justin.
Question 100 of Summa Theologica Pars Prima on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Eves. Summa Theologica Pars Prima on Man by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 100 of the condition of the offspring as regards righteousness, in 2 articles. We now have to consider the condition of the offspring as to righteousness. Under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether men would have been born in a state of righteousness. 2. Whether they would have been born confirmed in righteousness. First Article 1, Question 100, Article 1. Whether men would have been born in a state of righteousness. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence men would have not been born in a state of righteousness. For Hugh of St. Victor says in On the Sacraments 1, before sin the first man would have begotten children sinless, but not heirs to their father's righteousness. Objection 2. Further, righteousness is effected by grace, as the Apostle says, Romans 5:16-21. Now grace is not transfused from one to another, for thus it would be natural, but is infused by God alone. Therefore children would not have been born in righteousness. Objection 3. Further, righteousness is in the soul, but the soul is not transmitted from the parent, therefore neither would righteousness have been transmitted from the parents to the children. On the contrary, Anselm says in On the Virginal Conception 10, as long as man did not sin, he would have begotten children endowed with righteousness together with the rational soul. I answer that, man naturally begets a specific likeness to himself, hence whatever accidental qualities result from the nature of the species must be alike in parent and child, unless nature fails in its operation, which would not have occurred in the state of innocence. But individual accidents do not necessarily exist alike in parent and child. Now original righteousness, in which the first man was created, was an accident pertaining to the nature of the species, not as caused by the principles of the species, but as a gift conferred by God on the entire human nature. This is clear from the fact that the opposites are of the same genus, and original sin, which is opposed to original righteousness, is called the sin of nature, wherefore it is transmitted from the parent to the offspring, and for this reason also the children would have been assimilated to their parents as regards original righteousness. Reply to Objection 1. These words of Hugh are to be understood as referring not to the habit of righteousness, but to the execution of the act thereof. Reply to Objection 2. Some say that children would have been born not with the righteousness of grace, which is the principle of merit, but with original righteousness. But since the root of original righteousness, which conferred righteousness on the first man when he was made, consists in the supernatural subjection of the reason to God, which subjection results from the sanctifying grace, as above explained, Q. 95, Article 1, we must conclude that if children were born in original righteousness, they would also have been born in grace. Thus we have said above that the first man was created in grace, Q. 95, Article 1. This grace, however, would not have been natural, for it would not have been transferred by virtue of the semen, but would have been conferred on man immediately on his receiving a rational soul. In the same way, the rational soul which is not transmitted by the parent is infused by God as soon as the human body is apt to receive it. From this the reply to the third objection is clear. Second Article 1, Question 100, Article 2. Whether in the state of innocence children would have been born confirmed in righteousness? Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence children would have been born confirmed in righteousness. For Gregory says in Moral Poems 4, on the words of Job 3:13, "For now I should have been asleep," etc. If no sinful corruption had infected our first parent, he would not have begotten children of hell. No children would have been born of him but such as were destined to be saved by the Redeemer. Therefore all would have been born confirmed in righteousness. Objection 2. Further, Anselm says in Why God Became Man 1:18, "If our first parents had lived so as not to yield to temptation, they would have been confirmed in grace, so that with their offspring they would have been unable to sin any more. Therefore the children would have been born confirmed." Objection 3. Further, good is stronger than evil. But by the sin of the first man there resulted in those born of him the necessity of sin. Therefore, if the first man had persevered in righteousness, his descendants would have derived from him the necessity of preserving righteousness. Objection 4. Further, the angels who remained faithful to God while the others sinned were at once confirmed in grace, so as to be unable henceforth to sin. In like manner, therefore, man would have been confirmed in grace if he had persevered, but he would have begotten children like himself. Therefore they also would have been born confirmed in righteousness. On the contrary, Augustine says in The City of God 1:14-10, "Happy would have been the whole human race, if neither they, that is our first parents, had committed any evil to be transmitted to their descendants, nor any of their race had committed any sin for which they would have been condemned." From which words we gather that even if our first parents had not sinned, any of their descendants might have done evil, and therefore they would not have been born confirmed in righteousness. I answer that it does not seem possible that in the state of innocence children would have been born confirmed in righteousness. For it is clear that at their birth they would not have had greater perfection than their parents at the time of begetting. Now the parents, as long as they begot children, would not have been confirmed in righteousness. For the rational creature is confirmed in righteousness through the beatitude given by the clear vision of God. And once it has seen God, it cannot but cleave to him who is the essence of goodness, wherefrom no one can turn away, since nothing is desired or loved but under the aspect of good. I say this according to the general law, for it may be otherwise in the case of special privilege, such as we believe was granted to the Virgin Mother of God. And as soon as Adam had attained to that happy state of seeing God in his essence, he would have become spiritual in soul and body, but his animal life would have ceased, wherein alone there is generation. Hence it is clear that children would not have been born confirmed in righteousness. Reply to Objection 1. If Adam had not sinned, he would not have begotten children of hell, in the sense that they would not contract from him his sin, which is the cause of hell. Yet by sinning of their own free will, they could have become children of hell. If, however, they did not become children of heaven. This would not have been owing to their being confirmed in righteousness, but to divine providence preserving them free from sin. Reply to Obj. 2. Anselm does not say this by way of assertion, but only as an opinion, which is clear from his mode of expression as follows: "It seems that if they had lived," etc. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument is not conclusive, though Anselm seems to have been influenced by it, as appears from his words above quoted. For the necessity of sin incurred by the descendants would not have been such that they could not return to righteousness, which is the case only with the damned. Wherefore neither would the parents have transmitted to their descendants the necessity of not sinning, which is only in the blessed. Reply to Obj. 4. There is no comparison between man and the angels, for man's free will is changeable, both before and after choice, whereas the angels is not changeable, as we have said above in the treating of the angels. Question 64, Article 2. End of question 100.
Question 101 of Summa Theologica Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of English Dominican Province. Question 101. Of the condition of the offspring as regards knowledge, in 2 articles. We next consider the condition of the offspring as to knowledge. Under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. 1. Whether in the state of innocence children would have been born with perfect knowledge. 2. Whether they would have perfect use of reason at the moment of birth. First article. Question 101. Article 1. Whether in the state of innocence children would have been born with perfect knowledge. Objection 1. It would seem that in the state of innocence children would have been born with perfect knowledge, for Adam would have been begotten children like himself, but Adam was gifted with perfect knowledge. Question 94, Article 3. Therefore children would have been born with him with perfect knowledge. Objection 2. Further, ignorance is a result of sin, as Bede says, but ignorance is privation of knowledge. Therefore before sin, children would have had perfect knowledge as soon as they were born. Objection 3. Further, children would have been gifted with a righteousness from birth. But knowledge is required for righteousness, since it directs our actions. Therefore they would have also been gifted with knowledge. On the contrary, the human soul is naturally like a blank tablet, on which nothing is written, as the philosopher says, De Anima Free, No. 4. But the nature of the soul is the same now as it would have been in the state of innocence. Therefore the souls of children would have been without knowledge at birth. I answer that, above stated, question 99, Article 1, as regards belief in matters which are above nature, we rely on authority alone, and so, when authority is wanting, we must be guided by the ordinary course of nature. Now it is natural for man to acquire knowledge through the senses, as above explained. Question 55, Article 2. Question 84, Article 6. And for this reason is the soul united to the body, that it needs it for its proper operation. And this would not be so if the soul were endowed at birth with knowledge not acquired through the sensitive powers. We must conclude, then, that in the state of innocence children would have been born with perfect knowledge, but in course of time they would have acquired knowledge without difficulty by discovery or learning. Reply Obj. 1. The perfection of knowledge was an individual accident of our first parent. So far as he was established as the father and instructor of the whole human race, therefore he begot children like himself, not in that respect, but only in those accidents which were natural, or conferred gratuitously on the whole nature. Reply Obj. 2. Ignorance is privation of knowledge due at some particular time, and this would have been in the children from their birth. For they would have time, hence no ignorance would have been in them, but only nescience in regard to certain matters. Such nescience was even in the holy angels, according to Dionysius. On the Heavenly Hierarchy, 7. Reply Obj. 3. Children would have had sufficient knowledge to direct them to deeds of righteousness, in which men are guided by universal principles of right, and this knowledge of theirs would have been much more complete than what we have now by nature, as likewise the knowledge of other universal principles. Second article. Question 101, Article 2. But the children would have had perfect use of reason at birth. Objection 1. It would seem that children would have had perfect use of reason at birth. For that children have not perfect use of reason in our present state is due to the soul being weighed down by the body, which was not the case in paradise, because, as it is written, the corruptible body is a load upon the soul. Wisdom, chapter 9, verse 15. Therefore, before therefrom. Children would have had the perfect use of reason at birth. Objection 2. Further, some animals at birth have the use of their natural powers, as the lamb at once flees from the wolf. Much more, therefore, would men in the state of innocence have had perfect use of reason at birth. On the contrary, in all things produced by genera perfect to the perfect, therefore children would not have had the perfect use of reason from the very outset. I answer that, as above stated, question 84, Article 7, that the use of reason depends in a certain manner on the use of sensitive powers, wherefore, while these senses are tired and the interior sensitive powers hampered, man has not the perfect use of reason, as we see in those who are asleep or delirious. Now the sensitive powers are situated in corporeal organs, and therefore, so long as the latter is hindered, the action of the former is of necessity hindered also, and likewise, consequently, the use of reason. Now children are hindered in the use of these powers on account of the humidity of the brain. They have perfect use neither of these powers nor of reason. Therefore, in the state of innocence, children would not have had a perfect use of reason, which they would have enjoyed later on in life, yet they would have had a more perfect use than they have now, as to matters regarding to the particular state, as explained above regarding the use of their limbs. Question 99, Article 1. Reply Obj. 1. The corruptible body is load upon the soul, because it hinders the use of reason even in those matters which belong to man at all ages. Reply Obj. 2. Even other animals have not at birth such a perfect use of their natural powers as they have later on. This is clear from the fact that birds teach their young to fly, and the like may be observed in other animals. Moreover, a special impediment exists in man from humidity of the brain, as we have said above. Question 99, Article 1. End of question 101. Recording by April Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Question 102 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 102. Of man's abode, which is in 4 articles. We next consider man's abode, which is paradise. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether paradise is a corporeal place. 2. Whether it is a place apt for human habitation. 3. For what purpose was man placed in paradise? 4. Whether he should have been created in paradise. First article. Whether paradise is a corporeal place. Objection 1. It would seem that paradise is not a corporeal place. For Bede says that paradise reaches to the lunar circle. But no earthly place answers that description, both because it is contrary to the nature of the earth to be raised up so high, and because beneath the moon is the region of fire, which would consume the earth. Therefore paradise is not a corporeal place. Obj. 2: Further, Scripture mentions 4 rivers as rising in paradise (Gen. 2:10). But the rivers there mentioned have visible sources elsewhere, as is clear from the Philosopher (Meteorology i). Therefore paradise is not a corporeal place. Obj. 3: Further, although men have explored the entire habitable world, yet none have made mention of that place of paradise. Therefore apparently it is not a corporeal place. Obj. 4: Further, the tree of life is described as growing. But the tree of life is a spiritual thing, for it is written of wisdom that she is a tree of life to them that lay hold on her. Prov. 3:18. Therefore paradise also is not a corporeal but spiritual place. Obj. 5: Further, if paradise be a corporeal place, the trees also of paradise must be corporeal. But it seems they were not, for corporeal trees were produced on the 3rd day, while the planting of the trees of paradise is recorded after the work of the 6 days. Therefore paradise was not a corporeal place. On the contrary, Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. viii, 1): "Three general opinions prevail about paradise. Some understand a place merely corporeal, others a place merely spiritual; while others, whose opinion I confess pleases me, hold that paradise was both corporeal and spiritual." I answer that, As Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiii, 21), nothing prevents us from holding within proper limits a spiritual paradise, so long as we believe in the truth of the events narrated as having there occurred. For whatever Scripture tells us about paradise is set down as a matter of history, and wherever Scripture makes use of this method we must hold to the historical truth of the narrative as a foundation of whatever spiritual explanation we may offer. And so paradise, as Isidore says (Etym. xiv, 3), is a place situated in the east, its name being the Greek for garden. It was fitting that it should be in the east, for it is to be believed that it was situated in the most excellent part of the earth. Now the east is the right hand on the heavens, as the Philosopher explains (De Coel. ii, 2), and the right hand is nobler than the left; hence it was fitting that God should place the earthly paradise in the east. Reply Obj. 1: Bede's assertion is untrue, if taken in its obvious sense. It may, however, be explained to mean that paradise reaches to the moon, not literally, but figuratively, because, as Isidore says (Etym. xiv, 3), the atmosphere there is a continually even temperature; and in this respect it is like the heavenly bodies, which are devoid of opposing elements. Mention, however, is made of the moon rather than of other bodies, because of all the heavenly bodies the moon is nearest to us, and is, moreover, the most akin to the earth; hence it is observed to be overshadowed by clouds so as to be almost obscured. Others say that paradise reached to the moon, that is, to the middle space of the air, where rain and wind and the like arise, because the moon is said to have influence on such changes. But in this sense it would not be a fit place for human dwelling, through being uneven in temperature, and not attuned to the human temperament, as is the lower atmosphere in the neighborhood of the earth. Reply Obj. 2: Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. viii, 7): "It is probable that man has no idea where paradise was, and that the rivers, whose sources are said underground, and then sprang up elsewhere; for who is not aware that such is the case with some other streams?" Reply Obj. 3: The situation of paradise is shut off from the habitable world by mountains or seas or some torrid region, which cannot be crossed, and so people who have written about topography make no mention of it. Reply Obj. 4: The tree of life is a material tree, and so called because its fruit was endowed with a life preserving power, as above stated (Q. 97, A. 4). Yet it had a spiritual signification, as the rock in the desert was of a material nature and yet signified Christ. In like manner the tree of knowledge of good and evil was a material tree, so called in view of future events, because after eating of it man was to learn, by experience of the consequent punishment, the difference between the good of obedience and the evil of rebellion. It may also be said to signify spiritually the free will, as some say. Reply Obj. 5. According to Augustine (Gen. ad lit. v, 5, 8, 3), the plants were not actually produced on the third day, but in their seminal virtues; whereas after the work of 6 days the plants both of paradise and others were actually produced. According to other holy writers, we ought to say that all the plants were actually produced on the third day, including the trees of paradise; and what is said of the trees of paradise being planted after the work of the 6 days is to be understood, they say, by way of recapitulation. Whence our text reads: "The Lord God had planted a paradise of pleasure from the beginning." Gen. 2:8. Second article: Whether paradise was a place adapted to be the abode of man? Objection 1: It would seem that paradise was not a place adapted to be the abode of man. For man and angels are similarly ordered to beatitude. But the angels from the very beginning of their existence were made to dwell in the abode of the blessed, that is, the empyrean heaven. Therefore the place of man's habitation should have been there also. Obj. 2: Further, if some definite place were required for man's abode, this would be required on the part either of the soul or of the body. If on the part of the soul, the place would be in heaven, which is adapted to the nature of the soul, since the desire of heaven is implanted in all. On the part of the body, there was no need for any other place than the one provided for other animals. Therefore paradise was not at all adapted to be the abode of man. Obj. 3: Further, a place which contains nothing is useless. But after sin paradise was not occupied by man. Therefore if it were adapted as a dwelling place for man, it seems that God made paradise to no purpose. Obj. 4: Further, since man is of an even temperament, a fitting place for him should be of even temperature. But paradise was not of an even temperature, for it is said to have been on the equator, a situation of extreme heat, since twice in the year the sun passes vertically over the heads of its inhabitants. Therefore paradise was not a fit dwelling place for man. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 11), paradise was a divinely ordered region, and worthy of him who was made to God's image. I answer that, As above stated (Q. 97, A. 1), man was incorruptible and immortal, not because his body had a disposition to incorruptibility, but because in his soul there was a power preserving the body from corruption. Now the human body may be corrupted from within or from without. From within, the body is corrupted by the consumption of the humors, and by old age, as explained above (Q. 97, A. 4). And man was able to ward off such corruption by food. Among those things which corrupt the body from without, the chief seems to be an atmosphere of unequal temperature; and to such corruption a remedy is found in an atmosphere of equable nature. In paradise both conditions were found, because, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 11), paradise was permeated with the all-pervading brightness of a temperate, pure, and exquisite atmosphere, and decked with ever-flowering plants. Whence it is clear that paradise was most fit to be a dwelling place for man, and in keeping with his original state of immortality. Reply Obj. 1: The empyrean heaven is the highest of corporeal places, and is outside the region of change. By the first of these two conditions it is a fitting abode for the angelic nature; for as Augustine says (De Trin. ii), God rules corporeal creatures through spiritual creatures. Hence it is fitting that the spiritual nature should be established above the entire corporeal nature, as presiding over it. By the second condition it is a fitting abode for the state of beatitude, which is endowed with the highest degree of stability. Thus the abode of beatitude was suited to the very nature of the angel; therefore he was created there. But it is not suited to man's nature, since man is not set as a ruler over the entire corporeal creation. It is a fitting abode for man in regard only to his beatitude. Wherefore he was not placed from the beginning in the empyrean heaven, but was destined to be transferred thither in the state of his final beatitude. Reply Obj. 2: It is ridiculous to assert that any particular place is natural to the soul or to any spiritual substances, though some particular place may have a certain fitness in regard to spiritual substances. For the earthly paradise was a place adapted to man as regards both his body and his soul, that is, inasmuch as in his soul was the force which preserved the human body from corruption. This could not be said of the other animals. Therefore, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 11), no irrational animal inhabited paradise. Although by a certain dispensation the animals were brought thither by God to Adam, and the serpent was able to trespass therein by the complicity of the devil. Reply Obj. 3: Paradise did not become useless through being unoccupied by man after sin, just as immortality was not conferred on man in vain, though he was to lose it. For thereby we learn God's kindness to man, and what man lost by sin. Moreover, some say that Enoch and Elias still dwell in that paradise. Reply Obj. 4: Those who say that paradise was on the equinoctial line are of the opinion that such a situation is most temperate, on account of the unvarying equality of day and night; that it is never too cold there, because the sun is never too far off; and never too hot, because, although the sun passes over the heads of the inhabitants, it does not remain long in that position. However, Aristotle distinctly says (Meteor. ii, 5) that such a region is uninhabitable on account of the heat. This seems to be more probable, because even those regions where the sun does not pass vertically overhead are extremely hot on account of the mere proximity of the sun. But whatever be the truth of the matter, we must hold that paradise was situated in a most temperate situation, whether on the equator or elsewhere. Third article: Whether man was placed in paradise to dress it and keep it? Objection 1: It would seem that man was not placed in paradise to dress and keep it. For what was brought on him as a punishment of sin would not have existed in paradise in the state of innocence. But the cultivation of the soil was a punishment of sin (Gen. 3:17). Therefore man was not placed in paradise to dress and keep it. Obj. 2: Further, there is no need of a keeper when there is no fear of trespass with violence. But in paradise there was no fear of trespass with violence. Therefore there was no need for man to keep paradise. Obj. 3: Further, if man was placed in paradise to dress and keep it, man would apparently have been made for the sake of paradise, and not contrariwise, which seems to be false. Therefore man was not placed in paradise to dress and keep it. On the contrary, It is written in Gen. 2:15, "The Lord God took man and placed in the paradise of pleasure, to dress and keep it." I answer that, As Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. viii, 10), these words in Genesis may be understood in two ways. First, in the sense that God placed man in paradise that he might himself work in man and keep him, by sanctifying him; for if this work cease, man at once relapses into darkness, as the air grows dark when the light ceases to shine; and by keeping man from all corruption and evil. Secondly, that man might dress and keep paradise; which dressing would not have involved labor, as it did after sin, but would have been pleasant on account of man's practical knowledge of the powers of nature. Nor would man have kept paradise against a trespasser, but he would have striven to keep paradise for himself, lest he should lose it by sin. All of which was for man's good, wherefore paradise was ordered to man's benefit, and not conversely. Whence the replies to the objections are made clear. Fourth article: Whether man was created in paradise? Objection 1: It would seem that man was created in paradise. For the angel was created in his dwelling place, namely, the empyrean heaven. But before sin paradise was a fitting abode for man. Therefore it seems that man was created in paradise. Obj. 2: Further, other animals remain in the place where they are produced, as the fish in the water, and the walking animals on the earth from which they were made. Now man would have remained in paradise after he was created (Q. 97, A. 4). Therefore he was created in paradise. Obj. 3: Further, woman was made in paradise. But man is greater than woman. Therefore much more should man have been made in paradise. On the contrary, It is written (Gen. 2:15), "God took man and placed him in paradise." I answer that, Paradise was a fitting abode for man as regards the incorruptibility of the primitive state. Now this incorruptibility was man's, not by nature, but by a supernatural gift of God. Therefore, that this might be attributed to God and not to human nature, God made man outside of paradise, and afterwards placed him there to live during the whole of his animal life, and having attained to the spiritual life, to be transferred thence to heaven. Reply Obj. 1: The empyrean heaven was a fitting abode for the angels as regards their nature, and therefore they were created there. In the same way I reply to the second objection, for those places befit those animals in their nature. Reply Obj. 3: Woman was made in paradise, not by reason of her own dignity, but on account of the dignity of the principle from which her body was formed. For the same reason the children would have been born in paradise, where their parents were already. End of question 102. End of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 86 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima, on Man, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 86. What are intellects? In 4 articles. We now have to consider what our intellect knows in material things. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it knows singulars. 2. Whether it knows the infinite. 3. Whether it knows contingent things. 4. Whether it knows future things. First article. First part, question 86, article 4. Whether our intellect knows singulars.